This young, Special Forces soldier is currently pursuing a notorious criminal to reclaim a national treasure. After 3 days and 3 nights without food or sleep, in relentless pursuit, both sides are finally exhausted. With no other option, the criminal has to speak first to persuade Gu Beicheng to give up. Chasing me for 3 days and 3 nights. Now your men are all dead. Is this what you want? Even though he's utterly exhausted, Gu Beicheng still refuses to compromise. Gu Beicheng charges straight towards the criminal, seeing that he can't be persuaded and is only provoking the opponent. The criminal immediately draws his weapon to retaliate. Luckily, Gu Beicheng reacts quickly and skillfully, dodging the first shot. Then, taking advantage of the criminal's gun, jamming, he lands a thunderous punch on his face. During the struggle, the treasure, carefully stored in the wooden box, was accidentally flung out. Immediately, both Gu Beicheng and the criminal desperately rushed to snatch the treasure. The criminal, Su Kana, was on the upper hand at this moment, so he had the opportunity to attack Gu Beicheng. However, in a split-second moment, a lightning bolt from the sky unexpectedly struck the two. It accidentally hit the treasure and caused an explosion. Under the impact of the explosion, both Gu Beicheng and the criminal were swept away. Until he opened his eyes again, Gu Beicheng was on top of girl. Even the young man had his face buried in her countryside. Faced with this awkward situation, he and the girl were frozen for a moment before recovering their senses. Beicheng hastily surveyed the surroundings and discovered that the scenery had completely changed. Not only that, but there was also a strange girl, dressed in ancient attire, and several masked assassins, leading Beicheng to mistakenly believe this was a film set, and these people were actors filming a movie. While the young man was still bewildered, the girl unexpectedly dealt him a blow, a cut-off-the-bloodline strike, so painful it felt like 9 suns were blazing. After that, the girl didn't even bother with him, but directly charged into combat with the assassins with her sword. Beicheng had to writhe on the ground for a while because of the pain, but very quickly after that, he smelled the metallic scent of blood in the air and realized that this wasn't filming a movie, but he didn't even have time to react or even move, had his head stepped on by an assassin to use as a springboard, aiming to attack the man in official robes. In that critical moment, Gu Beicheng unexpectedly surged up and flipped the assassin backward, conveniently saving the man's life. Witnessing this tiger descending the mountain move from the young man, the remaining guys could only stare in disbelief. Speechless. I hate it when people touch my head. And you just stepped on it. Immediately after, the assassins charged forward to gang up on him. Gu Beicheng, but with their meager, cat-like kung fu, how could they possibly succeed? In no time, Gu Beicheng had taken them all down. With your skills, you should just go home and raise pigs. However, the assassins, the remaining guests, didn't seem to have learned their lesson. Not only were they not being smart about it, but they even dared to take the girl as a hostage, threatening Gu Beicheng to get lost. Don't move. I'll log her out. She's not our target, it's you. Don't get involved in this. Gu Beicheng was thinking, oh yeah? I'm so scared. Right after that, Gu Beicheng diverted the assassins' attention, taking advantage of their carelessness to ambush them. With a little flying dagger move, he could log out one of them and save the girl at the same time. But who would have thought? In the scuffle, Gu Beicheng accidentally tore the girl's clothes, inadvertently putting both of them in an awkward situation. Meanwhile, the remaining assassins, terrified, fled for their lives. Although the girl really wanted to ask about Gu Beicheng's 18 generations of ancestors, but because someone was injured, she had to let the young man go and save the person. Luckily, thanks to heaven's grace, the man was only injured in the leg, not life-threatening. But when she saw the girl carelessly bandaging him with a torn cloth, Gu Beicheng couldn't help but warn, they can't be so casual. This will not only not stop the bleeding, but also cause the wound to become infected. Let me show you. Saying that, the young man conveniently tore off another piece of the girl's clothes to give first aid to the man, and at the same time, he did not forget to guide them on how to do it. You must firmly press the artery connected to the heart. Do you understand? Only then can you stop the bleeding of the tom-tong artery. What are you talking about? Obviously, the girl and the man didn't understand what Gu Beicheng was saying, which made him extremely confused. Because these are just the most basic medical knowledge that any normal person knows. Are you really that ignorant? Or are you faking it? You don't even know elementary school knowledge? What era is this? Before the young man could finish speaking, the hot-tempered girl immediately drew her sword and pointed it at him, suspecting him of being a spy from the enemy state. It's the 8th year of the Wuda era of the Great Tang Dynasty. Don't even think about deceiving this young lady, you barbarian from the western regions. Initially, Gu Beichun thought the girl had been kicked in the head by a donkey and was talking nonsense. But after thinking about it for a moment, the young man suddenly realized this wasn't a joke. This is actually happening. Damn it, I've time-traveled through all my lives. So Gu Beichun had to reluctantly accept and follow the two people. On the way, he inadvertently learned the true identity of the man. It turned out he was Feng Xianling, the famous honest official who assisted the emperor during the Tang Dynasty. As for the girl, she remained silent throughout the journey, so he simply assumed she was Feng Xuanling's bodyguard. Although engrossed in the conversation with him, Gu Beichun still subtly noticed that the girl was falling behind because of her dress, dragging behind, so he turned back to help her. If you keep pulling like that until Taiyuan, I'm afraid it will be torn to pieces. Wasn't it you who tore it? Without waiting for the girl to react, Gu Beichun quickly took action, turning the long, conservative dress into a skimpy, short piece. In a flash, the young man, even shamelessly, asked for Xianling's opinion. Excellent. This way we won't be hindered anymore, Lord Feng. What do you think? Very, very good. This old man is quite honest. He starts drooling at the sight of a pretty girl. Suddenly, Tan Nian's intuition told him that something was off here, making him immediately ask Feng Xianling and the girl to confirm, are you sure? Going to Taiyuan will be safe? Wipe your nose first. As long as we enter the city's government office, we'll be protected. There are soldiers there, so they won't be able to do anything. Even though the girl assured him, Gu Beichun remained uneasy. So instead of continuing on his way, he stopped and lit a fire. At the same time, he didn't forget to explain to the two of them the reason why he had to do this. Last night was to escape the assassins. Now they found us here. Better to treat the wound first. Can't let the injury spread throughout the body. However, the girl still didn't understand why Gu Beichun was doing this. How does stitching the wound have anything to do with lighting a fire? Anyway, people in this era still don't have a concept of medicine, like in modern times. So, he had to explain more about sterilization, bacteria at high temperatures, to avoid infection when sewing up the wound. After listening to Gu Beichun's explanation, Feng Xianling mistakenly thought he knew medicine, and deeply admired the little brother. You even know medicine? Just know some battlefield first aid. Can handle small wounds without a problem. During the time Gu Beichun was treating Feng Xianling's wound, the girl retreated to a nearby area to stand guard. And just as Gu Beichun had predicted, the assassins from last night had indeed followed the three of them all the way here. Even they were so close that the girl could feel it. It seems like we're surrounded, and there are more of them than yesterday. Immediately, the girl didn't hesitate and volunteered to stay behind, to hold off the enemy, so Gu Beichun could carry Feng Xianling and escape first. However, Gu Beichun had just finished stitching Feng Xuanling's wound. Moving now would tear the stitches, so he wanted to personally deal with the assassins, and the girl would stay to protect him. Don't worry, just protect Lord Feng. When it comes to forest warfare, I'm their grandpa, and on this side, the assassins, seeing Gu Beichun's group on guard, being so vigilant, guess they had been exposed, so they changed their plan. They must have discovered our encirclement. That's why they dare not risk moving forward. That's just as well. Wait for Feng Zhu. Once the assassins are in position, we can send them on their way. But where did that young West Region brat go? Never mind him. He's not our target. The two assassins chatted away merrily, unaware that Gu Beichun had quietly approached them, intending to gather more information. From their words, he learned that this group of assassins belonged to an assassin organization, an elite group under the Crown Prince, comprising 4 teams. Feng Lin Huashan received special training in the Tang country's manner, especially Feng Zhu, who specializes in assassinations, striking without a trace, coming and going like a ghost, dealing with targets in the blink of an eye. Having achieved her goal, Gu Beichun quickly approached the 2 assassins and didn't hesitate to take them offline. Meanwhile, their accomplices were still waiting for the final signal. Losing patience, these 2 took matters into their own hands. However, before they could even show off, they were ambushed. One, gleefully flexing his skills, ate a flying dagger right to the head and logged out of the server immediately. Seeing this, the remaining one decisively leapt off the branch and narrowly dodged the next arrow. Not stopping there, he risked returning to attack Gu Beicheng from behind, but he didn't expect that. Gu Beicheng could easily dodge them all. He even counterattacked and seriously injured him. At this point, seeing the situation was not good, the assassin threw a smoke bomb to escape. But before he could run, Gu Beicheng gifted him an indelible tattoo. Actually, Gu Beicheng didn't intend to let the assassin offline right away, as he still wanted to extract more information. However, immediately after being threatened by him, he self-terminated by biting the poison pill in his mouth. Obviously, these assassins were not like the cowards from before. His intuition told Gu Beicheng that these people were definitely not easy to deal with at all. After that, the young man didn't rush back to Fang Xian's side and the girl. Instead, he leisurely strolled around the area to check if there were any assassins left lurking. And as expected, as soon as he approached a tree, Gu Beicheng swiftly recognized the amateurish disguise of those guys. Without hesitation, the young man sent a kick flying towards the assassin's hiding spot, and might as well send him off to meet his ancestors while he's at it. The second guy hiding underwater was even more unfortunate after Gu Beicheng discovered him. Not only did he get a painful beating from him, but he also got a very embarrassing logout. Initially, the cunning young man deliberately lured the assassin by throwing stones into the water, making him so angry that he had to ask about his mother. "Bitch, your mother." And right after he surfaced, he immediately fed him a huge-ass rock before searching for his next prey. Next, Gu Beicheng didn't forget to teach the assassin a lesson. "I won't hold this against you this time. Remember to watch your words in the next life." After that, the young man continued his path of slaughter. He successively eliminated several hidden assassins. In the end, the remaining survivors couldn't sit still in this situation anymore. They had to immediately gather to discuss changing their tactics. Are we the only ones left? Who exactly is that person? How could they break through our secret transmission? Technique? Immediately summon 3 more Lin Huashan groups. We must eliminate him. However, before the assassins could act, then Gu Beicheng suddenly jumped out of the bushes and sent a fellow thug, appearing right in front of them. At this time, the Xianling side had also caught up, and as soon as she saw the assassin's body, the girl immediately recognized the true identity of these people as belonging to the organization, Lin Huashan, of the current crown prince. Even in utter panic, she blurted out calling the crown prince Big Brother, causing Gu Beicheng to become suspicious. At this point, he directly asked the girl, "It seems you know this ninja. Is it time for you to tell me the truth? I don't believe ordinary bandits or assassins would have ninjas appear. Is someone preventing you from entering Taiyuan?" In fact, Gu Beicheng had vaguely guessed some of it, but he still needed confirmation from them to be absolutely sure. Moreover, from the very beginning, he had noticed the unusual attitude between Fang Xianling and the girl, which made him even more suspicious of the girl's true identity. Definitely not just a normal female guard. With the truth out in the open, it couldn't be hidden anymore. The girl had to reveal to Gu Beicheng about her true identity. Turns out she was the daughter of the Holy Emperor Pingyang, Princess Li Ruwei. Gu Beicheng, after hearing her, didn't have any particular reaction, just nodded as if he had foreseen this. After that, they both fell into a silent void, and it took a while to realize something. Sai, didn't you already guess it? What the hell is going on? Stop right there, let me calm down a little. Honestly, the young man didn't anticipate this scenario at all, so he was a bit slow on the uptake. In the moment he realized the true identity of the girl before him, he just wanted to slap himself twice, because initially he simply thought she was just a Xianling Chamber's daughter, never expected to uncover the Grand Tang dynasty's princess. What's worse, when they first met, Ms. Beicheng did all sorts of unspeakable things, like pushing his face into the Homeland River and tearing his clothes. Just these 2 offenses alone are enough for the young man to reincarnate. And that's not even considering the fact that he interfered in the internal power struggles of the royal family. Seeing the young man's forehead covered in sweat, Feng Xianling spoke up to reassure him, saying that ignorance is no excuse, so he didn't need to worry. The offense of bullying the princess before would definitely not be held against him, but on the condition that the 2 of them, they must arrive safely in Taiyuan. If anything were to happen to them, then this debt will surely be placed upon your head to further intimidate him. This sly old fox deliberately emphasized that at that point, fearing that the world is so vast, there will be no place for this young hero to take refuge. Young hero, my foot, truly a wily old fox. Years of experience on the battlefield. No wonder Gu Beicheng couldn't measure up to him. Meanwhile, Princess Li Ruowei had a much more sincere demeanor. This matter concerns the very lives of the people of Taiyuan. Please, young hero, help us to succeed. Ruowei is eternally grateful. After a moment of thought, Gu Beicheng asked her directly that among the two elder brothers, Li Jiansheng and Li, whose side does she choose to stand on? At this point, Li Ruowei didn't hide anything, but frankly shared with him that the trip of Fang Xianling's group to Taiyuan was to investigate the crown prince's embezzlement of military rations. So their encounter with assassins on the road must have been sent by the crown prince. This also means that Li Ruowei is currently not on the side of Crown Prince Li Jiansheng, the one who historically failed in the power struggle. After confirming this, Gu Beicheng felt relieved and agreed to help her, and Fang Xianling's group reached Taiyuan safely. On the other hand, in the princess's heart, Li Ruowei had begun to suspect Gu Beicheng's true identity, because if he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't dare to call the princes by their names directly, nor the reigning crown prince. Moreover, from his attire, his weapons and movements, in her eyes, were incredibly mystical. On the other side, in Chang'an City, the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince, the current Crown Prince, Li Jiansheng, was venting his anger on his subordinates for failing to deal with Fang Xianling and Li Ruowei. You can't even handle a woman and an old man. A bunch of useless trash before their master's fury. The subordinate could only kneel on the ground. This subordinate has received reports of a formidable expert, someone sent by the Prince of Qin to escort them. The Prince of Qin, in his words, was Li Jiansheng's rival for the throne, also the second son of Emperor Li Shimin. Therefore, as soon as he heard this involved Li Shimin, Li Jiansheng's anger flared even hotter. Seeing this, the general who sided with the crown prince immediately offered a plan. Tomorrow they will arrive in Taiyuan. This subordinate will personally lead troops to infiltrate their residence. Assassination is a must. We cannot let that old man Fang cause trouble. However, Li Jiansheng didn't want such complications, because he knew very well that even if they sent Fang Xianling to his grave, his imperial father would send someone else to Taiyuan to replace him. Therefore, Li Jiansheng was determined to eliminate all future troubles in one fell swoop by flattening the entire city of Taiyuan, and he ordered his subordinates to turn all the people there into ashes. Even though they knew the crown prince was notoriously cruel, his subordinates still couldn't have anticipated this decision of his. On the other side, Fang Xianling and Li Ruo, under the escort of Gu Beicheng, they finally arrived safely in Taiyuan City. To avoid revealing their identities, they disguised themselves as commoners before entering the city. Meanwhile, Gu Beicheng was still engrossed in observing everything around him, fascinated by witnessing the daily life and streets of ancient people. Seeing him looking bewildered, they reminded him to quickly line up to enter the city. Let's go, don't just stand there. Entering the city, why is it so complicated? Doesn't Gu Xiaoxia's hometown have checks when entering the city? This matter is related to the security of the people. If there is any negligence, one must bear the heavy responsibility of being a time traveler. Gu Beicheng, of course, knew nothing about the rules of the feudal era. So, when asked by Fang Xianling, he could only awkwardly explain that he was from the countryside and had never entered a city before. While the three were standing in line to enter the city, a group of officers approached, shouting and yelling, ordering the people to clear the way for the palanquin of a young master. From a wealthy official's family, a fat man was sitting smugly on the palanquin. He was the son of the governor of Taiyuan, Xian Jianliang. As everyone scattered, a woman, hindered by her young child, didn't have time to get out of the way of the fat man's palanquin. Seeing this, an officer immediately raised his foot, intending to kick the child who was sitting crying in the road. In this critical situation, Gu Beicheng didn't hesitate to step forward to protect the child. To everyone's surprise, Feng Xianling and the princess were confused. Why did this young man suddenly go over there to be a hero, facing 3 or 4 officers with weapons? Gu Beicheng was not only unafraid, but also stood up to shield the mother and her child so they could escape. At the same time, he also bluntly questioned this group of heartless people in front of the public. The soldiers are supported by the people. Do you have any conscience? Seeing the bold young man daring to play it big, Xianling and the princess could only sit in a corner, chanting Buddha's name, praying that the young man wouldn't fight with the officials, otherwise their secret investigation trip would vanish in a thin air. Just then, the fat man sitting on the sedan unexpectedly ordered the officials to kill Gu Beicheng and the people obstructing the road. Honestly speaking, Gu Beicheng didn't want to lift a finger at all. But because this fat man was too cruel, treating human lives like dirt, making it impossible for him to spare him. This time, the fat man is in trouble. With the chilling wind and the fading night, he was completely lost in fury. Without waiting for the officials to react, Gu Beicheng swiftly rushed toward the fatso. He delivered a spectacularly beautiful kick to his sedan chair. "You pighead, I've put up with you for far too long." Seeing things had gone too far, both the Xianling officer and the princess could only cry out in despair. They nearly suffered a heart attack on the spot. As for the fatso, after taking a kick from Gu Beicheng, he flew back about 10 meters. He splattered like a strawberry syrup explosion and passed out cold. But Gu Beicheng's anger wasn't quenched yet. Not only did he refuse to leave, but he lingered to curse them even more. This forced the Xianling officer and the princess to strain themselves, dragging him away in utter helplessness. On the other hand, the common people, after witnessing this spectacle from the young man, appeared utterly terrified, as if they were about to receive a death sentence. "You've provoked a killing star. Your entire clan will be exterminated." Run away after hearing this. Princess Li Ruowei was utterly astonished by this. She didn't understand why beating Fuji's disciple would involve clan extermination. Just then, the fatso scrambled to his feet. He threatened everyone in his old man's name. He looked exactly like a kindergarten crybaby. He'd run to his dad at the slightest thing. The "Do you know who my dad is?" type. In reality, his old man was Grand Commandant Tai Yuan. He commanded 100,000 troops. So, he was basically a little emperor here. No wonder he dared to harm the common people so brazenly. Coincidentally, the person they were here to investigate for embezzling military funds was the fatso's old man, Grand Commandant Tai Yuan. Upon learning this from the princess, Gu Beicheng couldn't help but sigh. Talk about being stuck in a tight spot. Then, at the beck and call of the fatty, the officers all drew their swords and lunged to attack. Gu Beicheng saw this was getting intense. Afraid of affecting the people around, Gu Beicheng told the princess not to get involved. Just let him handle it. Then he borrowed a stick from the woman from earlier. Then he used it to strike back at one guy's avatar first. As for the others, he'll take them on one by one. Seeing things start to go south, this fatty decided to use his trump card, hoping to completely destroy Gu Beicheng. Immediately after, he took out a hidden weapon, then launched a golden dart towards Gu Beicheng. Luckily, Gu Beicheng reacted quickly and skillfully, avoiding danger by a hair's breadth. And the golden dart, after going off course, ended up hitting one of the guys. Guansai, nearby, made him instantly foam at the mouth. Then he logged out of the server in a flash. This time, Fatty really played dirty. Gu Beicheng finally couldn't take it anymore. So, he pointed straight at his face and scolded him. "It's that damn Fatty again. You can't stand not getting beat up, can you?" Even so, Fatty still refused to admit defeat. He even deliberately added more poisonous gold to attack Gu Beicheng again. Of course, his clumsy tricks couldn't possibly affect Gu Beicheng, even a little bit. Not only that, he was also humiliated by him, in front of everyone. One person could defeat a bunch of people so miserably. Looks like his subordinates are useless. This is the first time I've seen Qin Zeno beaten into this state, under everyone's pointing fingers. Along with Gu Beicheng's overwhelming momentum, the fatty's mentality finally collapsed. Before he could even run, Gu Beicheng rushed in with a staff and attacked, perhaps out of sheer panic. This fatty made a foolish play that buried him. That was to continue using hidden weapons to launch golden poison needles. However, Gu Beicheng quickly retaliated with the staff, causing the golden poison needles to fly back and pierce his belly. Very quickly after that, the fatty collapsed. Seeing this, Gu Beicheng just sneered, "You reap what you sow," without paying any attention to the faces of horror from everyone around. Finally, Everyone scattered and fled, leaving Gu Beicheng, Fang, Xianling, and the princess standing and playing shuttlecock in front of the city gate. Moreover, the city gate had also been closed unintentionally, leaving them in a dilemma. They couldn't advance, and retreat was not an option either. However, things didn't stop there, because right after that, an arrow shot straight towards Gu Beicheng. Luckily, he was quick-witted and dodged it. But facing a barrage of arrows aimed at them, all three of them were momentarily at a loss. They were completely frozen, especially since the army in front was directly commanded by Admiral Kai Yuan. Xian Hong was directing them personally, seeing that there were 2 bodyguards. The officers were beaten up by Gu Beicheng earlier, hurriedly ran to snitch. But that old man ruthlessly ordered his subordinates to shoot arrows at them for failing to protect his precious son. Like father, like son, both are extremely ruthless and inhumane, to the point where Gu Beicheng had to personally step forward. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I dealt with your foolish son. If you dare, come at me. Seeing old Qin Hong about to fire, damn it, the princesses, Li Ruolwei, had no choice but to take out the gold token bestowed by the emperor to stop him. Although this move was indeed effective, it also meant they had exposed their identities. And the secret investigation trip wasn't supposed to reveal their identities. Fang Xianling was angered by the young man's naive question. The hell, isn't it because you caused trouble? Why wouldn't we expose our identities? Otherwise, we would have been sent to reincarnation by them. The moment they saw the emperor's gold token, the subordinates holding bows and arrows indeed hesitated, dared not to act rashly, and had to seek Qin Hong's opinion. However, Qin Hong was the crown prince's confidant. Lao Yiran had already recognized the princess and Fang Xianling's identities, and to cover up the matter, he insisted on giving the order to fire. This official has not received any official documents. These people are definitely imposters. Kill them for me. At this point, both the princess and Fang Xianling did not expect this move from him. Having no other choice, the princess decided to take a risk and speak to him to negotiate. Wait, so it seems that you don't want us to leave here alive today. But I have 2 reasons for you to let us go. First, I can save your son's life. As soon as she finished speaking, the young man kicked the fat man hard, causing him to revive in astonishment. Everyone stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. Then, Gu Beicheng seized the opportunity to make demands of Qin Hong. Your foolish son is still alive, but only I can cure the poison in him. Secondly, if I want to, I can send you to your grave at any moment. Having said that, Gu Beicheng flung the staff towards the old man as a display, showcasing his strength with a "I fear no one" attitude. Seeing his precious son's life in Gu Beicheng's hands, Qin Hong had no choice but to back down. But before leaving, the old man didn't forget to ask the young lad's name. What is your name? Gu Beicheng. I'll remember your name. Before nightfall, bring him back to the General Zheng Ying's mansion for me, or I will level Tai Yuan to the ground. At this moment, both the princess and Fang Xianling breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the fatty was in Gu Beicheng's grasp, could only watch the old man leave. Not only that, he was also mentally terrorized by the young man. Luckily, you have a lot of belly fat. Otherwise, the poison would have reached your heart vessels long ago. Don't move, or you might get poisoned now. The fatty fainted upon hearing that. After Qin Hong led the army away, the people in the city dared to open the city gates. Leading the way was Tai Nguyen, the governor, Jiu Yang, representing, welcomed the princess and Fang Xianling inside for arrest. As soon as they showed their faces, Gu Bakeng immediately sneered, closing the city gates and fleeing when danger strikes, but running out when it's safe? Well done, Lord One. Don't say any more. Lord One has his own difficulties. And just as the princess said, when Zhuyang indeed had unspoken concerns, it wasn't that he was afraid for himself, but because this entire city was under the command of the general, so he couldn't do otherwise. On the surface, when Zhuyang calmly explained to Gu Bakeng, but frankly speaking, his heart was currently in turmoil. At the same time, he couldn't help but doubt the boy's identity. This person had extraordinary skills and immense courage, able to turn the tide even in danger. He was afraid he was no less capable than Xian Shubao or Chang Yaoji. Jin Datang, do we still have such a heroic figure? Immediately after the perfunctory welcome, Xian Lingfang urgently instructed Wen Jiuyang to quickly return to the manor to discuss important matters, while Gu Beiqing took the opportunity to have someone carry the fatty in as well, simultaneously instructing the princess on the antidote formula. Just give him cow's milk, boiled with licorice and honeysuckle, and it will work. With everything settled, Gu Beiqing bid her farewell and left. After all, he had kept his promise to bring the two of them safely to Taiyuan. Although there was a little regret, Princess Li Ruiyue ultimately had to let him go. Meanwhile, the young man from earlier had taken the opportunity to swipe a bunch of gold coins from the fatty, so he immediately ran off to town to have some fun. To avoid being noticed, Gu Bakong first went into a clothing store and dolled herself up to look like someone from the Dafeng dynasty. Then, the young woman felt at ease and confidently flaunted her personality on the crowded street. On the other side, at the Taiyuan military camp, the old man Qin Hong seemed not to have given up on the crown prince's initial plan. He ordered his subordinates to post guards at all 4 gates of the city. As soon as they saw the young master appear, they were to immediately lead troops in, absolutely not allow the 3 princesses, Fang Xianling and Gu Bakong, to survive and escape. However, just as Qin Hong entered the tent, he discovered the presence of a stranger. Initially, he didn't recognize the person's identity, and only when that person took out the crown prince's dagger did he know. At the same time, in the Taiyuan prefect's Yamen, Jiuyang had retrieved the evidence of Qin Hong's embezzlement of military funds for Fang Xianling, and the princess, seeing the irrefutable evidence before her, Fang Xianling felt an immense rage at the old man's heinous crime. Qin Hong, he was even so agitated that he couldn't speak. On the other hand, Qin Hong had also discovered the princess and Fang Xuanling's whereabouts, so they couldn't delay any longer. The princess then suggested that Fang Xianling quickly take the evidence back to the capital to present to the emperor. However, before they could even proceed with the next step, they received a shocking report from the guards that a commoner had come to report. 30 miles northwest of the city, the Turkic army has appeared. They are attacking towards Taiyuan. Immediately, when Jiuyang ordered the guards to quickly report this to Commander Qin Hong to strengthen the outer defenses of the city, little did he expect that Commander Qin Hong had retreated half an hour ago. Now, the commander's camp is empty. No one knows where he has gone. Faced with this unusual situation, Wen Jiuyang didn't need to investigate. He knew this was Qin Hong's plot to cover up his embezzlement of military supplies. Therefore, while the Turkic army had not yet arrived, he immediately invited Fang Xianling to leave the city quickly to take refuge. Although this plan suited the urgent situation, Fang Xianling still hesitated a bit, worried about the safety of Taiyuan City, and also fearing that Wen Jiuyang would not be able to defend it without the army. However, Wen Jiuyang was determined to risk his life. If he couldn't hold it, he would still try, because as the prefect of Taiyuan, he had a duty to protect the lives of the people in the city, even if it meant sacrificing his own. Of course, Fang Xianling didn't agree with Wen's approach. Jiuyang instead, he suggested evacuating the people before it was too late. As for Princess Li Ruiyue, at this moment, she suddenly remembered someone who might have a solution to this critical situation, and that person is none other than our young Gu Beicheng. At this moment, Gu Beicheng was still leisurely strolling the streets, sightseeing everywhere. Truly the flourishing Tang dynasty. Taiyuan City was already so bustling. He wondered how lively the capital Luoyang must be. Only when the officials searching for him appeared did he realize something was off. Meanwhile, the princess, Li Ruiyue, was still very hopeful for Gu Beicheng, hoping he would find a way to drive out the Tujue army even more. To seize the opportunity, Fang Xianling also instructed Wen Jiuyang to quickly check if Qin Liang had woken up yet, because if he was there, Qin Hong would not be so heartless. After tactfully dismissing Wen to run, Fang Xianling turned to remind the princess that these words should not be heard by him, because even if Gu Beicheng had 3 heads and 6 arms, facing the great army of the Tujue, he couldn't do anything. So he asked the princess directly whether she wants him to repel the enemy or wants to meet him. These girlish thoughts Xianling has seen through long ago, and upon hearing this question, the princess indeed felt a little flustered. Just then, Fatty Qin Jianliang woke up, but instead of obediently being a hostage, he recklessly charged out, despite the toxins still in his system. Not only that, this fatty dared to attack the princess. Fortunately, before his trotters could touch her goo, Beiqing stepped in and gave him a brick to the head. Seeing you appear, the people there were obviously very happy, especially when Jiuyang, who was still naive and didn't know the whole story, so he was extremely welcoming. Young hero, you've arrived. The Turkic army is approaching. The Taiyuan garrison commander has abandoned the city and fled. The lives of 200,000 civilians. Taiyuan can only rely on you now. Hearing this shocking news, the young man froze solid, completely stunned. Very quickly after, the vanguard of the Turkic army appeared outside the city. Based on the current situation, Ms. Beicheng and everyone predicted that their forces definitely couldn't hold out for more than an hour. It's 2 hours. Even if they run now, it's too late. But they don't have enough troops to fight. According to Wen Jiuyang, the governor's office only manages civilian affairs. There are only 32 military guards in the city. Taiyuan has a total of 4 city gates, plus city defense. At least 1,200 soldiers are needed, even though they've lit the signal fires. But the nearest reinforcements won't arrive until tomorrow morning. By then, I'm afraid Taiyuan City will be in tatters. Right at this moment, someone rushed in to report that the people and the defending soldiers in the city want to abandon it. They are now gathered at the east gate demanding to leave. However, when Jiuyang had instructed his subordinates to resolutely not open the city gates because the enemy is outside. If you go out, you'll only meet death. At least staying might offer a glimmer of hope. Even Gu Bai Chung agreed with his approach. At the same time, he also asked his subordinate to relay a message to the people that if they want to live, they should stay and defend the city. After that, he continued to ask Wen Jiuyang to take him to the largest tavern in the city, though he didn't understand what the young man was up to. But in the end, he had to indulge his wishes, leading him to the city's largest tavern. After taking a look around, Gu Beicheng asked the tavern owner how many taverns there were in the city, how many jars of wine they hid. And as soon as he knew the specific quantity and alcohol content, only 18%, he immediately decided to distill all the wine, even setting up a huge stove right in the yard to distill it quickly. Faced with a series of Gu Beicheng's puzzling actions, Wen Jiuyang finally lost his patience. How could he be in the mood to distill wine when tens of thousands of lives were at stake? But besides waiting and hoping for Gu Beicheng, there was nothing else they could do. Very soon after, Gu Beicheng completed the distillation process, then turned around to ask Wen Jiuyang for some fire. The result was that, after igniting the fuse, the wine jar successfully exploded, causing a massive blast. Everyone around was stunned by the sight, never expecting him to be able to create such a powerful weapon. Bo Chung sternly said, his sharp eyes giving the order, "Bring me the map. Immediately send people to the distillery." Jiuyang stood upright, holding the map scroll tightly in his hand. He quickly replied, "Yes, I'll arrange it right away." Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, panting, "Report. The Turkic army is outside the city. They will attack the city in half an hour." Bo Chung was stunned, his voice full of surprise. How so fast? The sudden news startled Jiuyang. "It's too late," he exclaimed, sweat pouring down. Bo Chung was silent, his eyes thoughtful. He stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and reassured in a decisive voice, "It's not too late." Bo Chung forcefully pulled the cloth bag, tightly binding Jianliang. "Come with me for a while." Qin Gongzi. His hands and feet were tied up. He could only let out a few sobs. Ruo Wei, seeing this, looked at Bei Chung with an angry expression. "Where do you want to take him?" He calmly replied, "Seizing the time for you all." In the ancient space, 3 people stood facing each other. Ruo Wei stood on the left, looking worried. Standing in the middle was Bei Chung, holding Jianliang's hand, with a stern face. "The Tujue army is at the west gate, right?" On the right was a man wearing a tall black hat, dressed in dark blue. He answered with a somewhat frightened expression, "Yes, yes." Ruo Wei was horrified, her eyes wide and her mouth gaping. "You want to charge into the enemy? Are you crazy?" Bei Chung didn't answer her question. He just ordered, "Quickly have people distill alcohol and store it at the west gate, waiting for my signal." "Store it at the west gate, waiting for my signal." "Ruo Wei, you absolutely can't go." Sensing her worry, He hugged Ruo Wei tightly, gently comforting her shyness. Her cheeks flushed rosy. She softly wrapped her arms around it. Bei Cheng gently reassured, "Trust me, I'll be all right," while the couple was being affectionate. The two esteemed gentlemen embarrassedly turned their faces away. Xian Ling spoke up, breaking the silence. "Lord One, look, the sun is so round." Understanding the hint, Zhu Yang replied, "So round indeed." Bei Cheng quickly hoisted Jian Liang onto his shoulders. "Let's go, you pig." Tears welled up in his eyes, his hands clenching tightly as he thought, "I finally get to hold a beauty, and she's a princess. This life is worth it." Looking down from above, the guard saw Bei Cheng carrying Jian Liang on horseback, striding through the city gate with fiery spirit, being placed on the horse like a pig. Jian Liang's eyes revealed anger but helplessness, while Bei Cheng nonchalantly yelled. Out of the city gate, not far away, an arrow suddenly shot towards Bei Cheng. He immediately reined in his horse, dodging the arrow. In front of him was a battalion of 2 U.S. soldiers. They sneered, truly fearless and foolish, rushing to rescue from the gate. The leader, presumably Xie, ordered, "Behead him. Don't hurt the horse." The others hastily responded, "Yes, sir." Bei Cheng responded with a dangerous look. "Dare to kill me? You will be annihilated." Without giving them time to react, he forcefully threw Jian Liang to the ground and declared loudly, "I'm the son of Taiyuan's General Qin Hong." He resolutely ordered, "Take me to meet Kan Cheng. Taiyuan has a shocking conspiracy." Bei Cheng was bound at all 4 limbs, and his head was covered with a cloth. The subordinate reports, "Kagan, the person you requested has arrived." "Shuot," he commanded, "remove the hood from his head." A subordinate immediately removed the hood from Bei Cheng's head. "Yes." Shuot cut straight to the chase, without any preamble. "You say Taiyuan City has a momentous plot?" "What plot?" Beside him stood 2 burly guards. Their faces were fierce. The man on the throne gripped his hands tightly. It was the Tuju Kagan, Shuot. His voice echoed with authority. "Dare utter a single falsehood, and I'll throw you to the wolves." Despite the pressure from Shuot, Bei Cheng remained calm, even provoking him. "I risk my neck to bring you the news. And this is how the Turkic people repay their benefactors." One of the 2 guards, the scarred one, was Ba Huang. He angrily roared, "Damn you! You're about to die, and you're still being stubborn." With that, he drew his sword, ready to strike. But Bei Cheng remained unfazed. "You're determined to walk the path of death. Unstoppable." Bo Huang roared in anger. "Silence." He brandished his sword, and in a flash, it was at his throat. Just then, Su Bai's voice rang out. "Stop!" Bo Huang resentfully said, "Great Khan." Bei Cheng seemed to have anticipated this situation, so he didn't show any fear. He even gave a faint smile. "Not bad. Not too foolish." Another guard came forward and whispered to Su Bai, "Great Khan, you were originally planning to attack Taiyuan. Continuing to wait, I fear the night will be long and full of dreams." The old man confidently replied, "What's the hurry? Taiyuan is right before our eyes. Where can it run?" Su Bai looked at Bei Cheng. "Young man, don't speak too much. What intelligence are you ultimately here to report?" Bei Cheng replied with an unwavering expression. "Someone brought me news, saying that Taiyuan is an impregnable city. That's why the Kagan believed it and hastily brought people here. Sure, Bai didn't believe him. He trusted the information that his own men confirmed more. My scouts in the city reported that the garrison troops had retreated. Could that be false? Bai Cheng explained it. The city's army, the majority of the Taiyuan troops, are dressed as civilians, ambushing inside the city, waiting for the main force to enter the city. Then they'll close the gates and trap us like dogs." Hearing this, Bai was thunderstruck. His whole body froze. Bo Huang seemed shaken as well. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Impossible. The Tang army has only dared to defend the city before. How dare they let us into the city? This man is talking nonsense." Bei Cheng sneered, "You're stupid and won't admit it. Don't you think about why Qin Hong suddenly abandoned his troops and fled, leaving behind Taiyuan City? Can it survive?" Saying that, he looked at Jian Liang, who was tied up and had his head covered, continuing in a lowered voice, "If you don't believe it, see who this fatso is." Then someone came forward and removed the head cover. Jian Liang, upon seeing the light, cried out in panic, "Let me go." No, I'm not." Kai Shi and his guards approached to observe. The old man asked, "Who is this man?" The guard replied, "Unfamiliar. Bai Cheng Stunt. You fight battles without gathering intelligence. He is the son of..." Suddenly, someone interrupted. He is the son of Admiral Qin Hong of Taiyuan, Qin Jianliang. Qin Jianliang. Bei Cheng was surprised that someone recognized him. Shirbai looked at the newcomer and asked, "What are you doing here?" Appearing before everyone was an incredibly beautiful girl. A delicate face, vibrant pink hair. She gently replied, "I heard 2 spies were caught, so I came to take a look." It turned out to be the Tujua princess, Athena. Bo Huang held onto Jianliang, his eyes full of suspicion. "This is Qin Hong's son? You know him?" Jianliang panicked and quickly denied, "No, it's not. No, it's not me." Tina frowned, her voice full of annoyance. "How many times have I told you to gather intelligence? Thursday, sure. Didn't you listen? It always ends up being me gathering intel for you." She didn't hold back at all. She grabbed Jianliang's chin, her eyes sharp as knives. "Your face is like a platter. You're as fat as a pig and look dull. You even have 3 moles on your right ear. The saying goes, mentally deficient. You have all the characteristics of the Qin family's young master. You dare say it's not true?" Jianliang could only tremble, tears welling up. He didn't dare to resist, even though he was tightly bound. Bei Cheng's eyes still flashed with sharpness. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Indeed, this woman is not simple. Even so, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she's helping me. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to prove the identity of this pig. Su Iza had a serious expression, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. The old man asked Athena how many children Qin Hong had. Tina answered, while releasing Qin Jianliang, causing him to fall flat on the ground. "I know Qin Jianliang is his only son." Bai Huang pointed his sword towards Bei Cheng. "If he is the only son, he must be strictly protected. How did you manage to capture him? And why bring him to our army?" He casually replied, "I'm not one of those people who act recklessly. Qin Hong is busy preparing for battle today, not paying attention to him. So I took advantage of the lack of attention and brought him to join the Kagan. Firstly, to use the Kagan's hand to avenge my hatred, and secondly, to use this little bit of information to earn some reward." Tina immediately spoke up. "Is it as simple as you say? What is your identity? Military marquis or commoner?" Bei Cheng didn't hesitate to make up an identity to answer. "I'm just a traveler." Tina looked at him in disbelief. She raised her hand, about to lunge at him. "If there's an ambush in the city, how did you get him out of the city? Tell me clearly. Who exactly are you?" Seeing the danger before him, Bai Cheng immediately dodged. He even dared to come close and sniff Tina's hand. She reflexively pulled her hand back, her face as red as a tomato. She stammered, "You." Bai Cheng smiled triumphantly. "Now do you know how I got out of the city?" Princess Bai Huang's face turned purple with anger and immediately gave the order, daring to be disrespectful to the princess. "Turkic warriors, where are you? Kill him." The soldiers, hearing the order, shouted in unison, "Yes." A group of people rushed towards Bei Cheng with knives, but he dodged nimbly, escaping their encirclement. His mouth kept saying, "They've set up a fiery ambush at the city gate. I can take you to see it. It can burn hundreds of people in an instant." Shusher, upon hearing this, immediately ordered a halt. Bai Huang turned to look at Shusher and said, "Great Khan, this brat is talking nonsense." Before he could finish, Shusher snapped, "Silence." He turned to look at Bei Cheng with a curious expression and asked, "What is this heavenly fire?" Bei Cheng explained, "It burns like divine fire descending. In an instant, capable of devouring all life around it." Shusher pondered and asked, "How can I believe you?" Bei Cheng smiled confidently. "Tie me up, and I'll take you to see it." As night fell at the west gate of Taiyuan, Bei Cheng, along with many soldiers, including Bai Huang, Princess Shirna, and the Great Khan, Shusher were gathered very close to the west gate of the city. Bai Cheng spoke, "I will lead the heavenly fire to burn the city wall. You must not come any closer." Bo Cheng frowned and retorted, "Do you think we're stupid? What if you run away?" Bao Cheng sneered, "You're brainless and still denying it? Where can I run now?" Bo Cheng gritted his teeth in anger. Tina spoke up, making a decision. "I'll go with him." Bo Cheng hurriedly warned, "Princess, it's too dangerous." She turned to Chu Bai and expressed, "In the army, I'm afraid only I, a woman, understand the culture of the Great Tang best. If there really is heavenly fire, we can also get closer to examine it. Maybe we can learn something to use." Chu Bai had to agree with her. "All right. My guards will go with you. Don't get too close. If you discover anything unusual, return immediately." Bei Cheng provocatively said, "If you're not afraid of death, come here. I'll go too." In his mind, he was constantly evaluating this princess. This kid is not simple. The Tujue have added characters like this. How could it be defeated by the Tang dynasty? Suddenly, Tina urged her horse near the North City gate, warning him. Gu Beicheng, is it? I'm warning you. My archery skills are top-notch. If you dare to have any improper behavior again, I'll shoot an arrow right through your heart. He chuckled teasingly. What improper behavior did I have before? Seeing his sly smile made Tina blush as she recalled the scene of him smelling the fragrance on her hand in the camp. She exasperatedly exclaimed, "You're shameless!" On the city wall of Juyang, Xianling and Ruo Wei were already waiting. Seeing Gu Beicheng and the Turkic army approaching, Juyang, they're here! They're here! Young Master Gu has brought the Turkic people. What should we do now? Ruo Wei suddenly remembered Gu Beicheng's instructions. Before leaving, he told me, signal to light the barrels of wine. Is everything ready? Jiuyang immediately gave the order. Quickly, bring 20 barrels here and place them in the gate's crevice. Connect the fuse lines. The order is to ignite the fire beyond 15 zhang. Suddenly, he remembered the young heroes were in there too. What should we do? Ruo Wei also saw the situation and worriedly said, That's right. Are we going to burn him too? Beicheng saw the time was ripe. He raised 4 fingers to signal them. Raised them, and then slammed them down hard. Jiuyang and Ruo Wei immediately recognized the signal. Signal and light the fire, quickly light the fire. Qina and Bai Huang were suspicious of Beicheng's actions. He immediately asked, What did you wave your hand for? Were you signaling someone? Bai Cheng kindly replied, Of course, summoning the celestial fire. The fuse began to spread rapidly. Everyone also lit the barrels of wine. Immediately, a massive explosion occurred. The fire blazed brightly, illuminating the entire area. A huge fire erupted in front of the army. The soldiers stirred in confusion. Sure enough, the Tang army had ambushed with fiery traps. Shi Tianxi stared intently at the flames. His face showed no surprise whatsoever. Beicheng hugged Tina and rolled away from the fire. He held her tightly. If you don't want to die, don't move. He thought to himself, such great power. Are those guys all right? Tina weakly pushed him away. Seeing Beicheng still holding her tightly, she delivered a kick to his lower body. Get off me. Beicheng clutched his manhood and lay on the ground. He cried out in pain. Tina hurriedly went to find reinforcements. Guards, guard, Beicheng said pitifully. Your guards were so scared they ran away in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for me, you would have been burned to ashes a long time ago. Tina glared. Looking at Beicheng's wounded back, she was moved. He had shielded her, taking the brunt of the heat wave. She gritted her teeth and asked, Why? Why did you risk your life to save me? Beicheng rubbed his lower back and said stiffly, Men always step closer to danger than women. Besides, I'm the one who brought you here. Of course, I have to be responsible for your safety. Tina's face darkened, saying, That's what you say. Then she threw a punch at his face. But don't you dare rub your private parts in front of me. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. Princess Athena. She turned to Beicheng and asked, My people are here, right? Anything else you want to say? He rubbed one side of his cheek, where her handprint was clearly visible. They sure are loyal. Tina looked at him pensively, saying nothing. She waved her hand, turned, and left, too lazy to argue with him. Beicheng said to Tina, You want to leave? Who do I ask for my reward then? She gesticulated and said, Your setup is interesting, but there's a contradiction. If you can control the heavenly fire explosion, then it proves you and the people in the city are on the same side. Regardless of whether there's an ambush in the city, they're just like you. They all hope we withdraw our troops. Tina turned her head back, her eyes cold. If there was an ambush, they wouldn't have sent you to persuade us to withdraw. With the heavenly fire's help, why would they still try to stop my army from attacking the city? Then there's only one reason. There are no usable soldiers in the city. This time, Beicheng's face darkened. We can't let her return alive. Tina added, Qin Jianliang was captured by you before Qin Hong withdrew his troops. But rest assured, I will persuade my father to withdraw his troops. I'm telling Beicheng, she said to Beicheng, while her face behind was already flushed red. No need to be so surprised. I'm well aware that even if we win this battle, it will certainly invite the revenge of the great Tang. In the end, it will still be my people who suffer. Consider it repaying a favor to you, Rabbit Emperor. Don't let me see you again, or else. Bei Chung was stunned, not understanding what Tina was up to. A woman's heart. Seriously, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. In front of the Capitol gate, the fire blazed fiercely. Thick plumes of smoke rose high. Zhou Yang scratched his head, sweat dripping, and sighed with a worried expression. "Oh my God, this is truly hell on earth." Ruo Wei also anxiously shouted, "Gu Bei Chung." She cupped her hands to make a megaphone. Her eyes widened, tears welling up. "Gu Bei Chung." Zhou Yang assessed the situation. The power is so great. That young heroine is too close to the city, I'm afraid. Before he could finish his sentence, a firm voice rang out. "I'm here." The sound made both Ruo Wei and Zhou Yang turn around. Bei Chung appeared with tattered clothes. He sighed, scolding her. "What are you shouting for? You've shouted yourself hoarse." Before his surprised face, she rushed over and hugged Bei Chung. Zhou Yang asked Xianling in a low voice, "Lord Xianling, isn't the princess losing the dignity of the kingdom like this?" Faced with his sudden question, Xianling didn't know how to answer either. He could only glance at the princess who was tumbling on a Bei Chung, making him cry out in pain. Then he replied tentatively, "This." A subordinate's voice rang out. "The two Jue have withdrawn." Everyone rejoiced and shouted, "They've withdrawn. Long live the Great Tang. Great Tang is safe." Seeing the situation resolved perfectly, Zhou Yang smiled. Through this campaign, young hero Gu will likely soar to the heavens. Xianling responded, "Gold will always shine someday." On the other side, the young couple was deeply in love. In a dreamy, rosy scene, Ruo Wei was still in a dominant position. "Bai Cheng Zufti Usket. I told you I'd come back. I didn't lie to you." Ruo Wei approached his face and whispered, "I knew you'd be alright a long time ago." Bei Chung still wore a knowing smile, while her face flushed with shyness. He suddenly moved closer to her and puckered his lips. Ruo Wei was extremely shocked to see this scene. She stood up with a very fierce expression, angry, slapped his cheek, breaking his teeth and causing red liquid to flow. "But this doesn't mean you can take liberties. This princess." Bei Chung covered his face, looking distressed. "What are you doing?" She replied indifferently, slightly sulking, "Go to sleep. I don't want to see you again." He still pinched his nose. His eyes were full of resentment, muttering, "Did I provoke her or offend her in any way? Women are indeed scarier than terrorists." Zhou Yang and Xianling stood beside him, not understanding anything, with big question marks in their heads. As for Ruo Wei, after leaving Bei Chung behind, she was silent and felt secretly uneasy. Why does he smell like another woman? Could it be? Zhou Yang helped Bei Chung up, while Xianling tried to explain, "Young hero, please don't blame the princess. She's been mischievous since childhood. Even the emperor can't handle her." Though it hurt a lot and his nose was turning red, he generously replied, "It's okay, it's okay. She couldn't hurt me much anyway." As the three were chatting, a voice rang out from below the city walls, attracting attention. Yu San, commander of the Heavenly Strategy Army, General Fu Yiwegua. Minister Qin Qiong greets Princess Pingyang. Returning to the capital, he asked, bewildered, "Who is it?" Xianling called out loudly, "General Qin, you finally arrived." His shout made the northern city tremble. Below, a handsome young man in armor, riding a white horse, and many others returned the greeting. "Shu Bao is late. I hope your excellency will forgive me." That was Qin Xiong, style Shu Bao. Qin Hong's shoulders were held tightly by two guards. The old man's hands were shackled. His face grim, he lowered his head. He groaned softly in pain. A voice commanded, "Kneel." Ruo Wei stood beside Xianling. Seeing the old man brought before her, the two guards beside her urged, "Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong, how did Qin Hong fall into your hands?" Shu Bao clasped his hands respectfully and reported to her. When the general approached, while patrolling near the border, Tai Yuan received news from King Qin's messenger pigeon. Worried that the princess might be in trouble, he immediately dispatched 3,000 cavalry to ensure the princess's safety. When they reached Yifeng Fort, 60 li to the north, Tai Yuan happened to see Qin Hong. Qin Hong's escort troops at Tai Yuan set up camp. The general immediately seized him and went to the rescue. Bei Chung praised him. Indeed, General Qin is worthy of his reputation as a martial god. He crossed his arms, continuing to elaborate inwardly. Qin Hong's Tai Yuan army wasn't 100,000 strong, taking on 100,000 with 3,000 and capturing their commander to bring back. That's impressive. No wonder he could become a door god. Qin Hong's eyes widened, red veins of anger visible in his pupils. His reaction was intense. It's because Qin Mao didn't want compatriots to kill each other. I didn't give the order to resist. Otherwise, how could you have captured me? Where's my son? You said you would save him. Where is he? Ruo Wei pointed accusingly, extremely upset. You still remember you have a son? Then why did you abandon your troops and flee? Putting the people of Taiyuan and Qin Jianliang in a dangerous situation? Qin Hong lowered his head in anguish, stammering, I was forced by Bei Cheng. Fonderen looked extremely puzzled. Uncle? Bao Budong remained unmoved by the old man's pitiful appearance and reminded him of what he was told before. You can only tell the truth when you meet Lord Fong and Her Highness the Princess. Now they are right in front of you. Speak. Who exactly ordered you? Tell me, who exactly ordered you? The old man couldn't maintain his composure, sweating and clenching his teeth in anger. Qin Hong's eyes suddenly turned dull. His face also turned pale. He groaned for a few seconds. The old man collapsed to the ground, curled into a fetal position. His face was drained of blood, and foam bubbled at his lips. Ruo Wei, sweating with fear, exclaimed, What's wrong? A seizure? Bo Chung stepped forward to assess the situation. After observing, he concluded he's dead. There's a poisoned needle in his side. He must have been attacked on the way here. Hearing the answer, she was shocked. Bo Chung reminded her to pay attention to him at this moment. He said sternly, examining with sharp eyes and a cold expression, Who are you? Ruo Wei stepped in between them. She eagerly introduced him. His name is Gu Beicheng. He protected me all the way here to Taiyuan. Tonight, it was thanks to his wisdom that we drove back the enemy. He saved the common people. Gu Beicheng didn't pay attention to what she said. He cupped his fist in a request. This place is not safe to stay for long. Please, both of you. Shu Bao, quickly escort Ninth Prince back to the capital. Yang also agreed. Yes. It's too dangerous here. Bei Cheng was speechless at his attitude. He couldn't even compliment me. The guardian deity is truly cold. Ruo readily agreed, but then made a condition. Can I bring someone along? Shu Bao didn't understand. The space was transported to Chang'an's main street. Within the grounds, houses were scattered next to each other, forming a closed circle, facing the center, which was still the solid capital. Majestic and towering, the scenery was extremely peaceful. Bei Cheng rested his chin in his hand, a leaf twig in his mouth, and sighed, looking a little bored. This is the residence of Princess Pingyang. Palace maids stood guard in front of the door upon the steps. Other girls were also lined up neatly. Bei Cheng sat on the steps, sighing. Aren't you done changing yet? You promised to take me around Chang'an. I've been waiting here for half a day. It's just putting on clothes. Why so troublesome? Ruo Wei replied, sounding a bit unhappy. I'm being kind to take you out. Can you please be patient? Then, a palace maid opened the door. A beautiful woman gracefully stepped out, reminding him of her status. I'm a princess, you know. How can I always act like a commoner? He was still sitting there, not moving. He only turned his head to look at her. The reed stalk was still in his mouth. So what if you're a princess? You think you're something special? He didn't. Beicheng suddenly turned back and blurted out, Damn. On the road leading to the capital city, houses lined both sides. A beautifully designed carriage stood out among the stately buildings. 8 attendants walked in 2 rows, guarding the carriage, protecting the princess's safety, truly standing out from the crowd. Inside, Ruo Wei had changed into beautiful attire. Sunlight shone upon her, adding to her charm. She propped her hand on her forehead and arrogantly asked, Just now your eyes were wide open. Did you fall in love with this princess at first sight? Quickly, Ruo Wei changed her expression, becoming playful and cheerful. Her tone was extremely confident. But I won't hold it against you. After all, this princess is naturally gifted with beauty. Any man who sees me will react like you. Bei Cheng, hearing her words, thought helplessly. She's boasting the whole way. Doesn't this woman find it annoying? He feigned indifference, lifting the curtain to observe the world outside. Changing the subject, where are we headed now? Bei Cheng's nonchalance made Ruo Wei furrow her brows. Extremely irritable, but speechless, she puffed out her cheeks and exhaled forcefully, her tone a bit petulant. To Qin Wang's residence to gather with Heir Ge. Then we'll proceed together to the palace to see father. In her heart, she couldn't help but grumble. If anyone else dared to look at me like that, their eyes would have been gouged out long ago. From the opposite direction, a voice demanded they stop the carriage. Hui, before Ruo Wei could comprehend. A rider on horseback galloped forth, obstructing their path. "He's here to deliver a message, Your Highness. Qin Wang ordered your humble servant to bring Gu Xiaoxia to the residence for meeting first." Her attendants helped her pull back the carriage curtain. The princess peeked her head out, objecting. "Aren't we on our way there now? Why haven't go ahead?" His expression turned somber, reminding His Highness Prince Qin to discuss important matters and inviting the princess to prioritize the big picture. If she argues with Shubwa, the two of them have never even met. How could anything have happened? Indeed, Bei Cheng lightly touched her shoulder, understanding her intentions very well. "If that's the case, then I'll go ahead." He quickly jumped out of the palanquin, decisively saying that riding in a carriage is too slow. It's still faster to ride a horse. Ruo Wei instructed Theo. "When you meet Lier, don't speak carelessly." Still not reassured, she needed to add, "Did you hear? If you dare to speak carelessly, I'll tear your mouth apart." Bei Cheng leaped onto the white horse, reassuring Shubwa. I know. Contrary to Ruo Wei's worries. He winked, licked his lips, and raised his hand in a V sign, very heroic. "Wait till I meet Li Shimin. The first thing to tell him is that we are innocent. Nothing ever happened." Ruo Wei stuttered with a blushing face. The horse carried the two men away. Only the sound remained. Luo Kutusi fumed, crawling out of the sedan with flailing hands. "You scoundrel, just you wait." Uncle by Ma and Uncle Bao took Bei Cheng through the routes to the palace. In the back, and covered his mouth and yawned. Uncle Bao said coldly from the front, "There's only a short distance left. We're almost there," and rubbed his eyes. All right. Compared to a seasoned actor like me, you're quite outstanding." Bei Cheng's voice was gentle, but it made Uncle Bao's eyes flicker. "I knew you were a fake long ago. Stop pretending." The person in front suddenly disappeared. This familiar rice-pounding footwork. Never mind that for now. Two figures behind him relentlessly attack. Bo Chung shrugs them off like pesky gnats, not forgetting to throw in a sarcastic remark or two. An assassin lunges forward, sword in hand, eyes cold and fierce, seeking revenge for his brother Feng Zhu. The attacks land on the horse, causing it to whinny in pain. Bo Chung appears from behind. He raises his hand, asking darkly, "You dare to challenge me with this rabble, you little mice?" He frowns, thinking they're fast. Then, Bo Cheng's hand slams down on the assassin's head. He uses force, making the assassin's body crash down hard. His eyes roll back in his head. Just as he knocks one down, another with his sword charges in. Bo Cheng scoffs contemptuously, "A bunch of disorganized fools." He holds small, round projectiles between his fingers. Eyes sharp, he hurls them towards the ground. Smoke billows, obscuring everything. "Let's play with you guys a bit." They use their elbows to block the poison. The billowing smoke engulfs those people. Only screams and cautious reminders echo. Shu Bao clutches his weapon tightly, bites his lip in anger and curses. "They're actually using our own fog bullets. You despicable brat." The masked assassins now lie scattered on the ground. They start rambling, making him disbelieve his eyes. What? Suddenly, a hand tightly grips Shu Bao's ankle, pulling him down. Bei Cheng tightly holds his ankle and drags him to the ground. "Come down here," he says with a treacherous smile. He points his sword directly at him. "Going to such lengths to lure me here, just for this little thing?" Shu Bao has a smear of red at the corner of his mouth and says, "No wonder Feng Zhu's entire army was wiped out. You are indeed very strong. But our Lin Zhu won't disgrace our mission either." His words sent shivers down Bei Cheng's spine. "My mission was just to lure you out." Although Shu Bao is still in the same place. But seeing him jump over several buildings, he laughed mockingly. Shu Bao's laughter was triumphant, in stark contrast to Bei Cheng's urgency. "Run faster, even faster." Sweating, he understood the real intention behind luring the tiger away from the mountain. Their real target was not him, but using her to threaten Li Shimin. Bei Cheng raced back in the opposite direction, silently promising Ruo Wei in his heart, "Wait for me to come back." Ruo Wei's journey doesn't seem too smooth. A guard, drenched in sweat, blew a whistle, signaling an alert. On the road that was peaceful just moments ago, now it's getting tense. Two guards have been taken down by the bandits. Blood spurts out like water. The man next to the palanquin orders, "Princess Pingyang has been kidnapped by bandits. Immediately report to the Jingzhou prefecture. Invite the Jiamen guards to assist in capturing the thieves." The others, upon hearing the order, shout in response. Just as they finish, Bei Cheng descends from nowhere as fast as a gust of wind, striking a very cool pose, leaving the two guards in a state of utter bewilderment. One of them, seeing his uninvited presence, asks in surprise, "Who are you?" Bei Cheng completely ignores him. They focus on the task at hand. Based on the shape of the guard's wound, he assesses the rhombus-shaped wound as a ninja's kunai. Bei Cheng looks around, continuing to deduce. All struck vital points. The enemies must have acted simultaneously. Then there must be quite a few of them. To run into ninjas carrying Rual Wei on the streets, that's bound to draw attention. A guard shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" But Bei Cheng remained calm, not reacting immediately. Suddenly, Bei Cheng turned around. His eyes, sharp as knives, threatened, "If you don't want to die, shut your mouths." The guard were shocked and didn't dare say another word. Sweating, they whispered to each other, "Captain, what should we do?" "Be on guard. This killing intent. Only someone who crawled out a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood possesses it. Quick, call for reinforcements." In that moment, his eyes were drawn to something. It was the imprint of a shoe on the ground. "Bai Cheng," he thought to himself, "found you." He leaped onto the rooftops, astonishing the guards. Bei Cheng continued to dash away swiftly. Ignoring the shouts from below, he moved from roof to roof. "Stop! Don't run. The roof has cracks." He felt he was guessing in the right direction, right? This is the direction. Until a magnificent mansion appeared before his eyes. It caught his attention. At the Xin Wang residence, there is the sound of angry voices. "A brave heart, a liver of a leopard." Ashu Bao looked stern. Pointing his finger, he scolded, "Dare to harm the princess, and even threaten the prince. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the 9 generations of your family?" Lu Fu didn't appear weak, responding nimbly, "Don't rush, sir. Just hand over the account books of one Jiu Yang to me, and I guarantee Princess Pingyang will be fine. And it's not your turn to speak at this time, is it?" He continued to probe the intentions of Qin Wang, His Highness. "What are your thoughts before my question?" He frowned, pondering how to answer. Jian Cheng gritted his teeth in anger. Wasn't the Jing Zhao prefecture warned not to interfere? Who is pursuing us? The subordinate reports, "It's Gu Beicheng." The forest unit failed to capture him, and he escaped. Jian Cheng, infuriated, "Cursed, it's that Gu Beicheng again. Has there been any movement from Old Tu's people?" The subordinate smirks smugly. "They don't dare to act. The emperor is preparing to hand over Chang'an City to you. Li Shimon's capable aides have also been transferred. Only Qin Xiong is by your side. But this Gu Beicheng..." Jinqing's facial muscles relaxed. He seemed to understand. "Don't worry, I've anticipated an interception. Among those dispatched are experts." Jiancheng chuckled to himself. "If that Gu is so eager to die, then just settle it for him." Meanwhile, Bei Cheng is chasing after someone on the rooftop. He clenched the fragment tightly. Stone in hand, Bei Cheng hurled those stones forcefully and widely. "Put the person down for me." The stones successively struck the 2 fleeing masked figures. The bandit leader stopped. Using his special move, Bei Chi Divine Fire, he breathed fire from his mouth. Bei Cheng held the person, watching him unleash his move. The bandit continued to spew fierce flames, lighting up the area. After a while, the roof section hit by the fire was charred. Seeing no one, the bandit laughed gleefully. "I thought he was some kind of expert. In front of us, Fu Sang Ninja. The end result is being burned to ashes." The subordinates applauded and cheered. "Chi Guai is so great." Suddenly, a fist appeared right above the bandit's head. Bei Cheng appeared and punched the bandit's head down, causing the roof to shatter. He cursed and exposed him. "Divine fire, my ass. Aren't you just adding alcohol to the coals? A bunch of good-for-nothings who only know how to steal chickens and dogs and curse." The bandits' henchmen even echoed the insults, calling them stupid. Suddenly, Bei Cheng felt his body floating for no reason. He was a bit bewildered. The bandit, who had stood up at some point, was holding his leg and spinning him around. Then he slammed Bei Cheng onto the roof, scolding him, demanding he show some skill. "Today, I will make you pay for your arrogance." For his previous arrogance. The bandit raised Bei Cheng's leg high. "You won't die so easily, will you?" He seized the opportunity and kicked the bandit in the chin. Bei Chung swept his leg sideways, sending him flying into the air. The bandit looked like he was going to fall backward, but he quickly used his foot to kick toward Bei Cheng's face. Then a loud explosion rang out in the air, lighting up the whole area. Bei Chung used his hands to brace himself, but was still thrown back several meters. The bandit chuckled. Not bad. You can withstand a kick from my Tu-Fei Yuan's foot. He himself was even more severely injured, but still pretended to be fine and spoke loudly. Unfortunately, I've come to kill you. Bei Chung considered in his heart. Ruo Wei is missing, and only these guys know her whereabouts. Outwardly, he mocked Tu-Fei Yuan. This guy is really close. Tu-Fei then used his strength to tense his body. The great power broke through the roof. Enlightenment precedes absolute power. I want to humiliate you to death. His subordinates appeared in unison. The Mount Fuji shaking fist technique of Senior Tu-Fei. Tu-Fei gathered his strength, jumped, and lunged towards Bei Chung. He punched Bei Chung repeatedly. Using the ultimate move, Fire Seed Profound Meaning Flying, and Lu Fist, then punched Bei Chung in the stomach, lifting him high into the air. His subordinates' eyes lit up as if they were seeing their idol in person. Those were some brutal blows. His internal organs must be completely crushed. Bei Chung just shrugged it off like that. A Mount Fuji-level impact. That force wasn't even as strong as one of your kicks from earlier. He criticized while continuously punching the bandit. Isn't it just about the speed of the punches? These punches left him no time to react. Tears and snot just streamed out. Each and every blow relentlessly rained down on the bandit. A final punch sent him flying several meters away. He slammed into the wall. Bei Chung blew on his hand, seemingly satisfied. Punching like that is really exhilarating. The bandit's subordinates blinked, staring blankly. Not understanding what had just happened, Bei Chung stood with his hands on his hips, looking toward a certain direction, observing. Could he catch up by chasing in this direction? The subordinates, their faces swollen from the beating, swore vows. There's absolutely no mistake in what heaven and earth witness. Leave Bei Chung, and a threat. If you dare to deceive me, I won't spare any of you. A subordinate waved a white flag, wishing him a smooth journey. He tried his best to travel as fast as he could, hoping to make it in time. At Jian Cheng's subordinate's residence, he reported to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Huizu just sent news that he has left Gu Bei Chung far behind. He can catch up immediately, so the general will come to pick her up. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, why do you want to go yourself? What if someone nosy finds out? If it gets out, it will be detrimental. Jian Chung smiled and replied, I have to go appease her anger. After all, she is my younger sister. The subordinate flattered him. Your Highness is truly kind-hearted. The people below shouted to pass the message to him. Huizu arrived in Jiancheng, pleased that Ruo Wei is here. Lao Er can only obediently listen. Subordinate responds. Unless Li Shimin doesn't care about brotherly and sisterly love. One subordinate carried Ruo Wei, approaching Jiancheng's residence. The subordinate was still rejoicing, waving hello to everyone when a fist approached him. Bei Chung appears, punching the subordinate's face while cursing. Your grandpa. The others were startled and stepped back, not daring to continue. Jian Chung is angry at Bei Cheng's sudden appearance. Where did this guy come from? Bei Chung jumps up and catches Ruo Wei, who is still dazed. He softly and sincerely apologizes. Sorry, I'm late. Ruo Wei opens her eyes and smiles. At this moment, she is relieved. I knew you would come. The subordinates panic. He's still alive, so that means Tu-Fei Senior lost? This man is a god of war. Bei Chung is indeed a deeply ingrained bad habit of the people. Facing a stronger opponent, they immediately lose their fighting spirit. Ruo Wei urged him go quickly. But Bei Chung doesn't listen. Don't rush. There's still someone here I want to fight. A spark of hatred flickered in his eyes. His face also darkened a bit. Bei Chung emotionlessly, with a cold face, glanced up at where Jian Chung was standing. Ruo Wei lowered her voice. The atmosphere around them seemed to tighten. Put me down. Bei Chung listened and put her down, but still advised slowly. The effects of the anesthetic on your body haven't worn off yet. Ruo Wei trembled slightly. Gathering all her courage, she spoke to Ge. From childhood, the two of us have always loved following you, big brother. You locked up the teacher and took us to watch cricket fights. You even led us up the mountains to hunt. Back then, you always said you were the big brother who had to protect us. You even said that even if the sky were to fall, with Big Brother around, everything would be alright. But now, everything has changed because of power. You suspect that the second brother forced you to hand over military power, and that you condoned your subordinates' corruption. You even sent assassins. From today onwards, I, Li Ruowei, will no longer consider you my brother. Ruowei shouted as if for everyone to hear. My ties with you are severed. She spoke all the words she wanted to say, then tearfully said to Bei Cheng, let's go. He glanced at Jiansheng, restrained by his consideration for Ruowei. Today, I'll spare your life. Your head is still being kept for Li Shimin to come and take. The subordinate, seeing this, felt indignant. He couldn't let them leave. But Jiansheng coldly uttered 2 words, let it be. He was lost in thought. Turning around, he went inside and ordered to return to the Qin prince's mansion. Xu Bao was reporting. He had just received news that Gu Bei had rescued the princess. They were heading back this way. The princess was safe and sound. Shimin was also relieved. He looked at the person below. He asked alone, sneaking into my prince's mansion. You must be a formidable figure. What is your name? Lu Fu laughs and beats the drums. Qin Prince, your highness flatters me too much. You must have just received some good news. That's why you're in the mood to chat like this. Seeing that he had no intention of answering and was still being facetious, Xu Bao drew his sword and led his men forward. Men, seize him. Lu Fu hurled the wine bottle towards them, scoffing. You think you can catch me with a bunch of fools like you? You dare try to capture me? 2 subordinates rushed to shield Shermin, protecting him. Xu Bao swiftly drew his sword, slicing the wine bottle in 2. The liquid inside splattered onto the subordinate, who was shielding Shermin. Seeing the liquid begin to corrode the subordinate's skin, he immediately recognized what it was. Lu Fu opened his outer garment, a smirk of arrogance on his face. A bunch of fools scared out of your wits, aren't you? Today, I'll show you the power of sulfuric acid. Xu Bao immediately stepped in front of Shermin, protecting his highness. Lu Fu was amused. Throwing the bottle in his hand, he cursed, "Get out of my way!" Acid flew straight towards the guards' faces, causing them to cry out in agony. He took down all the guards and charged straight toward Xu. Bao Lu Fu, wielding a vial of acid, screamed, "Die!" But just then, a ray of light flashed past, smashed the acid vial in his hand. He looked at the acid on his hand. Lu Fu frowned, realizing it was a hidden weapon. He immediately jumped back, cautiously looking around. Bei Qingyang. A fist suddenly appeared behind Lu Fu. He punched straight into his elbow. The surrounding people could clearly hear the sound of bone breaking. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, Bei Cheng tightly gripped his wrist with his other hand. He successfully pinned Lu Fu to the ground before the astonished eyes of everyone. He realized that this was a capturing technique unique to modern times. How could this be? Then, Lu Fu secretly shot a dart backward, but Bei Cheng tilted his head and dodged it. Taking the opportunity, he struggled up and darted towards the opposite side. He was about to say something. At this moment, the 2 carefully looked at each other's faces and simultaneously recognized EA. Ruowei immediately led the guards, shouting, "Protect His Highness! Don't let the assassin escape! Surround him!" Bei Cheng charged forward, cursing, "It's all your fault. Where's my Yu Bao? Hand her over." Lu Fu then threw a vial of acid, scornfully saying, "You think you can?" Then he seized the opportunity to jump over the wall. Before leaving, he warned, "Little brat, I'll spare you this time. The debt between us will settle it slowly." Bei Cheng lay on the ground, frustrated. That scum is still alive, troublesome. After instructing the guards, Ruowei anxiously rushed over to ask Shermin if he was all right. He spoke first, saying he was fine. "Quickly go and treat those guards." Bei Cheng reminded them that they were corroded by strong acid. Use a large amount of running water to rinse it off, but the wounds won't heal easily. Xu Bao wondered who he was. Shimin then inquired, "Is your identity Gu Bei Cheng?" He immediately bowed his head and stammered, "Greetings, Your Highness Li Shimin." Su Bao Zet Pet Fun reminded, "Your Highness should enter the palace to meet the Emperor." Ruowei also agreed. "This is a matter of state. I will enter the palace with you, brother. Let's see how father can avoid giving eldest brother military power this time." But he told Ruowei that she had just escaped danger, so she should stay at his residence and rest, only instructing Xu Bao to follow. Then, Shimin suddenly remembered, turning his head back. "Oh right, young hero Gu." Bei Cheng blankly responded. He smiled and said it was nothing. "It's just that I feel we have a real connection." When I return from the palace, let's become close friends. These words stunned him. He couldn't imagine what close friends meant. Rualway, he said darkly, this time, the eldest brother has gone too far. Absolutely a grave offense in Father Emperor's eyes. At the very least, he'll be stripped of his title as crown prince. Hearing this, Beicheng fell into deep thought. I don't think so. Although I don't know how Li Jiansheng in history managed to escape this calamity. But the final battle between the two of them was at Xuanwu Gate. The most difficult person to deal with is that Gu Lupu. Before the transmigration, he was a cultural relic smuggler. His crimes were heinous. After the transmigration, he colluded with the enemy, becoming Li Jiansheng's accomplice. Beicheng sollten die remembiert. If Gu Lupu relies on Li Jiansheng, will the Xuanwu Gate incident still happen? He will definitely try every means to prevent it. Could it be that history will be rewritten because we two messed it up? Thinking of this, he tiredly held his head and muttered, how could this be? They waited for a long time before seeing Min return. Rualway hastily inquired, how was it? What did your father say? The aide recounted. The emperor not only didn't blame the crown prince, but scolded his highness, only wanting internal strife, disregarding brotherly love. He decreed His Highness to receive the Tujua delegation, and Princess Atina is coming to visit to atone for his misdeeds. She exclaimed in astonishment. What? How could father do such a thing? But Beicheng was not surprised at all. History books are all turned into movies and dramas. He remembered something. Wait, who did you just say is coming to visit? At this moment, at the northern gate of Chang'an City, people were gathering to watch the spectacle. Atina's entourage leisurely entered the city gate, under the curious gazes of the people. At Jiansheng's palace, Lu Bu respectfully confessed his failure to seize the books. Li Jiansheng indifferently brushed it aside. Father had no intention of blaming you. I even scolded the second one. So let's consider this matter closed. Hearing this, he got agitated. Then the crown prince should seize this opportunity to eliminate him completely. Li Shimin, Li Shimin, Jiansheng refused without hesitation. Father doesn't want the two of us fighting too fiercely. We absolutely cannot take action against the second one right now. Li Jiansheng smiled slyly and said meaningfully, but if I don't make a move, it doesn't mean others can't make a move. He suddenly got angry, crushing the wine jar in his hand. The heavenly fire that saved Taiyuan City. How could that have happened? Go investigate for this king immediately. At this moment, Tina's group arrived at the palace gates. The fanfare of welcome trumpets sounded. The guard loudly announced the great Tang Prince, General of the Tiansu Mansion, Supreme General. Li Shimin welcomes Princess Atina, leading the envoy. To visit, Shimin quickly stepped forward to greet her. The journey must have been tiring. As he finished speaking, a whip lashed out fiercely. Fortunately, Shimin was quick and dodged it. Barbarian swine. How could a Tujua princess like me be touched by a man? Great Tang, are you bullying my country because you think we have no one to fight back? Do you want war? Shimon's guard were enraged and wanted to rush forward, but he raised his hand to stop them. How dare you attack our prince? Rualway gritted his teeth. These people clearly came to cause trouble deliberately. Qin Xiong, big brother, was forcibly sent away from the capital by father. Now, not even one useful person is by my side. Congratulations, Dragon Slayer. Aiden glanced contemptuously. Where's the name you called me? Cheat hero, earlier. Curse chuckled glibly, saying, but you don't know how to use that sword properly. Properly? Aiden glanced at him, his eyes full of doubt. Curse slowly explained, I know the secret of the legendary sword that humans don't know. His eyes involuntarily contracted, and he cried out in alarm, a secret or a basic curse? A smug smile appeared. But I won't tell you for free. If you promise to serve me like a king, and never make me drink holy water again. But before the words were finished, a surge of hot blood suddenly appeared on the sword. In just a moment, the sword was surrounded by energy. Aiden successfully forged a blood pact with the sword. Curse exclaimed in surprise. Ow! Curse whispered in astonishment. Aiden coldly replied, you think your subordinates use black swords, and I wouldn't know. Brisbap is one of the 72 legendary swords. It looks simple and sturdy, but in reality, they are made from the corpses of fallen lords who once ruled the ancient underworld. Only later did people realize that they are cursed swords Each sword possesses the power of a fallen lord, and one of the 3 conditions to awaken. That power is to forge a blood pact with them. The plan to subdue Aiden, Curse angrily scolded. Damn it, I should have been able to climb on your head and sit already. Aiden coldly snorted. Serve you like a king? Yeah right, you're dead meat. Prepare to drink holy water every day. The next day, Free was handling official documents. Aiden returned from outside. He went in and told him his intentions. Free questioned him. You want to join Lord Tyride's search team? Aiden nodded slightly in response. Yes, father. Free hesitated for a moment, then said sternly, I know you're strong, but this mission is very dangerous. That place is very different from Demon Mountain. It will be very difficult for me to approve this request. Aiden looked at Free intently and said firmly, but I will go with Lord Tyrda. Before Aiden could finish speaking, Tyrda laughed loudly, interrupting, I think so too. Don't worry, Free, he said. I will ensure his safety. So Count Remus doesn't need to worry. Free sighed, slightly helpless. He said hesitantly, Son, this isn't a picnic. Aiden nodded firmly. Yes, father. But isn't this trip to ensure the safety of the territory? If it's for the sake of our territory, I want to go. Frid was unsure how to respond to this proposal. Tiri, who had traveled from afar, spoke up with a smile. Just agree, Frid. Isn't the little guy very brave? Frid was still hesitant, not knowing what to do. Aiden glanced at the tall figure beside him. Where they couldn't see, a sly smile crept onto his face. In his past life, he was a loser. But this time, he would prove his worth. Tiri seemed to sense Aiden's intentions. She mouthed, for the Duke's sake. Wait, is it definitely to awaken Beastback? Aiden shrugged indifferently. What other choice do we have? Because the second condition to awaken. The sword is to absorb as much life as possible. Defeating monsters to gather life is so convenient. The more he thought about the monsters, the more smug he became. Lucas saw his shameless smile and couldn't help but cringe. This is the first time I felt sorry for monsters. The next day, in the Pren Mountains, within the dark forest, a riot was unfolding. Monsters panicked. They fled as if the devil were chasing them. Moreover, fear was etched on their faces. It seemed something even scarier than them was behind them. After Tiri Free's persuasion, he finally agreed to let Aiden join him on the trip. So, on the day of departure, they stopped at a fortress. Aiden looked up at the city gate before him, and in his heart, he exclaimed, This is the Attila Fortress, built to defend against the magical beasts of the Pren Mountains. Or is it, the facilities and the guards are all in a sorry state. If it's a horde of goblin, I'm afraid we can't beat them. How do they manage to chase away monsters? While Aiden was dazed, a man came out from inside and bowed to them. He respectfully spoke. Hello, I am David Timon, the captain of this Attila Fortress. Welcome, esteemed guests, to visit this place. Sword Master Count Tyrid and Master Chiao, A.E. I am young Master Aiden Remus. Speaking to this point, he suddenly smirked. Even the soldiers next to him started to laugh. That title of Aiden's. Hearing these words, Lou immediately became indignant and cursed. You bastards. Aiden, on the other hand, calmly reminded Lou to stop. This action of his surprised curse a little. He questioned with suspicion. That's strange. The Dragon Slayer is being mocked, and you're still letting them? Aiden said calmly, What's the point of hitting them? I've heard it so much, I don't even bother getting angry anymore. But Tyron is different. He's protective of his people. He immediately spoke up. Is the air so fresh that insects are buzzing around? These bugs are so noisy, aren't they, Lord Tyron? As soon as he finished speaking, he began to emanate his own aura, making David tremble with fear. Yes, the air is indeed fresh. The soldiers also became as silent as clams instantly. Aiden couldn't help but smile at this scene. He really knows how to tease people. A moment later, David led Tyron and Aiden up the city walls. They walked and talked. I've heard news that monsters are attacking many territories. Aiden frowned upon hearing this and asked, Has there been any incident here? But David ignored him. He continued to talk to Tyron. Fort Attila has nothing to worry about. Aiden felt the urge to hit someone, but in the end, he restrained himself. Tiri disregarded this and sternly spoke up. Monsters are lurking outside the city, and there's nothing to worry about. David hesitated slightly, saying, Yes, because the orcs are stationed in the middle of the mountains, so probably no monsters dare to come all the way here, sir. Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but be stunned. Using monsters to control monsters? What the heck? At this moment, Curse suddenly appeared, calling out, Dragon Slayer, something big is coming. Aiden frowned slightly, asking doubtfully, "What is it? I don't see anything." But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression immediately turned grim. Aiden hurriedly yelled, "From the Tusk team, monsters are coming. Quickly close the gates." David again let his words fly in one ear and out the other, with a mocking smile. "Young master, you're joking too much. What monsters?" Luckily, Thierry realized it. He ordered in a deep voice, "Have my team close the gates immediately." David still couldn't believe it. He shouted in astonishment, "Early," but he didn't even finish his sentence. The city walls suddenly shook violently, making him exclaim in surprise. "What's that?" Thierry calmly replied, "A monster wave," just as he said, from within the forest. A swarm of monsters as numerous as the Mongol army charged out. Seeing this scene, the soldiers immediately panicked. "What is this? Viscount Timon, what should we do?" They were still looking to David for guidance, but he was shaking like a leaf at this moment, unable to utter a single word. Seeing his reaction, Thierry couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. But there was no time to correct things. He urgently roared, "What are you waiting for? Close the gate." His roar awakened the soldiers below the city walls. They immediately pulled the rope to close the gate. They were extremely rushed. A moment's delay and the monsters would swarm in. But no matter how fast they were, one slipped through. A gigantic wolf rushed in like the wind. Before the gate could fully close, the soldiers standing outside saw it. They nearly wet their pants. Their legs turned to jelly. They couldn't even lift a foot. Fortunately, Aiden appeared just in time and killed the wolf with a single strike. At the same moment, the gate slammed shut. Aiden didn't pay attention to the corpse of a monster. Instead, he looked at the black energy swirling around his sword. He sighed silently. It's not much, but absorbing life force is still good. In this situation, the soldiers are still whispering, gossiping about Aiden. Give him a fish stall and they'll create a market. Aiden, overhearing their chatter, grew angry. Not only is the situation chaotic, but they're mocking Master Zhou. Aiden, displeased, scolded them to be quiet. The two of them were mentally battling each other. Just then, the soldier Aiden had rescued approached him. He bowed gratefully, thanking the young master for saving his life. Aiden narrowed his eyes at him, then said with dissatisfaction, "Instead of thanking me, pick up your weapon and defend the city." Lu quickly rushed over, anxiously asking, "Young master, are you all right?" Aiden didn't answer. He tilted his chin forward and said, "Lu, look." Lu quickly looked outside. He saw a horde of monsters snarling at the gate. He exclaimed in shock, "They're incredibly numerous." On the contrary, Aiden gave a twisted smile and whispered, "From now on, these guys are going to be my snacks." Lu heard this and was a little confused, like, what's he getting at? Aiden didn't pay him any mind and kept talking. "Bill Zephyr, I'm going to devour them raw, right?" he said, licking the blade like some kind of weirdo. At this moment, Aiden realized his actions were a bit odd. Cyril just laughed at his misfortune. Even the Dragon King couldn't hold back. Bill Zephyr is the sword of gluttony. It stimulates the wielder's desire to absorb everything. It says it loves listening to Aiden's inner thoughts. Hearing this, he used his mind. "I need to be careful, but I came here to awaken Bill Zephyr. So I'm about to gobble up all this spiritual energy." But life isn't always a bed of roses. Shilly suddenly poked his head out from the wall and said, "Aiden, I'm going to clear up a bit and head home." Knowing his intentions, Aiden immediately panicked and shouted, "Lord Count, no, I can handle it. Count, please rest a bit." Unfortunately, Thierry didn't listen to a word he said. In a flash, he vanished without a trace. Ignoring Aiden's desperate cries, he soared into the sky, striking a totally cinematique pose. He laughed triumphantly. "I'll just wipe out the whole bunch to save trouble." Seeing the scene, the soldiers below were immediately astonished. That's a light blade. Only a master swordsman can wield it. On the other hand, Aiden was about to pull all his hair out. He said anxiously, "No, at least leave half for me. A quarter is fine. Please, my lord." But Thierry's light blade had already swept across, attacking with a storm-like momentum. Without hesitation, Thierry wiped out the monsters in one fell swoop. In less than 3 seconds, the ground was covered in corpses. Chuise laughed heartily, extremely pleased with himself. "Haha, it's been a while since I've properly exerted myself. So refreshing." On the other hand, Aiden is crying tears of defeat. With everything resolved, Dewan cautiously peeked out and gratefully said, "Thank you, you two. Thanks to you two, we didn't suffer too many casualties." Aiden remained silent. Chuise jumped in, mentioning the Dragon Slayer. Aiden irritably asked, "What? You want to mock me again?" But Chuise seriously said, "What I'm talking about isn't the monster. Aiden was shocked and asked, "Then what is it? Be more specific." He slowly explained, "Something big, but not a monster." Hearing this, the regret on Aiden's face vanished. He said in a panic, "What? If it's not a monster, then..." Before he could come up with an answer, he saw something rushing towards him. He instinctively retracted a fireball. A giant is rushing this way. Aiden immediately yelled, warning everyone to run. In an instant, flames engulfed the city walls. Its heat spread extremely wide. A group of soldiers couldn't react in time. They could only be buried in the sea of fire. Tyrion was also pushed back by its force. He pursed his lips and spoke. "Fire magic? At this level, is a mage targeting us?" Aiden gently shook his head, denying it was a mage. Curse asked with some surprise, "Do you know what that creature is?" Aiden slowly explained, "Fire magic and the Pern Mountains. Those are creatures from my past life. Because of that thing, in my past life, I almost didn't make it to heaven. How could I forget?" Curse sounded like he just heard a joke. You're going to heaven? Don't make me laugh." Right at this moment, the cheerful sound of Zhong Wui's flute suddenly drifted over. But to the soldiers' ears, it wasn't pleasant at all. They trembled and muttered. Why have they all gathered in one place? In front of the city walls, at this moment, were a horde of giant demons and ogres. David cried out in alarm. Why are the giant demons in the wastelands and the ogres in the Pryn mountains gathering together? Haven't they always fought each other? Pay no attention to him. Tyrion spoke as he headed forward. "I'll be right back, Aiden." But Aiden reminded him in a deep voice, "You can't fight them all alone." Tyrion's steps immediately faltered. He frowned and asked, "I can't." Aiden didn't answer. He calmly said, "Look behind them." Tyrion followed his words and looked over. He saw a monster holding a scepter. His expression immediately turned ugly. "What is that?" Aiden slowly explained. "That is a monster with magic and power, comparable to a sword master, a high-level rat." Hearing this, Tyrion hesitated. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Aiden, Sir Tyrion, evacuate everyone immediately, because even I can only buy a little time." Just at this moment, Aiden suddenly spoke up. "There's still a way." Tyrion looked at him in surprise. "What?" "Even I find it difficult. How do you plan to handle them?" Aiden didn't answer. He glanced at Lu La and ordered, "Lu La, lead the soldiers. Try your best to hold those creatures back." Lu La immediately took the order and ran off. Tyrion still didn't know what Aiden was planning. He asked doubtfully, "What are you planning to do?" "Just a single high-level demon is already equal to a sword master. You know you can't handle them, right?" Aiden nodded calmly. Aiden said nonchalantly, "I know. When the high-level giant demon creates a giant demon army, then defeating it is 3 times harder than usual. Even if you fight them alone, you won't last long. But there's a way for everyone to survive. Because they don't have much time, Aiden will make it brief." Immediately after, Aiden started explaining the plan to everyone. Initially, they didn't think he had any good plans, but the more they listened, Tyrion and Davin's expressions turned grim. Davin angrily spoke up. "What a joke. If the Marquis leaves now, this place will become ruins." In just 30 minutes, just as he finished speaking, the city wall behind them exploded. Smoke and fire blazed everywhere. Tyrion hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "Aiden, do you know how absurd your words are?" Aiden remained calm and responded calmly. "I know, but it's the only way. We don't have much time. Please, trust me this time." Tyrion fell into silence upon hearing that, recalling the moments from when he first met Aiden until now. Every word Aiden said astonished him. Immediately after, he smirked and said, "Just as I thought. I really want to have you. All right, I'll trust you this time. But Tyrion has a condition. If Aiden loses, you'll have to join his knight's order." Hearing these words, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. What a gambling addict. But he still agreed. Having gotten Aiden's word, Tyrion lifted off and flew away. Gusha 10 spoke up. "There's only one giant demon in this world. Just a high-grade giant? Are you sure that in your past life, you also faced this demon?" Aiden calmly stated, "Do you know how much giants and orcs hate each other? Yet, there's one that can subdue the orcs. It's him. That's also thanks to using extremely cruel methods. On this side, the giant demons have begun their attack. Its power is too great. The soldiers, like disturbed bees, had their formations broken. At the same time, Lao rushed forward on Aiden's orders. At this moment, he had arrived. Without hesitation, he swung his sword in one motion. He instantly decapitated the giant demon. Aiden was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lao to be strong enough to kill a giant demon already. The herb I gave him must have worked. Kos felt it made sense and said with emotion, "It seems that strange method worked. But that alone is not enough to kill the giant demons." The giant demons, being led by a high-level demon, was for a reason. At this moment, the demon carrying the scepter suddenly cast a spell. Flames erupted intensely, surrounding the giant demon that had just been slain. The soldiers thought they had taken it down, but then saw the floating head instantly return. The giant demon's body was like magic. Aiden realized this. The high-level giant demon could continuously regenerate. Giant demons, usually to destroy them, requires a light sword of a master swordsman or a spell from a great mage. But Aiden had another, better method. Thinking of this, he looked at his sword and smiled, saying, "You didn't eat earlier, so you must be hungry now, right? I'll let you eat some demon meat later. A second body wouldn't be bad for you. You must have suffered a lot during this time." At the same time, Lu was fighting the giant demon alone on this side. After eating Aiden's herb, he thought he would be strong enough, but he couldn't believe things would end up like this. He still hadn't repaid Aiden's kindness, and while Lu was thinking, the giant demon's fist came rushing towards him. He had no way to resist. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. But at this moment, Aiden's voice rang out. "Well done, Lu." Lu raised his head in surprise. He saw Aiden standing on the giant demon's shoulder. Then, without hesitation, he stabbed his sword down. A sharp pain immediately struck, causing the giant demon to roar. Seeing it tremble nonstop, Lu hurriedly reminded the young master to be careful. "Even if you cut off its head, it won't die." Aiden spoke calmly. "All right, Beelzebub, it's feeding time." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in Aiden's hand began to emit swirling dark energy. His body didn't possess the strength of a master swordsman or a grand mage, but Aiden had Beelzebub's gluttonous power. The great mage Beelzebub would absorb the target, and once the target was absorbed, it would be completely annihilated. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the giant monster fell to the ground. Seeing the scene, the high-ranking demon's expression immediately turned grim, but Aiden laughed triumphantly. "Giant demons are delicious, aren't they? Just one is equivalent to a dozen wolves." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at the demons behind him. Aiden's fierce gaze immediately startled the demons. Still not enough. A perverted smile bloomed on Aiden's lips, accompanied by a lip-licking gesture. "Wonder if brains are delicious? Bapu, want to try them?" Immediately after, Aiden began to massacre the monsters. In the blink of an eye, he stood atop a mountain of corpses. He glanced back at the monsters. A twisted smile spread across his face. "Not enough? Not nearly enough. There's still plenty of giant demons inside. No matter how much I eat, I'm still hungry. Isn't that right?" Bapu heard this. The surviving monsters behind him trembled in fear. The advanced monster gnashed its teeth in anger. It immediately raised the scepter high in its hand, creating a raging fire. But Aiden didn't panic. He weaved through the flames with lightning speed. He muttered as he ran, "You guys seem really angry. Don't you dare mock me. Instead of running around like a coward, why not face it? Dragon Slayer." Aiden indifferently shrugged and pouted in response. "I did that in my past life. But now, I can only run. If I get hit by his fire magic, I'll become roasted meat. You talked to Tiri earlier. You just need to endure until he arrives." While Aiden was thinking, an axe suddenly swung at him. Curse hastily reminded Dragon Slayer above. Aiden, slightly startled, looked up. Luckily, he dodged it in time. The monster's axe crashed into the ground. Fiercely biting his lip, Aiden angrily cursed these brainless bastards. How troublesome, right now, Curse suddenly reminded him. "But the Dragon Slayer, why didn't you absorb the orcs just now? Maybe not as good as the giant devil, but they still had quite a lot of vitality." Hearing this, Aiden smiled mysteriously. "That's because they will be put to other uses. If Tiri, our esteemed one, arrives in time, not killing the orcs will be more beneficial. Until then, I just need—" Aiden was about to say something. A flame suddenly struck. His expression immediately turned grim. He pursed his lips and said, That high-level giant devil used fire magic again. The flames grew larger and larger. Before long, it engulfed a large area. The high-level monster strutted proudly in the raging flames. Just at this moment, it suddenly saw something in the sky. Aiden soared through the air, striking a magnificent pose. He roared fiercely. "All right, let's try burning everything down now." Without the swift ring, I'd probably be roasted by now. But just then, Curse suddenly jumped out and said something like, Aiden was a bit dubious. What does he want to say? He hesitated for a moment. Then he mocked. "If you're dodging in the air, how are you planning to evade the next attack?" It was at this moment that Aiden realized this. That's right. How am I going to dodge fire while floating in the air? The raging flames surged toward him once more. Aiden shouted hastily, "I can't die here like this." Luckily, at this moment, Tiri arrived just in time, and the sword light in his hand immediately slashed out. It successfully blocked the flames. He also didn't forget to praise. "Well done, Aiden." Seeing him, Aiden immediately perked up, extinguishing all the flames in an instant. Just as you thought, a sword master is something else entirely. Traveling so far and arriving in such a short time. Looking at the person beside him, it seems everything is under control. Seeing that person, the elite monster Chow Cap immediately shouted, "Why is he here?" The monsters around were equally terrified. Aiden laughed triumphantly. "The tables have turned, you hideous giant demons." But his joy didn't last long. Curse spoke up, reminding him, "Dragon Slayer, you're falling." Aiden was stunned. Realizing he was falling helplessly, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, I've used up all my strength." And falling, it's fortunate that before his butt hit the ground, then fell into someone's warm embrace. The person quickly and safely landed on the ground. Aiden looked at the person who had just dropped him. He was a bit speechless. The one who caught him was actually that monster, but he still sincerely thanked him. But the monster didn't care. He walked straight to the trembling monsters. On this side, the knights outside were also stunned by this scene. That orc just saved the young master. Never mind. Ignoring everyone's reactions, the orc slowly spoke. "I apologize for not being able to protect you. My comrades." It said up to this point. It suddenly paused and shouted, "Let's avenge ourselves against the giant demons who have insulted us." As soon as it finished speaking, a horde of orcs appeared, facing off against the giant demons. Seeing the scene, the knights outside were a little too slow to react. What's going on? Why are the orcs suddenly attacking the giant goblins? Aren't they on the same side? What on earth is happening? The girl was shocked and expressed the same sentiments as you. Aiden nonchalantly said, "I told you so." That's why. How the high-level giant goblin can control the orcs. It exploited the orcs' loyalty to their tribe and chieftain to fight against them. It used the chieftain and the young as hostages to control them. But what if all the hostages have been released? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's why Aiden didn't absorb the orcs. At this moment, the high-level monster couldn't hold back anymore. The hand holding its staff was trembling incessantly. It roared fiercely, "My plan." But before it could finish the sentence, something unexpected happened. Tiri charged in from afar and attacked. But it managed to use fire magic to defend itself. This action surprised Tiri a little. Indeed, a foe who can rival a master swordsman. Just like Aiden said, if he were alone, he wouldn't be able to win. But he wasn't alone at this moment. Aok, who had been with him until now, also began to join the battle. Aok is another master swordsman. Things had changed. The high-level monster was besieged by two master swordsmen. It simply couldn't escape. The roar kept echoing. Tiri, following orders, said, "Enough with the roar. Be silent and die." Fiercely biting its lip, the high-level monster angrily cursed. "I can't die meaninglessly like this. I will never forgive the people who killed my parents." As soon as the words left his mouth, flames appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, Tiri was a little surprised, wondering what was happening. This magical power is so strange. Even the old head paused for a moment. Under their doubtful gazes, the high-level monster suddenly tilted its head back and roared, "I will detonate all the magic power in my body and send you all to meet your maker with me." Tyron quickly moved aside, falling into thought. Even he can't stop this. The knights won't be able to withstand the erupting flames either. Immediately after, he shouted loudly, "Everyone run! It's about to explode." But as soon as he finished speaking, Aiden suddenly dashed forward like the wind. Tiri cried out in panic, "Aiden, come back. You'll die." But Aiden didn't listen at all. At this moment, he even wore a smug smile. He charged straight towards the high-level monster. Adopting the ultimate sword-wielding stance, Aiden roared ferociously, declaring this final blow on the monster would be his. Boom! A world-shaking explosion erupted. The sword in Aiden's hand pierced straight into the high-level monster. Two powerful energies rapidly collided. Aiden gripped his sword tightly, exerting all his strength to hold onto the monster's body. He grinned triumphantly. The final blow is mine. Time for the main course. PSHHH. The magic power emanating from the monster's body intensified. But Bilizbub in Aiden's hand relentlessly absorbed it. Everyone outside was extremely worried. Tiri, on the other hand, was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Aiden to withstand that explosion. Does he have another plan? Inside the explosion, Aiden still held the sword firmly, allowing it to absorb the spiritual energy. The Bill Zephyr right now is shrouded in dark energy. The amount of spiritual power and mana is more than you think. You probably can't absorb all of it. At this moment, the high-ranking monster suddenly roared. Aiden's expression suddenly darkened, and he fiercely pursed his lips. Just a little more. As he spoke, he gripped his sword tightly, ignoring the fact that Bill Zephyr was trembling from spiritual power overload. Aiden hurriedly yelled, "Curse, now I need your help." Curse immediately manifested, disgruntledly scolding Aiden. "How dare you use me for things like this? But if you promise not to drink the sacred elixir for a week, then I'll help." Aiden was dying of anxiety, and Curse was teasing him. He frantically shouted, "Okay, hurry up. The sword has absorbed enough vitality. Now, the final condition to awaken the sword is to transmit demonic power to awaken the fallen lord, sleeping within the sword." The girl swiftly placed her hand upon the sword and softly spoke, "Awaken, devourer god Beelzebub." Instantly, invisible shackles binding Beelzebub began to stir. The sword bloodshot eyes also cracked open. A deep voice echoed, "Demonic power, huh? It's been a while. I'm the consciousness of the devourer god who devoured the sky. Who dares awaken me?" Hearing the roaring voice, Aiden realized the awakening was successful. He couldn't help but sigh in awe. Truly, the ancient ruler of hell is something else entirely. If you were a normal person, your mind would be controlled and become a puppet. But you have what he fears most right now. "Curse, it's been a while since you've spoken. By Air Zabulin, who do you ask woke you up?" The familiar voice startled by Air Zabulin, a tone tinged with fear. "Why are you here, Lord of Hell?" A light snort. Curse coldly said, "Enough chit-chat. Hand over your power to me now." By Air, Lebuka trembled as he spoke. "I didn't expect to meet you as soon as I woke up." Curse, too lazy to listen to his nonsense, interrupted in a deep voice. "Will you hand it over or not?" Even if he had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare not hand it over. The Lord of Hell has defeated all the lords, and fell and became the ruler of Hell. No wonder he fears the Lord of Hell so much. Aiden glanced at Curse, smiled and said, "You're useful after all." Curse glared at him. "Biaomei, open your mouth and remember your promise." Right at this moment, a powerful surge of magic ignited once again. Aiden nodded firmly. "Of course," he said. He gripped his sword tightly and roared, "Devour it, Bilri." The demon within the sword, following Aiden's shout, began to absorb spiritual energy, causing the monster to scream in agony. Sensing its spiritual energy was about to be depleted, the monster raged no. The swirling vortex of magic continued to churn, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. "Tiri," shouted urgently, "I can't see anything. Everyone, be careful." At the same time, inside that surge of magic, Aiden was still fighting fiercely. He yelled ferociously, "Become my power." The life-or-death battle continued on. After a while, the magic gradually dissipated into the air, to return a clear blue sky to the world. Aiden stood proudly, proving he had won. At this moment, Tiri finally saw everything clearly. He muttered, asking, "The wind has stopped. Where's the giant demon?" Only an AI answered him, while Aiden remained silently standing there. He had absorbed all of the true power of the spirit god, all of its vitality and mana. At this moment, Aiden suddenly felt a wave of nausea rise in his throat. He quickly covered his mouth. Seeing this caused teased, "Eating it all is your own fault, you know. No matter how powerful the strength, if it is abused, it will become poison, a dragon slayer. You will have to vomit it out." Aiden was unwilling. He would swallow it all at any cost. But that nauseous feeling, like morning sickness, he really couldn't bear it. At this moment, Aiden suddenly saw an egg at his feet. Aiden realized it was a phoenix. No wonder it used fire magic. It was absorbed by the high-level giant demon, then returned to its dormant state. This is a species as rare as a dragon. Don't you know why it's here? But Aiden quickly dismissed this question, because he was thinking about something else. If he ate it, could he use fire magic? Curse couldn't help but remind him. "Weren't you about to throw up from eating too much?" Shrugging indifferently, Aiden smirked, said, "That's right. But being able to use fire magic is a different story." Curse sighed helplessly. "Looking at you, I feel. It makes me realize how greedy a person can be." Aiden ignored this meaningless teasing. He sat down next to the egg, said smugly, "Thanks for the meal, but things aren't always that easy." Teely C came up from behind and slapped him hard on the back, praising, "You finally succeeded, Aiden." This unexpected slap caused everything Aiden had just swallowed to come spewing out. Seeing this scene, Teely C couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Are you okay?" Ku Air C laughed at his misfortune. "Serves you right for being so greedy." And T Lin had also noticed the egg. He exclaimed in astonishment, "That's a phoenix. Why is such a rare creature here?" Aiden didn't care. He was crying on the side, tears mixed with the stuff he was throwing up. His mana and vitality weren't enough to eat a phoenix. But at this moment, the eggshell suddenly cracked. Aiden stared in shock at the cracks. Why so suddenly? But he was out of options, forced to watch a hatch. Before long, a pair of fiery wings appeared. The fire phoenix soared through the vast sky. Koss didn't miss the chance to taunt Aiden. "The phoenix, after receiving mana from your vomit, has awakened." Seeing the creature that had just appeared, the knights outside were also surprised. They knew it was the legendary phoenix. To see it with their own eyes was a stroke of luck. Everyone was admiring the phoenix. Aiden, on the other hand, glared at Tai Lin with resentment. It's all because of this old man. He had missed his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While Aiden was thinking, his head suddenly felt heavy. The fire phoenix suddenly landed on Aiden's head. He didn't understand why it was sitting on his head. Under the suspicious gazes of everyone, the fire phoenix suddenly chirped twice. Immediately afterward, around Aiden's body, a surge of energy instantly appeared, along with a scorching flame. Seeing this scene, Dee Lee and Lu outside panicked immediately. Aiden, thinking it knew he had tried to eat it and was now trying to burn him alive. But its fire wasn't hot at all. What was going on? Curse jumped out to explain. "That's a blessing from the phoenix. It will grant you the power to resist most flames, because it awakened thanks to your mana. It probably sees you as its savior." Hearing this, Aiden instantly rejoiced. Then he will have an advantage against that Sora. A moment later, the phoenix's feathers began to fall, right in front of Aiden. Without hesitation for a moment, the phoenix also quickly departed. Aiden watched it go, then picked up one of its feathers. Teary hurriedly ran over, anxiously asking if he was okay. "You were just burned." "Yes, I'm fine." Aiden waved his hand, smiling and confirming he was all right. Teary then spoke up in praise. "Because I met you. I've witnessed so many incredible things." Aiden replied modestly, laughing, "I'm just as confused as you are. This is the first time I've seen these things too." Then, he noticed something again. Aiden glanced at the person approaching and asked with suspicion, "You're the leader of the orc tribe. Why are you still here? Do you want to fight again?" He was silent for a long moment, his hands clenched into fists. Aiden thought he wouldn't speak again, when suddenly a deep voice emerged. "Breaking the oath comes at a price. The price is death. Behead me." Aiden couldn't help but wonder, are you suspecting him of breaking the oath? What oath? And so the orc chieftain told Aiden about his oath. A long time ago, the family head, Remus, and the orc chieftain fought on this land. The orc chieftain lost and swore never to descend the mountain again. Then they decided to settle in the mountains and protect this land. Finally, Aiden understood the reason. Orc didn't descend the mountain, and orcs were a race that respected oaths more than their own lives. After finishing the story, the orc chieftain spoke again. "My head is enough. Please spare my tribe." Aiden casually waved his hand, not paying attention, and said, "I don't need your head. Go back." However, the orc chieftain was unwilling and shouted loudly, "The oath of our ancestors! I must pay the price for breaking it." His voice truly angered Aiden. It was too noisy. He wondered if he should just behead him. But they were protecting their territory, after all. So, he decided to be patient. Thinking this, he was about to leave, only to suddenly remember something. He hastily turned around and spoke up. "Then pay with something other than your head." Hearing this, the snail tribe leader was immediately shocked. The next day, at the fortress that had been destroyed, everyone was starting to rebuild. Seeing this scene, Thierry couldn't help but wonder, am I seeing things? Aiden chuckled softly and casually said, "Is that a compliment?" "Thank you, sir." At the same time, the fortress soldiers were struggling with the sandbags because they were too heavy, but conversely, the snails could carry them as if they were pebbles, extremely skillfully. Thierry stood outside watching the people going back and forth. The shock in his eyes hadn't faded. He whispered, "Orcs and humans working together? How?" Aiden winked and said, "It usually takes months, but with the orcs' help, it'll only take a week. The orcs protected the chieftain's life. We can cooperate for mutual benefit." Hearing this, Thierry couldn't help but chuckle. "You never cease to amaze me. It's like talking to a dragon that's lived for centuries." "By the way," he said, "they should leave this to the slaughter tower. Now, even the monsters from the abyss have appeared. It's out of control." Hearing this, Aiden's expression immediately changed. He said solemnly, "Understood." Having achieved his goal, there was nothing else to worry about. He only wanted to awaken Billy Beaufey, but even receive the blessing of the Phoenix. Now, you should probably quietly return to practice more. Another day passes. Aiden returned on horseback, and the people also came to see him off. "Thank you for saving our territory, young Master Remus. You are amazing, Lord Joe, long live." Aiden silently listened to the chatter below. His expression immediately turned helpless. He didn't know where these rumors came from, and he extremely hated these superficial welcomes. Even Curse couldn't help but chuckle. They aren't being superficial. Maybe they just want to see you as a hero. Aiden immediately curled his lip. "Hero." What's the point of being a hero? Heroes don't bring in money. Hearing these words, Kyle immediately retorted with displeasure. "Money? You're more suited to being a mercenary than a knight." Aiden didn't reply, only smirked. After all, this time he only intended to train quietly. Aiden traveled for a long day and finally returned to the Remus County estate. He went straight to Cassie's research room. After listening to Cassie's report, Aiden couldn't help but feel troubled. "There's no way to fix it?" Cassie shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm sorry, but there's no way for now. It seems the mana disruption syndrome in my body is getting worse. I think we need more potion ingredients than when we were treating that cute knight." Aiden frowned slightly and asked, "How much will it cost?" "I can pay." Cassie sighed helplessly. "Money isn't the problem. We need an alchemist. The alchemist to create the highest grade elixir can only be found in the royal palace. Anyway, she's very grateful to Aiden. If she stays here, she will wither away while searching for a cure." Upon hearing this, Aiden immediately stood up and said nonchalantly, "Then we just need to find an alchemist, right?" Cassie was a little helpless. "Didn't you hear? That young master must." But she hadn't finished speaking when Aiden coldly interrupted, "I know someone." With that, he turned and headed for the door, not forgetting to reassure her, "Don't worry, just wait here, I'll be back soon." Initially, Cassie still had doubts. Aiden suddenly came to her and offered to help her cure her mana disconnection syndrome, even providing research funds. Knowing her body couldn't last long, she had no choice but to accept his offer. But in the end, Cassie was devastated. She was completely crushed upon learning that the cure for her body was almost impossible. And now, everyone Cassie has met is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. But Aiden is different. Though his words are cold, his actions are warm. It's been a long time since she's felt this warmth. Cassie took a deep breath, thinking. After calming her emotions, she spoke steadily. "Young master, you're quite interesting. Then please bring me an alchemist. After all, my research is perfect." Aiden just smiled without answering. Then he lifted his foot and stepped out. Curse then materialized, speaking with suspicion. You're acting for the benefit of others? They say such sudden changes are dangerous. You must be careful. Aiden curled his lips, casually replying, I'm just keeping my promise. Promises are crucial for mercenaries. Anyway, I was planning to visit Old Man Gene, because you know he doesn't have much time left. 3 days later, in McAllen City, the noisy sounds of the streets echoed endlessly. Aiden, blending into the crowd, couldn't help but sigh. The Empire's largest free trade city. It truly is a bustling city. Cuss asked with some doubt, This is the city? What do you mean? Aiden slowly explained. A famous city, a place where you could feel everyone working diligently, and then it disappeared because of a dragon's attack. Thinking of this, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. I'm probably the only one who finds this situation strange. Cuss, reading his thoughts, asked suspiciously, So, the Dragon Slayer Gene, where's the talent you're talking about? Aiden calmly replied, I'm looking for directions, so be quiet. On the other side, in the suburbs of McAllen City, a group of thugs was surrounding a man. The ringleader was constantly yelling, Didn't I tell you to prepare the goods for today? The surrounded man fearfully cowered in the corner and trembled, saying, But no matter how hard I try, I can only make one a week. If you suddenly force me to double my work, to create those miraculous, high-grade elixirs. He hadn't even finished speaking when the ringleader punched the wall as a warning. He coldly said, I don't give a damn. Be careful, Joseph. If you don't deliver the goods tomorrow, your collateral will suffer. Joseph's expression turned ugly upon hearing this. A voice suddenly echoed from outside the alley, threateningly. Extortion scam? If anyone is in trouble, come find me. This sound caught the attention of the people inside. The leader immediately ordered, Who is it? Karen, handle it. The person named Karen immediately stepped forward. He coldly asked, Who are you? What are you doing here? The other person smirked, Don't you know me? This attitude infuriated Karen. He gritted his teeth, cursing, Stop loitering around and get lost. Unfortunately, the other person didn't care. He poked his head out, looking at Joseph, and asked, Are you being blackmailed, threatened, or scammed? Being ignored, Karen's fury reached its peak. He gritted his teeth, snarling, You son of a bitch, how dare you ignore me? Immediately after, he threw a punch towards the other person's face. However, the other person simply waved his hand, causing Karen to fly out and crash hard into the wall. Seeing this, the thugs immediately panicked. The leader frowned and asked, Who the hell are you? The person who arrived was Aiden. He smirked and said, Move aside, I need to see a client. With that, Aiden retracted his hand. Interrupted, the leader grabbed his sword and charged. He roared fiercely, You dare touch my people? I'll kill you. Unfortunately, his attack speed was too slow. Aiden easily dodged by sidestepping. Right after that, he closed in on the leader and gave a mysterious smile. Without hesitation, Aiden reached out and pulled down the leader's pants, revealing underwear printed with cute cheesy bears. Exposing a secret, the leader flew into a rage. He roared, You damn pretty boy. Aiden frowned, looking at him displeased, and asked, What did you just say? The leader screamed maniacally again. You think you can lay a hand on Severus, huh? The #1 predator in this city, of this market land, and get away with it? You're a dead man. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful surge of energy suddenly struck. His sword shattered instantly. This scene nearly made the leader wet his pants. He asked trembling, Who are you? How can you use sword aura? Aiden at this moment drew the Bilsbap sword, surrounded by energy. He pressed close to him and said coldly, Your eyes are about to need some fixing. A moment later, Aiden fiercely used Bilsbap to beat the leader. He was beaten into a pig's head. Aiden snorted coldly. Dare to compare me to a goblin? Consider yourself lucky that I'm still generous. Seeing Aiden's face, the remaining thug trembled as he asked, Why is a young master like him in a slum? Like this. Aiden didn't pay him any attention. He slowly walked towards Joseph, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, Uncle, what's wrong? Do you need my help? I offer service fees at a reasonable price. Joseph stared intently at Aiden. A swordsman had awakened. Was Sword Light offering to help him? And for such a cheap price? He wouldn't demand something else later, would he? Could he trust him? Aiden saw the hesitation in his eyes and said nothing, only smiled faintly. He knew he had no other choice. Sure enough, soon after, Joseph cried out and begged, Please help me. Joseph was a famous alchemist from Zhongguo, in the underworld of McAllen City. His daughter had been kidnapped by the Saberoth gang. Although Joseph tried to resist, it was all in vain. The little girl was still taken away. The head of the Saberoth gang told him that as long as he gave them 1 elixir a week, they would protect his daughter. He even said it was a fair deal. Remember, this is a very dangerous place. For his daughter's safety, Joseph gritted his teeth and endured in his past life. He had to deliver the elixir for years. But when he heard the news that his daughter had died long ago, he begged for revenge. Then he committed suicide to reunite with his daughter. That was just the past life. It's not too late now. Not hearing an answer, Joseph cried and said, "I'll give you everything you want. Just please save my daughter." Achieving his goal, Aiden smirked slightly. "You can confidently speak up now, old man," he declared. "But remember to keep your word. You have to give me anything I want." Koss finally couldn't hold back any longer. He sneered. Gibo said to the only one with greed, even bigger than his. Aiden ignored him, glancing back towards the fleeing man, coldly calling out, "You, over there!" The thug's steps immediately faltered. His body instinctively trembled, shaking. Aiden instantly closed the gap, coldly saying, "Yes, you. You thought I'd just let you go?" He stated that he had some questions, but he figured the guy wouldn't be willing to answer. "So let's start with a few punches." And so, screams echoed through the alley. On another front, at the main headquarters of the Saberoth gang, in the gang leader's office, Uncle looked at the documents in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and said smugly, "With Joseph's 2 pills, we're going to make a fortune. Should I try one myself? It's so good for the body." Just then, the door suddenly burst open. He immediately cursed in displeasure. "Who dares to enter my room without knocking?" But as soon as he finished speaking, Uncle recognized one of his men returning. He excitedly asked, "Oh, it's you? Did you bring back Joseph's pills? But why is your face so swollen?" Before the man could answer, another figure appeared in the room. Aiden stepped in from the outside, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, "Peek-boo, found you." Ngu looked at him suspiciously, asking, "Who are you? How dare you do this to someone in my gang? I don't know what you want, but you're walking into the tiger's den. Going into the tiger's den like this, you're really a fool." As he said this, he reached under the table and pressed a button. This was an emergency alarm. "As soon as I channel energy into it, it'll go off. Uncle's men will be here soon." That's what he thought. Aiden would be finished. But life isn't always a dream. Uncle waited for a long time, but no one responded. His expression immediately turned ugly. Why hasn't anyone come? Is the alarm broken? Unable to bear it any longer, he directly yelled for help. "Is anyone out there? There's an intruder here." Aiden arrogantly wiggled his ear, saying mockingly, "Your gang members? When I arrived, I already put them into a very deep sleep." Just like he said, the Saberoth's people are falling into sweet dreams. Aiden glared at Anko and said coldly, "But for you, I won't let you sleep so easily. Hand over Joseph, Ra's daughter." Hearing the name, Joseph, Anko immediately sneered in contempt. "Are you a mercenary brought by Joseph? Don't be arrogant when you've only taken down a few guys. You brat, because the strongest guy in this gang is me." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of energy appeared in his hand and struck. In an instant, the room echoed with fighting sounds. But who's fighting? Well, everyone probably knows. A moment later, at the prison cell deep below, Anko, with a face swollen like a pig's head, led Aiden down. His hands trembled as he opened the door. "The girl is here." Aiden looked at the room and scolded in dissatisfaction. "You guys are locking a little girl in here? You guys are such bastards." Uncle gently shook his head, then pushed the door open and entered. He walked in while explaining, "But that little girl, she isn't a normal child. She might look calm now, but usually it's just that it hasn't." As he finished speaking, a small figure emerged from the room, but the kick was anything but light. The little girl directly kicked Uncle out. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. She said coldly, "I'm going to kill you." Seeing this scene, Aiden couldn't help but admire. That girl is pretty good, even though he had beaten that guy half to death. While he was thinking, Kerr suddenly jumped out and said, "That little girl is using a rather interesting power." Aiden was slightly startled. Then he noticed the girl attacking him. He used his hand to block, dealing with her at the same time. Just talked with Curse. "You said it's an interesting power?" Curse nodded slightly, replying, "The power of a very troublesome guy." Aiden frowned upon hearing this. "Whatever, not your business. Your mission is to bring her back to Joseph." At this moment, Alice shouted fiercely, "Take me back to my dad. I want to see my dad." Aiden nodded calmly. "Yeah, let's go see your dad." These words made the girl's actions freeze. Let's go, Alice. I can't believe. Does that mean I'll see my daddy? Aiden reached his hand out to the little girl, smiling gently. That's right, Alice. Your dad asked me to come rescue you. Let's go home. Alice's hands trembled slightly. The little girl still couldn't believe it, asking back, I'll really get to see my daddy? Yes, let's go. Aiden reassured her slowly. Immediately, Alice threw her arms around his neck. The little girl started crying loudly. I was so scared. I miss my daddy. Aiden gently stroked the little girl's back, comforting her. It must have been scary being here alone. You're safe now. Let's go see your dad. Seeing this touching scene, Quarksy couldn't help but scoff. I didn't expect you to still have a heart of compassion in you. Aiden snorted coldly upon hearing this. What kind of person do you think I am? Do I seem so bad in your eyes? A moment later, Aiden brought Alice back. The little girl excitedly shouted, Daddy, as soon as she reached the door. Hearing the sound, Joseph immediately turned around. The two embraced tightly. Because she hadn't seen her father in a long time, Alice kept crying with a sense of grievance. Joseph stroked her head soothingly. Daddy is so sorry. Aiden observed the father and daughter in silence. After a while, Alice cried herself to sleep. Joseph then went to thank Aiden. Thank you so much. Aiden waved his hand with a slight smile. It's not over with just a thank you. Now comes the most important part. The part where you pay me back, my client. Looking at his lewd smile, Joseph couldn't help but shiver. Of course, I should pay your reward. How much do you want? Aiden raised his eyebrows and asked, How much do you think your daughter's life is worth? Joseph hesitated for a moment, silent for a long time before he spoke. To me, she is more precious than my own life. If money is what Aiden wants, then I will spend my whole life working to pay you back. Hearing this, Aiden clicked his tongue and sighed. I have plenty of that. Do you have anything else? Like your alchemy techniques, perhaps? As soon as the words left his mouth, Joseph's face immediately darkened. Biting his lip fiercely, he questioned suspiciously, You mean my alchemy? Nodding calmly, Aiden naturally admitted, That's right, an alchemist, with skills as meticulous as possible, is what I need right now. Joseph, though unwilling, still spoke in a deep voice. Understand, so you helped me because you wanted my alchemy skills, but you helped me once, so I must repay the favor. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and opened his wooden box. Inside, a divine elixir was revealed. This was what Aiden had seen in his previous life. Joseph explained in a deep voice. This is a top-grade divine elixir that I've made. Try it. I used all my skills to make it. Aiden looked at it, drooling. His eyes shining brightly, he asked, Can I drink it? Joseph nodded slightly and replied, Of course. This is part of my repayment to you. The girl saw his expression. She couldn't bear to watch. Disgruntled, she scolded, Dragon slaying Aiden. Wipe your drool. It's gross. Aiden didn't care. He put the divine elixir in his mouth and said dismissively, You only say that because you haven't tasted this elixir. If you drink this elixir, then... He hadn't even finished speaking. A powerful surge of energy appeared. It was constantly fluctuating within Aiden's body. Sensing this, Aiden's eyes lit up, just as expected. Truly top-notch high-grade stuff. Just drinking one elixir, and his mana has doubled already. Thinking this, Aiden happily spoke up. Unrivaled excellence. Joseph smiled and opened his mouth. Then as thanks, I will continue to make these elixirs for you. Aiden raised an eyebrow, looking at him, and gave an enticing offer. Instead of that, why don't you join our Duke's household? If you agree, then we will protect you and your daughter. Hearing this, the expression on Joseph's face immediately changed. He exclaimed in shock, The Duke's household? Thinking about it. Exactly who are you? Unconsciously smiling, Aiden calmly replied, Please forgive me for only introducing myself now. I'm the eldest son of the Remus family. The moment Aiden Remus said this, Joseph was utterly shocked. Aiden Remus, could it be? Are you the Duke's prince that the town has been buzzing about recently? Hearing that title, Aiden's expression immediately turned sour. Again, Duke's prince? Curse couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like you've got a bad reputation. After a moment of shock, Joseph regained his composure. He asked suspiciously, What wind has blown a young master of a duke's house to such a humble place like this? Aiden said calmly, I have a problem that I need your urgent help with. If you can help me solve this problem, then our duke will protect your family for life. That's an attractive offer, isn't it? Joseph nodded slightly in response. That's right. But what exactly is the problem I need to address? But what exactly is the problem I need to address? First, let's talk about the urgent issue. A moment later, at Cassie's lab, Aiden had brought Joseph here for him to examine. Her. After a while, he said seriously, this is the most severe man-of-vein syndrome I've ever encountered. If it weren't for the superior strength of the beastmen race, she wouldn't have made it this far. Speaking. He looked at the papers plastered on the wall again. Frowning, he continued. This disease can definitely be cured. If we prepare the medicine according to the method that the master showed me. But the problem lies in obtaining the necessary ingredients to prepare it. Hearing this, Aiden asked with suspicion. Can't we just buy those ingredients? Joseph hesitated for a long time before answering. The ingredients containing these are not materials. There's really no way to obtain them. It says here that man-of-vein syndrome is a disease where the mana veins freeze. According to this treatment, they need mana with extremely hot fire attributes to thaw those mana veins. Frozen, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. Aiden interrupted. How can we obtain mana with extremely hot fire attributes? Mentioning this, Joseph fell into silence. Cassie chimed in. You can obtain it from the heart of the fire dragon or the feathers of a fire phoenix. But how can we find those legendary creatures? Thank you for your help. You mean something like this? Aiden casually asked, then took something out of his pocket. He raised his eyebrows with a smile. I have it, a feather of the fire phoenix. Cassie and Joseph instantly gaped. Looking at the thing in his hand, they exclaimed in disbelief. Why do you have that? How did you get something that we've only heard legends about? Their overreaction startled Aiden a bit. He explained confusedly. Did the fire phoenix drop it, maybe? Ignoring the reason he had it, Joseph hurriedly went over and took the fire phoenix's feather. He nodded and smiled. This is enough. With this, it's definitely possible. Give me 2 days. Hearing these words, Cassie in the back was a bit speechless. Tears started falling from her eyes, partly from emotion, partly from joy. Finally, the terrible disease within her had a chance to be cured. Just then, there was a knock on the door from outside. Philip's voice followed. Young Master Aiden, are you in there? Aiden frowned instinctively, asking, Philip, what is it? Philip quickly replied, Master Fred is looking for you. Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but tremble. He forgot. This time he disappeared without a word. Immediately after, Aiden went to Fred's office. Fred squinted at him, asking, I heard you went to Michelin City this time? Yes, I had some business there. Aiden nodded slightly, apologetically said, I'm sorry. I should have informed you before I left. But Fred shook his head and smiled. I didn't call you here to scold you. Aiden couldn't help but be surprised. Then what did he call him here for? Unable to figure it out, he asked directly. Then, why did you call me here, Father? Fred pulled out an invitation card, explaining, we received an invitation to attend the Crown Prince's upcoming birthday banquet. This time, Father wants you to attend the party with me. Hearing this, a hint of panic flashed across Aiden's face. We're so busy. It was time to go. He immediately questioned, usually attending banquets like this isn't the norm for Anat. Usually a family representative attending such events. Fred nodded calmly, saying casually, that's right, but he declined to participate this time because he's busy with matters in the Knight's Order. Besides, many people would like to meet you. But I'm very busy too, Aiden sighed helplessly. Just then, he remembered something. He quickly asked, Father, this year is 450 according to the imperial calendar, right? Fred nodded slightly, saying, that's right, my son. No matter how much you dislike it, you still have to attend this banquet. Aiden thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go. Fred was a little taken aback by his quick change of heart. He hurriedly explained, you're busy, so I guess I don't have much of a choice. I'll go. Consider it an introduction to everyone. Hearing this, Fred nodded and smiled, saying, I understand. You've made a wise decision. Go carefully. The two father and son talked a bit more. Aiden then quickly left Fred's room. Kirsten jumped out and asked, You wouldn't go to a place like that for no reason. Suddenly agreeing to attend the banquet. What's your real motive? Aiden slowly explained. A big event will take place at the banquet this year. The black mages will attack while the banquet is in progress. And the mastermind of everything is the queen of the dark mages, the Silver Witch. Aiden is planning to bring that woman over to his side. Hearing this, Curse asked with doubt, "Why are you trying to ally with someone you hate?" Aiden shook his head slightly and replied, "Unlike the chaotic, extremist, heretical dark mages, she is the leader of a moderate faction, the Flame of Florence. Although Aiden killed her in his previous life, perhaps the outcome will be different this time. In the previous life, the last time the two met was on the battlefield. Before closing her eyes, the Silver Witch left a sentence for Aiden. Mercenary Aiden, maybe if we had met in another way, you and I would have been quite close." Aiden felt quite regretful. Back then, he couldn't resolve the corrupting dark magic. You can't replicate Florence's will. A few days later, the Remus County Duke's entourage set off to attend the Crown Prince's banquet. Aiden, sitting in the carriage, said dejectedly, "Do we need such a large retinue just to go to the royal palace? For a birthday party?" Noalong, sitting beside him, cheerfully said, "The size of the retinue represents the power of a family, so this is unavoidable for the Duke's reputation. But why do we have to take a detour?" Aiden pouted, explaining, "I just wanted to take a more comfortable route." "That's what you said. You wanted to get some more of Joseph's top-grade potions. But there's a problem. Joseph said before leaving that even if he wanted to make top-grade potions right now, then he couldn't either, because it requires the tears of a tree person, something produced from the tree spirit. But they are under threat." Aiden had never seen a tree person before, so he doesn't know much about them. But that guy surely knows. He will go and get that gift first. Thinking of this, Aiden immediately curled his lips into a smirk. A moment later, as the carriage passed through a forest, Aiden quickly gave the order, "Everyone, go on ahead first. I have to stop here for a bit." Lau wanted to escort him, but was met with a bucket of cold water. "You're even weaker than me. I'll go alone." Thus, Aiden ventured into the forest alone. Curse then jumped out and asked, "Are you sure there's someone you need to meet among these hills?" Aiden smirked. "I never said it was a person. It's been here all along. I still can't understand my master's thoughts." The two walked and talked. Finally, they stopped before a strange heart-shaped rock. Cuz couldn't help but exclaim, "Somehow, this heart-shaped rock looks really artificial. Your master once said, this is the gift for the disciple who comes here. He had a unique taste." The girl asked, slightly surprised, "You mean this rock is the gift? It looks no different from a normal rock." Aiden smiled calmly. "Master, I really enjoy carefully wrapping everything. This time, you'll still be the one to receive it." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up his sword. Without hesitation, he slashed down, cutting the boulder in front of him in half. Looking at the rock split in two, Curse asked, a bit surprised, "Didn't you just say that was your master's gift?" He smiled unconsciously. Aiden calmly explained, "This is just the gift wrapping." With that, he stepped into the vault behind the stone. At this moment, Curse nodded in understanding. "A dungeon? So this is the gift?" Aiden nodded indifferently, replying calmly. He always babbled that if you want to become the king of mercenaries, you have to learn by experiencing pain, or you'll only get stronger if you experience the brink of death. Besides, this vault isn't really a vault. Inside the vault, many monsters are slowly advancing towards the light. Aiden stood there calmly, not taking a single step back. Curse asked, puzzled, "Could it be that in your previous life, you and your master got along very well?" His little cousin said, "In my past life, I always thought he was going to kill me here. But in this life," Aiden felt grateful. In front of him now was a horde of monsters, and behind them was a monster wielding a scepter, probably the leader. Curse scoffed, "A lich, the foolish entity created when a dark mage transforms themselves into an undead. They're the trickiest ones. If Aiden didn't know how to deal with them, he would have struggled with them in his past life." At this moment, the lich leader spoke in a ghostly voice. "Foolish human, you dare to step in here without fear. I'll turn you into one of these living corpses. Aiden didn't bother to pay it any attention. He charged straight ahead, swinging his sword horizontally. If he takes down the lich, all those living corpses will disappear. Besides, compared to the high-level liches he had killed in his past life, this one was nothing. Aiden's speed was incredibly fast. Before the lich could even react, he had slashed it. Before vanishing, the lich said unwillingly, "I didn't think I would die." Before witnessing the rebirth of the Black Mage Kingdom, and immediately after, it and the monsters it created turned into dust, merging with the air. Inside those smokes, Aiden's eyes caught something shining. A strange necklace appeared on the ground. Curse jumped to a conclusion. "Is this pendant the gift your master mentioned?" Aiden shook his head slightly, denying it. This was something he had never seen before, but these patterns looked strangely familiar. He decided to pick it up and keep it for now. At this moment, Curse suddenly suggested collecting the lich's ashes. "You should collect the lich's ashes too." Aiden was taken aback. Aiden hesitantly asked, "What would I do with its ashes?" Curse calmly explained, "Didn't you say you were going to find the trance? The lich's ashes are something the trance desperately crave." Hearing this, Aiden hesitated a bit. In the end, he still bent down to scoop up the ashes. He didn't want to listen to that damn Curse, but he didn't know much about the trance either. Afterward, he threatened Curse while doing it. Junior's sister said, "But where's the gift you mentioned?" Aiden didn't answer, continuing to collect. Seeing this, Curse asked, puzzled, "You were still skeptical just now? But why are you collecting so much trash now?" A moment later, Aiden, with a bag full of trash, headed towards another door. Inside, there was a hidden room. Curse was surprised to see it. Aiden slowly explained, "It's exactly a hidden dungeon. Even if our master is a bit eccentric, he wouldn't throw us into a dungeon with just trash, would he?" Hearing this, Curse curled his lip in disdain. "Colleague, that's already a bit weird." Aiden angrily scolded him. The two bickered like cats and dogs, but Aiden still moved forward until he saw something glowing, then he stopped. Curse was speechless in surprise. Aiden smirked. "You saw it in the previous life too, didn't you?" A tone of voice with a hint of dissatisfaction. "How could I forget? If it weren't for that thing, I wouldn't have lost in our battle." Before the two of them was a shield. This thing is the Ling Baisai shield, an equipment imbued with the madness of a spirit. Baisai, it's been a long time since Aiden has seen it. He quickly grabbed it in his hand. That madness once tainted even those who wielded it, so he had quite a struggle with it in the past. But this is the second time already, and one of the things Aiden likes about this shield is it can transform into a bracelet to wear, unlike other equipment. Right now, the shield suddenly turned into a vortex wrapped around Aiden's arm. Before long, it had become a bracelet for him. Being able to bring it anywhere is quite convenient. Perhaps it's because it's a familiar piece of equipment. It reminds Aiden of his time as the Dragon Slayer. He even remembers this crazy shout. Reading this thought, Curse mocked, "Like master, like disciple. I guess you're not normal either." Aiden was too lazy to pay attention to him. He looked at Cao Trung and shouted, "I know you're watching everything. Show yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a rabbit appeared in front of him. It made a mocking sound. "I've been waiting for you to call me. You jerk, no, my dear customer. Looks like you need to make a deal." It introduced itself as Rabbit, a merchant spirit of the Friendly Spirit Shop. "If you need anything, say it. Herbs, weapons. There's nothing its spirit shop doesn't have." Merchant spirit. Spirits trading with a great desire for money. The spirit shop is where these merchants gather with their merchant hats on their heads. It's their trademark. Normally, when someone gets a dungeon, that shop will send a spirit to trade for the extra items in that dungeon. But Aiden is no ordinary person. At this moment, Robbie's grinned triumphantly and said, "Are you planning to trade the Benson shield in your right hand? I can buy it for a good price." "No, I won't sell it." Aiden refused flatly without hesitation, making Robbie's gasp in surprise. "You're not selling it? Then what kind of deal do you want?" Aiden said calmly, "I want some information. I want to know the location of the Treant, living in the Western Lands." Hearing this, Robbie smirked disdainfully, saying, "So, you want to buy information on the Trent's whereabouts? As a client, information on the Treants will be very expensive. Even just the location of a small village. It will cost 2,000 gold. Discounted." Aiden not only didn't object, but actually increased the price for 1,000 gold. How about that? Hearing this number, Robbie's eyes lit up instantly. Kaz was also confused by his actions and asked suspiciously, "Why did you suddenly double the price? Do you owe this guy something from a past life?" Aiden shook his head and smiled. "I don't owe him anything. I'm just doing what I was taught." Hearing this, Kaz was even more confused. "Taught? What exactly were you taught?" Aiden gave a very devious smile. "The skill to squeeze. The spirit of the merchant. My master taught me to say." He then raised his chin at Robbie's and spoke up. "Give me the location of the Trent's hideout and 4,000 gold now." Hearing this, Robbie's asked, displeased, "You're not buying them with 4,000 gold, but demanding them. And 4,000 gold. Have you lost your mind from fighting those monsters?" Aiden clicked his tongue and chuckled. "No, I'm making a deal. I want to sell you what's behind me, got it?" In an instant, Robbie's face changed, and he cried out in panic. "How can a human like you be so audacious?" Aiden drew his sword and grinned wickedly. "If you don't want it, just say so. I can destroy it right now." Seeing him not answer, Aiden urged loudly, "Hurry up." Robbie stood there speechless, unable to utter a word. He couldn't believe that a mere mortal like him knew about the dungeon core. Everyone else was ignorant of its existence. If he told his elders that he bought a dungeon core with money, they would scold him mercilessly. But if he didn't retrieve it, he would be fired. He hesitated, unable to decide. Aiden decided to take a big gamble. He fiercely grabbed his sword and headed towards the back. "All right, let's destroy it." Seeing this, Robbie's immediately panicked and shouted, "Wait, hold on. I'll buy it. I said I'll buy it." Aiden smiled contentedly. "You should have said that sooner." Reaching an agreement, Robbie's took out a bag of gold coins and gave it to Aiden. Aiden smirked and said, "These platinum coins are definitely worth 4,000 gold. Pleasure doing business with you, Rabbit. See you around." With that, he turned and walked away. Robbie's watched Aiden's retreating figure, tears welling up but not falling. "I hope we never meet again. That scoundrel. You think you could just walk away like that? After swindling a merchant? Star Elf, just try going to the Trant village. What mortal could ever return from that place?" Thinking of this, Robbie's was filled with eager anticipation. Aiden, oblivious to his intentions, happily walked out with the money bag. Lau, leaning against the carriage outside, looked extremely worried. "Aiden has been gone for half a day. I don't know if I should go look for him." Just then, Lau saw Aiden walking out from inside. He happily called out, "Young master, I was so worried since you've been gone so long." Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but interrupt. "Stop right there. It's a little creepy. Sometimes he wishes you'd treat him like before. This is too scary. Can't get used to it." And he's straight. Thinking, Aiden turned his head to look at everyone and suggested, "Anyway, have you guys rested enough? We'll head to the Imperial capital right away." That night, at the entrance to the Bensi Soul dungeon, a figure in a black cloak slowly entered. The person's deep voice also echoed, "I finally found it. But why is no one here?" Looking around, the person sighed in dissatisfaction. What she wanted to take is gone. It should have been here. Why is it like this? The next day, in the capital of the empire, Aiden's group finally arrived. The carriage stopped in front of the city gate. Stepping down from the carriage, he was every bit the movie star. The Imperial clan is something else. As soon as he got down, someone came to greet him. He bowed respectfully and greeted him. "Welcome, young master, to the Imperial capital. I will escort you to the royal palace's guest chambers." That was the exterior, but inwardly he was extremely disdainful. He thought Gassi would come, but instead it was this good-for-nothing. Aiden's notoriety had even reached the capital. He must be more than he seems. So he decided he absolutely mustn't anger him. Bearing this in mind, the servant dared not delay, leading Aiden to his quarters. As soon as they arrived, he jumped onto the soft bed. Feeling this, he exclaimed with emotion, "Even the beds in the palace's guest rooms are different." But soon, Aiden noticed another issue. Tonight, the dark mage will wreak havoc. Last time, many people were killed and injured. At this time, Curse suddenly jumped out and asked, "Then why don't you go warn them?" Aiden sneered, "This is a good opportunity. I can't let it slip away so easily." Curse questioned suspiciously, "So you are you. Don't care if people get hurt or die." Aiden scoffed in response, "You think I'm you? I used to be a hero who saved the world in my past life. I already have a plan." A night just passed by like that. The next morning, the banquet officially began. Laughter rang out incessantly. It's just that the moment Aiden appeared in this place, the atmosphere fell into silence. No one spoke. Obviously, everyone knew his reputation. Aiden ignored the whispers around him. He just kept walking straight ahead. It had been a while since he'd been treated like this. He guessed AIs were all the same. Whether mercenary or noble, Aiden had no reason to get entangled with them. There were 3 people he needed to meet. At the same time, in a corner of the palace, a person was quietly standing in this place, enjoying the party. He smiled contentedly and said, "The taste of the wine at the royal palace is truly the best. If only I could import this wine to the magic tower in my country." Just then, Aiden approached to greet the mage Gustav Dora. "It's an honor to meet you. This person is the chief mage of Angus." Gustav was slightly startled and asked, "You know me?" Isn't that right? The rest of them are also blushing as they realize the truth. That's right. We can't let so many brothers die in vain like this. We need to let everyone have a good time. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get in line. Xiao Wangba is going first. Bei Cheng, hearing this, was extremely angry. "You damn Wang Ba Dan." Tina hurriedly stopped him. "Calm down a little. We can't fight them head on. We can only use strategy." Bai Huang approached Ruo Wei. She frantically called out Bei Cheng's name in fear. He, hearing this, spoke in a despicable tone. "Scream, scream all you want. Even if you scream your lungs out, he won't." Suddenly, a sound rang out, drawing the crowd's attention. "Let her go." Tina wanted to stop him, but Bei Cheng couldn't hold back any longer. He gritted his teeth, glaring at them. Bai Huang, seeing him appear, laughed loudly. "Oh, Bei Cheng, you're really something. Falling off such a high cliff, and you still didn't die." Ruo Wei seemed to find hope and pleaded earnestly. Calling his name, he pointed at Bai Huang and warned, "If you're so tough, come at me." "Release Ruo Wei." Tina still tried to stop him. She hugged his arm. Their posture made it easy for people to misunderstand. On the other side, Bai Huang and Ruo Wei rarely shared the same thought, and both darkened their faces. Improper conduct, sleeping together, holding hands intimately. He angrily gritted his teeth and spoke each word. "Even a worm will writhe when stepped on. Gu Bei Cheng. Today, either you die or..." Crack! The tree behind him snapped in half. Ruo Wei, carrying the tree trunk on her back, said in a dark voice, her anger blazing, "Do you know how many people are worried about you? And yet you still have the heart to..." She slammed the tree trunk into him and shouted, "Acting all lovey-dovey here." Gu Bei Cheng put on a disdainful expression. "Don't make me sick in the future. I have no interest in you." Hearing this, Ruo Wei hastily rolled up her sleeves. Her eyes blazed with anger. "I won't rest until I've slain him today." He raised a hand to stop her. "Calm down. He's just being mouthy. He can't hurt you." Ruo Wei shouted in indignation. "Second brother is about to be killed by him." Her voice trembled, but was full of anger. He colluded with the crown prince to frame second brother as the mastermind, intending to provoke a war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Bei Cheng frowned in shock upon hearing this. Ruo Wei couldn't hold back her tears of anger. "If I hadn't run fast, I would have been imprisoned in the heavenly prison with second brother by now. Tell me, don't you think this kind of person deserves to die?" Tina was also furious upon hearing this. Bo Huang lay collapsed on the ground, responding in a tone full of fear. "Li Jiancheng forced me to say all this. How dare I disobey?" Bei Cheng twisted his arm behind his back with a dark face. Bo Huang immediately trembled and pleaded in a shaky voice. But his voice was replaced by a scream. A miserable shriek in another development. The prince's mansion was surrounded by a large number of people. Jiancheng gritted his teeth with impatience. "What time is it? Why haven't you captured Li Ruo Wei yet?" Lu Fu bowed respectfully. He thinks Ruo Wei is a martial artist, so it's difficult to capture her if she runs to Qin Xiong's place, or the former generals of Prince Qin. "I'm afraid a major incident will occur." Jiancheng frowned in displeasure. "I have deployed 300 guards to garrison the Zongjing Temple. Even if the sky falls today, Li Shimin must be beheaded and displayed to the public. Let's see what other variables there are." Outside, the people began to discuss the crown prince, and the situation is like this. Everyone knows it's disadvantageous for him. Moments later, the crowd turned to look in one direction. Then they exclaimed in unison, "The new king has arrived," only to see Shermin held captive in an iron cage. The people clamored in disbelief that he would rebel. Cries of sorrow resounded incessantly. A soldier shouted, "The prisoner enters the ancestral temple. Those not involved, step aside." But the people unanimously shouted, "Qin Wang is innocent. Qin Wang is innocent." Shermin silently walked in through the grand gate. His gaze swept across Jianqing. The crowd continued to fervently plead his innocence. "Qin Wang is innocent. Qin Wang is wrong." A personal guard yelled, "Shut your mouths. Are you courting death? Why don't you scram?" Immediately after that, he climbed each step heavily. Seeing Shimon's appearance, Jianqing couldn't help but laugh. "Second brother, things have come to this. Don't blame me," he said mockingly. "This day next year, I will personally burn Ja's paper for you, for the entire Qin prince's mansion, for all your former generals." In the main hall, Jianqing sat high on the throne. Beside him was the chief judge. He began to place charges on Shimon's head. This official announces the case of Li Shimin colluding with the Turks to plot rebellion. Open the trial. Ravel Li Shimin. Do you confess your crimes? He pursed his lips and sneered. Witnesses haven't even arrived. What crime are you asking me to confess to? Hearing this, he immediately slammed the table and shouted, "Don't you know in your heart what you've done? And you still demand witnesses? You are dissatisfied with the court and intend to rebel, colluding with the Turkic envoy, Shiba Erhuang, to kidnap Princess Atina, incite a war, and then seize the throne. Yesterday, in the palace, His Majesty has already identified your criminal behavior. Does His Majesty's word carry no weight compared to a mere foreigner?" Shermin smiled faintly, uttering each word deliberately. "No wonder you're the Crown Prince's dog. Your ability to spew venomous accusations is truly admirable. If that's the case, what's the point of this trial? Just pronounce the sentence directly." Upon hearing this, the presiding judge took out a written accusation. "So, you haven't completely lost your conscience. Then, put your fingerprint on it." The chief judge brought the written accusation before Shermin. He couldn't help but sneer. "The Crown Prince has truly considered everything meticulously. Even my confession has been pre-written for me. Above, Gao Jianqing. En Yoying, Dealesureli. This prince fears delaying things too. Once you sign, you could be sent to the execution grounds. You'll even make it in time for execution hour. Officer, bring the brush over, take it. Don't delay His Highness the Prince's time. His Highness the Prince still needs to return to the palace to report." Li Shimin smirked with sarcasm. "Li Shimin, I joined the army at 17, fought countless battles, stepped over mountains of corpses and seas of blood to get to this day. Never thought I'd die by my own brother's hand. Too tragic, too ridiculous." The officer standing nearby shouted anxiously, "Stop the nonsense. Hurry up." Just as Shermin raised his hand to sign the paper, a sharp shout suddenly echoed from above. Immediately after, Bai Huang crashed down, followed by Bei, Cheng, and Tina. Finally, Bai Cheng landed zaffily, while Bai Huang face-planted into the ground. Seeing the expression on his face, Jianqing's expression changed. "They're alive." Lu Fu looked puzzled. "That's impossible." Shermin smiled, turning back to call out to Bei Cheng. Bei Cheng's voice resounded with spirit. "Your Highness, don't worry. I'm here to rescue you." The official angrily shouted, "Where did this insignificant fly come from? You've got the gall to barge into my clan affairs office and cause trouble. Men, drag this petty thief down and beat him 300 times. Then throw him into the dungeon for the rats to gnaw on." The soldiers unanimously obeyed. He didn't back down but strode forward and punched him right in the face. "I'll beat to death you." The corrupt official, a wolf in sheep's clothing. The entire hall was shaken. The soldiers froze, watching the official being sent flying upside down in the distance. Immediately, Gu Beicheng loudly declared, "I am Gu Beicheng. This is Princess Atina of the Tujue. The truth that Tujue 7 banners can all testify to. The Prince of Qin is innocent. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Do you dare to enter the palace with us to face the Emperor?" Jianqing suddenly laughed maniacally. "Gu Beicheng, Gu Beicheng, you have truly ruined my good deeds too many times. But today your luck has run out." He slowly and arrogantly spat out each word. "When Li Shimin enters, he is guilty. When he leaves, he will still be guilty. Yesterday you were a dead man. Today you will still be a dead man. Because this is my territory. At this moment, a group of soldiers armed with weapons rushed in urgently. Someone has trespassed into the Time Yao. They quickly surrounded Gu Beiqing's group. Jiansheng then pointed towards them. Traitor Li Shimin is colluding with outsiders, plotting to escape. Soldiers, hear my order. These 4 must be executed immediately. Whoever takes their heads will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold. Then he waved his hand forward. Charge! All the soldiers obeyed and rushed forward. Witnessing the Beiqing group being surrounded, Bai Huang laughed with excitement. This prince warned you long ago. Coming here only leads to death. You 4. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong, because there were only 3 people in front of him. On this side, the soldiers charged, shouting battle cries with full force. Immediately after, Bai Huang hurriedly bent his legs and ran. His mouth shouted, explaining to Jiansheng that they were allies. But the soldiers still chased after him. Suddenly, Beicheng raised his hand high and shouted, I surrender. He surrendered and admitted his mistake with utmost sincerity. However, Shimin refused to yield, no matter what. Young hero Gu, how could you surrender to this kind of person? A true man would rather die with honor than live in dishonor. Cheng expressed his sincere attitude by surrendering. Prince Qin, this is your family matter after all. I've tried my best. You still want to drag me down to hell with you? Why are you doing this? Meanwhile, Six Fu wisely warned Gu Beicheng. His nature is cunning. Surrendering is not his style. I fear there's a scheme afoot. But Jiansheng laughed triumphantly. A wise man knows when to submit. Gu Beicheng, you're a smart one. He rubbed his hands obsequiously. Your Highness, Crown Prince, is it too late for me to turn over a new leaf now? Beicheng is willing to serve you like a cow or a horse. Seeing this, Shimin shouted in anger. Gu Beicheng, I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person. Bo Huang on the side also cursed severely. Gu Beicheng, you son of AB *TCH are even more shameless than me. Release me. Jiansheng frowned and put on an air of authority. This crown prince cherishes a talent like you. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll spare your life. Only to see him smirk faintly. He didn't spare words of praise for his cleverness, instigating Tai Bo Huang to kidnap the Tujua princess, and framing Li Shimin. Even someone as dense as me wouldn't come up with such a brilliant idea, even if I racked my brains. Hearing this, he laughed heartily. This crown prince only used a few tricks. If you want to play with me, you're still too young. Beicheng suddenly flexed his legs, and he slowly stood up. In the end, he was quite satisfied to have extracted useful information. Meanwhile, Shimin remained deeply suspicious. Jiansheng burst out laughing. What a lowly slave. Stubborn fool, about to die, and still doesn't know what's good for him. So what if I, your prince, say these words? Everyone here is one of mine. You 4 dead men. You think you can come back to life and run out of here? At that moment, from behind Jiansheng, Li Yuan's authoritative voice suddenly rang out. What big words you have. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a chill and turned around. Jiansheng was terrified when he saw him. He called out, Father. Jiansheng immediately prostrated himself before Li Yuan. Immediately after, he roared in anger. Li Shimin, you actually startled Father into leaving the palace. What if Father catches a cold? Truly unfilial and disloyal, a crime unforgivable. In an atmosphere of mounting tension, the old man's gaze gradually turned icy, as if stepping out of an ice cavern at this point. Do you still think I'm a fool? The words, like sharp blades, cut through all pretense. Jiansheng broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with fear. Your son dares not. Your son knows his crime. Li Yuan cast a disappointed gaze upon him. If Ruo Wei hadn't risked her life to guarantee it, I wouldn't have come at all. The court of the imperial clan would not have known these dirty dealings. You've deeply disappointed me. Then, Li Yuan turned to Shimin with a gentle tone. Shimin, you've suffered an injustice. If you're innocent, return to the palace. Shimin bowed his head in gratitude. But Beicheng, standing nearby, felt indignant on his behalf. Li Yuan immediately frowned. Beicheng, what dissatisfaction do you have? He angrily pointed towards Jiansheng and shouted, Crown Prince, you, a subject, defy your superior, falsely accuse the innocent, and wantonly slaughter the innocent. Your Majesty, are you not going to punish him? Shimin, standing nearby, hurriedly tried to stop him. Li Yuan sternly warned, this is the court of the imperial clan. The matter to be dealt with now is a matter for our royal family. Gu Beicheng, don't forget your place. His face showed clear resentment as he cursed the old man as a foolish ruler. No wonder you were driven from the throne by your son. Realizing the situation was not good, Shimon stepped forward. Gu Beicheng is naturally outspoken. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him, father. Immediately afterwards, Li Yuan turned to apologize to Tina. She lowered her head and humbly replied, "It was the wicked individuals under my command who caused the trouble and almost killed the Prince of Qin. When I return, I will report to the chieftain and severely punish those who have offended your majesty and the Prince of Qin." A satisfactory answer. After hearing this, the old man turned to Ruo Wei. "Ruo Wei, you should go with Shermin as well." She obediently complied. When they left, Beit Chung was still indignant. His incessant complaints provoked the other two to scold him. "Shut your mouth. You're indignant for Shermin because of Li Yuan's favoritism." Ruo Wei grew angry upon hearing this. "What nonsense are you spouting, second brother? Of course, he's father's flesh and blood." Even as their argument raged on, a chorus of voices echoed from outside. "The Prince of Qin is out. The Prince of Qin is out. Look, the Prince of Qin is safe." The resounding cheers from outside surged in like a tidal wave. "Long live the Prince of Qin. The Prince of Qin is innocent. The Prince of Qin is blameless." The crowd incessantly chanted the slogan, "Long live the Prince of Qin. Long live the Prince of Qin." Inside the palace, Li Yuan still stood silently. He suddenly asked, "Have you heard it?" Li Yuan closed his eyes and sighed. "I've tried my best to limit Li Shimon's involvement in court affairs, yet he still manages to win the hearts of the people. Not just you. Even I can't sleep peacefully at night." Hearing this, Jiancheng started to rise. "Father, your meaning is—" But he was met with Li Yuan's shout. "Who allowed you to stand up? Kneel." His voice was icy, like a sharp sword. "Your elder brother has caused many disasters, bringing shame to the royal family. This time I called you back, hoping you brothers can join forces to suppress Li Shimon. Don't disappoint me again." At the same time, Yuanji suddenly appeared, accepting Li Yuan's command. To Jiancheng's astonishment, scene changes to the outskirts of the city. A group of Shermin's people are sitting under a pavilion. Shermin quickly raises a cup of tea to bid farewell to a traveler going 10,000 miles away. Finally, it's time to say goodbye to the distant road home. Shermin wishes Princess Atina a smooth and favorable journey and hopes that the Tang and Tujue can resolve their issues completely to avoid war. Tina takes the teacup and speaks with hidden meaning. Resolve completely? That's just a hope. If we truly want to live in harmony, then some new rituals must be performed. He looks at Tina with a questioning gaze. The ritual the princess is referring to is... She glances at Beicheng with a mesmerizing look. There are many examples, such as... Finally, she slowly says the two words, He Qin, marriage alliance. Hearing this, he couldn't help but spit out the water he had just drunk. Shermin subtly nodded in admiration of this idea. He even said he would seek instructions from Li Yuan. She smiled shyly. Atina wished to marry a son-in-law from the Great Tang dynasty to further the cause of the Turks in the Great Tang. Shermin continued to praise her sincerity. Ruo Wei, displeased, exclaimed, "Brother, don't let her lead you by the nose." Ruo Wei's tone was laced with sarcasm. Atina certainly has a clever plan. Are there no more Turkic men left? That you want to find a husband in our Great Tang? Tina retorted. Princess Ruo Wei is joking. There is an abundance of talent in the Great Tang. What's wrong with the Turks choosing one? Or is it Princess Ruo Wei wants to compete with me? While the two girls bickered, Beicheng comforted himself that the person they were talking about wasn't him. As the carriage departed, Tina still didn't forget to shout back to him to report to the emperor. The betrothal letter would be sent soon. Ruo Wei, in a fit of rage, shouted back, "Don't even dream about it. I'd rather be castrated than give myself to you." At the same time, Shermin was still watching Tina's figure. This woman has a quick mind and extraordinary vision. It's a pity she's a woman. If she were a man, in the future, she would definitely be a great threat to our Tang dynasty. Only Ruo Wei was sullen and unhappy. At this moment, Bo Qing quietly watched Tina. Will we meet again? After the Xuanwu Gate incident, I will find you and the Imperial Jade Seal. Can it really bring me back? Suddenly, he heard a voice from somewhere. On the opposite side, Lonli kept waving her hand to attract his attention. Seeing her, he was momentarily stunned, called out Ling Li. She leaped off her horse and rushed over. How did you know I'd be here today? But she was stopped by two guards. De Zhuang drew his sword and ordered his brothers, "Protect the young lady." The group behind also took a fighting stance. Beicheng quickly stepped forward and gently waved his hand. "Don't worry, they are my friends." Immediately after, Lingli ran quickly to Beicheng and hugged him tightly. "I've missed you so much." From behind, Shermin's voice rang out. With a hint of teasing, young hero Gu is truly sociable. Ruowei looked, only to see her glaring as if she wanted to devour him whole. Just drove one away, and another arrives. Truly a lecherous rogue, deserving 1,000 cuts. The group then returned to the pavilion. Bai Chengyi, Chevice Clever Gu. This young lady is the benefactor I encountered when I fell down Go Mountain. If it weren't for her help, we wouldn't have made it back in time. Suddenly, Xiao Shuang excitedly stood up and introduced. "Shuanger, you promised to make a hairpin for me. Don't go back on your word." Shi Ziming politely greeted. "We meet again." Beicheng Jie was a little embarrassed. "Who knew you'd arrive so quickly? I'll make it for you as soon as I get back to the city." At this moment, Ruo Wei angrily interjected. "Just got rid of one, and another one pops up. Are there any more?" Beicheng Jie looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Where are you going?" Ruo Wei hissed out each word. "I want to become a monk. For a while." After the shout, ordering everyone to get out of the way, echoed through the city. His eyes swept over each tightly covered carriage. "Are those all weapons?" Lingli quickly gestured. "Don't say it so loud." Beicheng couldn't help but feel a little bewildered, checking the defenses of Chang'an City. Why are they so lax? Such large carriages of weapons can actually enter so brazenly. She curved her lips slightly. "That's because the buyer has powerful connections. Do you want to know who it is?" "I can tell you." However, he bluntly turned his face away. "Never mind, the trouble I've stirred up is enough." Not interested. Lingli was already infuriated by Beicheng. What a waste of my good intentions as a fan. But then he suddenly realized something. His face quickly darkened. "Wait, these weapons, they couldn't be..." Just then, Lonli lightly patted the vehicle. "Don't worry, they're just some ordinary weapons. No gunpowder involved. Gunpowder is still a closely guarded secret of our family. Only confidants know the specifics. Outsiders are absolutely clueless." She glanced at him. "Except for you, I don't keep any secrets from you." Right after, Beicheng jumped down. "I'm here. Remember to come find me after you deliver the goods." She immediately agreed. After saying that, he went to a stall to buy something. He pondered for a moment and began to list the things he needed. Glasses and guns. In another development, Lonli looked anxious. "Have you finished checking? We still have to go back." The person opposite replied, somewhat irritated, but still kept calm. "Don't rush, okay? Be patient." Only to see Yuan Jie walking out from inside. "What did you bring this time?" Standing in front of his appearance, she immediately changed her tone. "Fourth General," brightly and joyfully waving her hand. "Fourth General, when did you get back, brother?" At the same time, the official beside him was also diligently checking the goods. "This time, we brought a total of 100 sets of snow blossom crossbows and silver wrap sabers, 100 sets of leather armor, transporting 250 sets. Other miscellaneous items are still being inventoried." Yuan Jie stepped up to Lan Li's face. "Just got back a few days ago. Lan Li, it's been a year since I've seen you. You've grown taller again." She lightly tapped the toe of her shoe on the ground. "No way, Fourth General, don't tease me." He looked at Lan Li for a long time, then said in a deep voice, "That year, I introduced you to the Crown Prince. It is because of watching the refined art of casting of the Zhuge family and the diligent spirit of exploration, diligently creating weapons. For so many years, the Crown Prince is very satisfied with your performance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked allowing you to build a camp and manufacture weapons outside Chang'an City." Lingli immediately bowed his head to express his gratitude. Yuan Ji then asked, "I once said, the newest weapons must also be shown to us first, right?" She paused slightly. "Yes, this time everything brought is the latest." Suddenly, a laugh rang out behind Lingli, accusing her of lying. She immediately turned her head to look back. He spoke as if he knew all about the gunpowder. "How long are you planning to hide it from General Sima?" Nimble and startled, she called out loudly, "Zhang Xiao returning to the bustling streets. The blacksmith is diligently hammering away, mouth shouting Hunding." Over here, Beicheng attentively adjusts the frame of the spectacles, the blacksmith chatting casually as he works. "Indeed, excellent craftsmanship. I've been in this trade for 15 years. Never seen anything so exquisite. A moment later, the blacksmith leaned closer to Bei Cheng, gazing with curiosity at the object in his hand. Just wondering, what is this thing you're making for, sir? Poor eyesight requires the best fish glue. Bei Cheng simply smiled without elaborating. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from outside the door. The blacksmith looked outside, full of questions. He wondered what was causing the commotion outside. He immediately rushed outside, joining the crowd in the distance. People on the street. People were talking a mile a minute about a man covered in blood. Someone suggested reporting it to the authorities, but others said they already had, to no avail. Bao Cheng, upon hearing this, became suspicious. Dare not interfere? De Zhuang was right in front. The blood covering him suggested he was severely injured. The people around wanted to help, but they didn't dare to. Just then, De Zhuang struggled with all his remaining will to stay conscious. Mustn't faint, benefactor. Only the benefactor can save the young lady. Soon after, the soldiers arrived. The officers and soldiers walked up to De Zhuang. They looked like they'd spent quite some effort chasing him. Then, they shouted at the onlookers to disperse. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and stomped heavily on De Zhuang's face. The soldier brandished his sword with a smirk. Stop struggling. Better to die early and be reborn. Find a more reliable master in the next life. Witnessing their immoral actions, one person indignantly criticized, "It's too much. No matter how heinous a criminal is, if they can't resist, there's no need to humiliate them." The remaining people hurriedly fled. Best to meddle less in the affairs of officials. In that instant, as the officer raised his broadsword to strike down Zhao Zheng, suddenly a beam of light flashed across the sky. At the same moment, Bei Cheng appeared, blocking the soldier's sword. The soldier felt a tingling sensation for a moment. Bei Cheng successfully blocked the sword, protecting De Zhuang. The crowd's eyes were glued to Bei Cheng, who had just appeared. Who is this man? He can block a military saber with just a small knife? Those nearby couldn't believe their eyes. And with just one hand, seeing him, De Zhuang couldn't help but cry out, "My benefactor, finally found you." At that moment, the aggressive soldier marched forward. Where did this madman come from? Daring to interfere with the official's work? Do you want your entire family exterminated? Bei Cheng ignored them and anxiously asked De Zhuang, "Why are you like this? Where's your young lady?" Facing Bei Cheng's contempt, he immediately raised his sword high and questioned. He didn't say much, but thrust the blade directly in front of him. He froze on the spot, sweat pouring down. Bei Cheng glared at him while issuing a challenge. "This young master is not accustomed to dealing with lackeys who bully my brothers by exploiting power. Even the heavenly king himself can't stop me." With just one kick, Bei Cheng knocked down the insolent soldier. He gently twirled the blade in his hand. His eyes revealed clear disdain, so weak. The guards of Chang'an, were they raised on pig slop? The crowd witnessed his power, filled with astonishment. Someone even kindly reminded him to leave this place. Immediately after, he threw the knife straight towards the blacksmith. "Thank you, sir, for the knife." The blacksmith caught it with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, De Zhuang grabbed Bei Cheng's leg. He gasped, his face full of worry and fear. "Hurry, save the young lady. The 4 generals captured her and want to steal the gunpowder." Hearing this, Bei Cheng immediately rode off to the rescue. Yin Qing furrowed his brow, recalling De Zhuang's instructions. Next to Bai Tianlong, there's a secret passage through the bottom of the valley. Going there might catch up to them. The gunpowder must absolutely not fall into the hands of the crown prince. We must stop them. Bei Cheng's face twisted with anger. Damn it, the buyer is Li Jiansheng. What bizarre coincidence is this? History books say gunpowder only appeared at the end of the Tang dynasty. It can definitely stop them. Definitely can. Thinking this, he increased his speed, urging his horse to go faster. In another development, a series of soldiers lay collapsed in pools of blood. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Bei Cheng's expression changed. He seemed to understand Li Jiansheng's true objective. Back to De Zhuang's side, he was currently deep in a coma. Sherman looked at De Zhuang in confusion. "Who's the person that Gu Xiaoxiao brought here?" "AI Rui," she said in an uncertain tone. "Seems like his subordinate, Zhuge's friend." She tilted her head thoughtfully. He didn't say what happened. He left the person here and rode away. Minions went back and forth in a hurry. Where could he be going so late? Just as they were both bewildered, the door suddenly burst open. Bei Cheng rushed in, gasping for breath. "Your Highness, you must leave Chang'an immediately." At that moment, a wooden barrel suddenly exploded. Jian Cheng instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. His eyes revealed utter bewilderment. What is this black powder? Such terrifying power. At this moment, Lu Fu bowed his head respectfully and reported to the Crown Prince. "This item is the most powerful weapon since ancient times, called gunpowder. This substance is highly flammable and explosive. Just now is only a small test. If we increase it several times over, I'm afraid this palace would turn to ashes." Hearing this, Jian Cheng chuckled with interest. Good. This is much more powerful than Lao's thing. The heavenly fire of the old Bei Cheng. A hint of regret flashed in Lu Fu's eyes, but also full of calculation. "I originally wanted to take some time to extract the materials for a trial. I didn't expect someone to create. That's also good. I will re-coordinate the direction of the explosives. If I can create a branch of the armed forces, then I will be invincible." At this moment, Jian Cheng turned to look at Yuanji with shining eyes. "Well done, Lao Si. I will arrange for people to blow up the Prince Qin's mansion tomorrow." Yuanji smirked and spoke with hidden meaning. "Big Brother is too merciful compared to Prince Qin's mansion. I think that place is more suitable. Over here." A group of people from Bei Cheng gathered around a small table. Ruo Wei looked doubtful. "They have such powerful weapons. Are you saying Big Brother will use this to assassinate the second brother?" Bei Cheng expressed a firm attitude. "This isn't just assassination anymore. It's clearly settling things with an explosion. They're digging a tunnel underneath. The entire Prince Qin's mansion will be blown to bits. You must leave Chang'an immediately to avoid this. Come back after things have calmed down." Shimin shook his head helplessly. Li Yuan wouldn't allow him to leave, fearing he might collude with former generals in frontier troop rebellion. Ruo Wei immediately suggested asking Li Yuan to grant an order, but Bei Cheng beside them started pulling his hair in frustration. "It's no use. The emperor has already spoken. Daring to suggest leaving Chang'an now will be suspicious. Let me think if there's another way." Just as the group was falling into a tense situation, De Zhuang hoarsely called out, "My benefactor!" He struggled to sit up, his whole body trembling with anger. "My young lady is still in their hands. Crown Prince, you must save her." With that, he bowed his head, wanting to kowtow. But Bei Cheng quickly stepped forward to help his Zhuang up. Don't. I definitely won't abandon her. Do you know where she's being held?" He guessed that. Jian Cheng has imprisoned Lung Li in the dungeon at Rufeng Palace, within the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace. The dungeon has a total of 9 levels. Each level has hidden traps and mechanisms. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. Unless a large army storms in, going in alone would likely be a one-way trip. Shermin began to recall. "I've heard it said before that in the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace, there is a dungeon hell used to imprison former Sui generals. Over the years, countless heroes have infiltrated to rescue them, but they all vanished from the face of the earth. Not even their remains were found. The Eastern Palace is heavily guarded. Outside, 6 of the Crown Prince's trusted aides are stationed. Inside, there's the dungeon, a labyrinth of traps. Rescuing him requires careful consideration. Finding the gunpowder stash first is the urgent task. The most dangerous gunpowder certainly wouldn't be hidden in the Eastern Palace. The difficulty will be slightly less. Meanwhile, Ruo Wei will intervene. But what if Miss Jia Gu can't withstand the torture? What if she reveals the gunpowder formula? Even if we destroy the gunpowder, Big Brother will continuously create new ones." Hearing this, Shermin couldn't help but feel confused. Immediately after, Bei Cheng stood up abruptly. "Yes, saving people is the priority." Bei Cheng's voice was full of determination. "Even if it's truly held down there, I must rescue Jiagu." De Zhuang, who was beside him, couldn't hide his emotions and dared to call him benefactor. Shermin had no choice but to compromise. "I will gather the experts in the mansion to go with you." Before he could finish his sentence, Ruo Wei interrupted. "Second brother, don't take risks. A large group would only make it easier to spoil things. I know someone. Maybe it will help." Bei Cheng's eyes immediately shifted to her, full of curiosity. The scene changes to a bustling street. Laughter and teasing echo everywhere. A madam speaks in a flirtatious tone to an official. "My lord, you haven't been here for days. The girls miss you terribly." The others immediately bow their heads to greet the lord. Just then, Ruo Wei runs past him, Her beauty happens to catch the official's eye. He stares intently in Ruo Wei's direction. Is she a new girl? The madams next to him quickly wave their hands. We don't have her here. She left crying. Probably went to Wanhua to find her husband. Hearing this, he becomes interested. So she's a good woman with a cold heart. Immediately after, the official shouts loudly towards Ruo Wei. Your lord like this the most. A moment later, the official and his subordinates chase after Ruo Wei. He shouted loudly, calling her back. However, her figure vanished into the darkness. The subordinate immediately bristled. Damn it, pretending not to hear, huh? Guan Kuei spoke up, advising restraint. Don't scare her. Be a little more refined. Just at this moment, a noose wrapped tightly around a subordinate's neck. Immediately after, he was yanked upwards. Yet, he didn't notice the abnormality at all. Instead, he ordered his men, don't waste time. If she doesn't listen, seize her directly. Guan Kuei's voice was oily, like a jester trying to please. Maybe she'll take pity on us and stay by our side. Ruo Wei decisively grabbed a subordinate by the collar. Seeing that scene, he panicked and stammered. How dare you? You even dare to touch the people of the Eastern Palace. Guan Kuei quickly turned to his men. Seize this woman. Then, he looked around in confusion. Where is everyone? Why am I the only one left? Immediately after, Bei Cheng slammed the official's head, scolding him to shut his mouth. Without mercy, he held a knife to the official's throat. Uncle, you were ogling my girlfriend pretty hard just now, huh? The official trembled, his face pale, and hastily begged for mercy. Bei Cheng simply tilted his head and smiled. I don't need money. I just need you to do me a favor. Then, he whispered into the official's ear. Help us get into the Eastern Palace. The official's expression immediately changed drastically. You want to assassinate the crown prince? Bei Cheng pressed the blade harder against the official's neck. That's none of your concern. The official, startled, bit his lip and shook his head repeatedly. No, even if you kill me, I can't. Suddenly, Ruo Shui fiercely stabbed the official's leg with her sword. She glanced at him with those cold eyes. Shengwan Gue, don't play coy with me. So righteous, aren't we? Ruo Wei tilted her head with a cold smile. Do you recognize me now? If you don't want to be chopped into pieces and thrown into the lake for the fish to eat, then honestly lead the way. Understand? Controlled. Guan Gue immediately knew the score. He nodded incessantly. Seeing this, she loosened her grip. Bei Cheng pretended to be jealous. Can you let go now? This old geezer is kissing your hand. Saliva is flowing everywhere. Ruo Wei looked at Guan Gue, who had softened and was scared senseless. But Bei Cheng told him to put him in the carriage. We'll wake him up halfway there. As the two of them dragged him away, she suddenly stopped and asked abruptly, What did you mean by girlfriend just now? Bei Cheng coughed lightly. He gave a forced smile and replied with hidden meaning. You see, one evening, at the Eastern Palace of the Crown Prince, the R.A. Fu Mon, the soldiers guarding the Eastern Palace gate suddenly noticed something. The approaching carriage caught their attention. The guard saw that the carriage had no intention of stopping. They shouted, Stop! Who goes there? Don't you know it's past Sioux hour, and entry to the Eastern Palace is forbidden? They said, but there was no response from anyone in the carriage. So they immediately snapped, Are you deaf? Guan Gue heard this and stormed out to retort. Who's deaf? Do you have a death wish? The soldiers were flustered when they saw this. Oh, it's Director Qian Shi. He calmly replied. I have important matters to see the Crown Prince about. Open the gates. One of them immediately replied. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Commander Z have been out since Sioux hour. They haven't returned yet. Guan Gue mumbled hesitantly upon hearing this. Already? What about this? The guard seized the opportunity to advise him. Why don't you go back and rest for now? You can seek an audience with the Crown Prince tomorrow. Immediately afterward, he felt something cold behind his neck. Guan Gue knew he had to get inside no matter what. So, he pretended to fly into a rage and roared. I'll come all the way here, and you dare turn me away? Open the gate and let this old man wait inside. The guards, seeing his anger, didn't dare disobey. They had no choice but to open the palace gate for Guan Gue. Niu Due secretly thought, too risky. If Guan Gue were to raise any alarms, we inside this cave entrance will be turned into pincushions in an instant. You must keep a close watch on him. Bei Cheng inside the carriage. He's perched atop the carriage's awning, his sharp blade pointed at the opposite side. In a corner of the Eastern Palace, a barrage of questions echoes. The Earth Prison? I've never heard of it. Bei Cheng presses his sword against the man's face, asking sternly, "Are you playing games with me?" The terrified official immediately denies. "Hero, spare me. This humble one truly knows nothing." Bei Cheng grabs him, saying, "All right then, if you don't know, let's go and see what it's like." The official, Guan Gui, grows even more frightened and weakly resists. "Please spare me. I really don't know anything about this earth prison." A moment later, Lu Fu asks indifferently, "Who has entered or exited tonight?" The guard honestly reporting to Lord Lu, "Only the chamberlain has just entered the palace." Hearing this, Lu Fu immediately frowns and asks, "Shengwan Gui, why is he so late? Why would that kid come back to the palace from a pleasure house? Is it just him?" The soldiers obediently replied, "And another strategist, sir." Hearing this, Lu Fu pondered, "Another strategist? Bai Cheng Mutat. If De Zhuang remembers correctly, then the entrance to the dungeon is in this courtyard." Finishing his words, he slowly opened the door. Then, he peeked around before entering. Bei Cheng said to Ruo Wei while carrying Shengwan Gui, "De Zhuang said it's the second pillar on the right." Hearing this, she immediately replied, "Let me go look." Not long after, Ruo Wei replied, "I can't find the mechanism he mentioned." Bei Cheng, hearing this, without hesitation, shook Shengwan Gui, who was dozing off. "Hey, wake up. Don't sleep anymore." Ruo Wei can't wake him up. Then reached out and pinched one of Guan Gui's ears. Go Lung anticipated that he wouldn't be able to resist screaming. So, the moment Guan Gui was about to raise his voice, she slapped her hand over his mouth. Ruo Wei was both teaching him a lesson and scolding him amidst his groans. Guan Gui's desperate cries echoed continuously. "You think faking unconsciousness can fool this princess?" Soon after, the entrance to the secret passage was opened. Bei Cheng Zeiten Realisation. So the mechanism is hidden underground. Guan Gui then flattered young master. "Hero, your brilliance is evident at first glance." Bai Cheng wasn't blinded by the sweet talk. He bluntly replied, "Enough nonsense, let's go down." After the three of them went down, that secret door immediately closed. Bei Cheng continued to escort him down. How many guards are there in this dungeon? Knowing he couldn't win, Guan Gui had no choice but to obediently answer. "No one guards it. Someone just comes to deliver food every day." He then asked, "Lan Hui is imprisoned on the 9th floor, right?" The man regretfully replied, "Yes, Bei Cheng has the upper hand." He continued to press. "Where's the shortcut? How can I get down there the fastest?" Guan Gui helplessly explained at this point, "There's no shortcut. This dungeon only has one path. The entrance to each floor is on one side, and the exit is on the other. If you want to get to the 9th floor, you have to go through the 8th floor first." Hearing this, he fiercely threatened him. "If I find out you're lying later, then the consequences won't be as simple as just a beating." Guan Gui trembled, replying, "What this lowly one says is all true. Absolutely no lies are concealed." Moments later, Bei Cheng let him go ahead to lead the way, while he turned to ask Ruo Wei, "Does the crown prince need to go through all 9 levels to interrogate a prisoner?" She then speculated, "He probably doesn't come here often, so he didn't build a shortcut." Guan Gui was extremely pleased to hear that. "Very good, these two. They don't know the design of the dungeon's mechanisms, so I still have a chance to turn the tables. Let's see how I can turn a desperate situation into a counterattack to survival." Thinking this, but on the surface, he still had to warmly introduce to Bei Cheng. "We've reached the 1st level. This is jail armor." He looked deep inside and wondered, "Is this 9-layer great prison named after the heavenly stems?" You are Zhensong, praising this young hero. "Truly a dragon and phoenix among men. You understood immediately. I admire you." Bei Cheng ignored the flattery, that ridiculousness of his, and turned to ask Ruo Wei, "Did you see anyone?" She hesitated and replied, "It seemed like there were shadows appearing and disappearing. Are they decoys to confuse us? Living people certainly wouldn't be locked up on the 1st level." He kept asking, "So what kind of people does the prince lock up here?" Ruo Wei answered every question without missing a beat. "Probably ministers with opposing views, perhaps." Seeing that the two of them weren't paying attention to him, Guan Gui was secretly pleased. Rejoicing inside, he pressed some sort of activation button and thought darkly, "You guys are doomed." Guan Gui thought so, and immediately pressed the start button without hesitation. Bei Cheng and Ruo Wei sensed something, so they turned their heads. Countless sharp arrows were hurtling towards them at lightning speed. Although Guan Gui was the one who initiated it, he was also the most terrified when these arrows were activated. After a while, when everything had calmed down, he firmly believed that he had escaped death. So he arrogantly pointed his finger at the opposite side and let out a scornful laugh. "How dare you bully Master Shangguan?" Ruo Wei directly interrupted him. "Or what?" Guan Gui was extremely surprised to see that the two of them were still safe and sound. He trembled and asked, "How could you have avoided the pear blossom rain of arrows? This is the top secret mechanism of the Eastern Palace." Bai Cheng replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps it's because I'm immortal," but actually, he had already learned everything about this dungeon from the Zhuang. Having said that, Guan Gui immediately turned to flee. Bai Cheng instantly chased after him. "You still want to run?" Seeing Guan Gui continuing to run clumsily without stopping, he angrily roared, "Where else do you think you can run?" He ran while calculating that there was still a chance. The trap in the back was just Lu Xingji. Surviving the last one was pure luck. This time, I can definitely take them down. Thinking that, he activated the second mechanism with fiery determination. The imposing tone of his voice, full of resolve, had just echoed. Tianzhen Zengi. A gigantic lead weight suddenly dropped. Bai Cheng watched the giant lead weight and quickly cautioned, "Ruoyu, be careful." Guan Gui, thinking he was afraid, laughed triumphantly. Who knew? That lead weight, weighing about 100 tons, would fail midway. A second later, it crushed Guan Gui. He couldn't dodge in time, so he could only scream miserably. After escaping from the giant lead weight, he angrily cursed, "Which bastard set up this trap? It's only been a few years, and the chain is already broken? What is this stone? Fell and shattered already," Bai Cheng thought. Seeing him still strong enough to scold, Bai Cheng was utterly perplexed. Is his head made of iron? Immediately after, Guan Gui heroically declared to the two of them, "I won't give up." Bai Cheng looked at his clumsy figure and said helplessly, "The Crown Prince should award him the Best Employee Award." Ruo Wei, seeing his persistence and effort, couldn't bear to catch Ling Li below again. Suddenly, they heard a sound from upstairs. She happily said, "It's the sound of the stone hammer shattering. Someone has triggered the mechanism." Ling Li flusha radiansmila. Then concluded, "My benefactor has arrived. My benefactor has come to save me." Wei Zhang coldly said, "Little girl, stop making noise. I have guarded the Eastern Palace for the Crown Prince for 8 years. No one has ever been able to break into the 9th level. Stop daydreaming." A series of secret mechanisms have been activated. First, a row of sharp, pointed thorns. Guan Gui triumphantly raised his voice to give orders. Flying kick. A moment later, his panicked voice echoed again. The tripwire. This time he slipped. Before long, a giant spike ball appeared again. Guan Gui confidently named it Whirlwind Spin Unbeatable. A second later, he regretfully cursed, "Damn it, you dodged it again." After a chase, Guan Gui krukingli exclaimed, "Impressive. You can actually make it to the 6th floor?" Bai Cheng and Ruo Wei were speechless upon hearing this. By now, he was battered and exhausted, but still stubborn, even if you were lucky enough to avoid the traps on the previous floors. This time, your luck has run out, because guarding this floor is a living, ferocious beast. And surprised asked, "A living thing? Isn't it a Zhuang?" Said the design of the 6th floor of the dungeon and specializes in flying knives. Ruo Wei then guessed, could it be that they remodeled it themselves? Guan Gui was smug when he saw their surprised expressions. You will face the fiercest wolves. They can bite through armor and take down 3 soldiers without breaking a sweat. Feel the fear that the Tibetan mastiffs bring. Bai Cheng and the others gasped in astonishment when they saw them. This is bad. These are Tibetan mastiffs. Fear is there. But when he glanced over, he only saw 3 adorable dogs, chained up and sleeping soundly. Guan Gui didn't foresee this scene either, so his face turned pale. He angrily pounded on the door nonstop, constantly calling them to wake up. While Guan Gui was shouting, Bai Cheng suddenly lifted him up. That action immediately shut him up. He nonchalantly dropped a dangerous line. "Have you had enough playing?" The cowardly official begged. "Hero, spare my life. I dare not cause any more trouble." Bai Cheng gave him a hard shove and coldly ordered, "Honestly, lead the way now." Knowing he was at a disadvantage, the official had no choice but to grudgingly comply. As he walked, the official muttered angrily. That businessman Punyan claimed, even the wind rustling through the grass can be heard within 300 million miles. It's all a scam. I'd be awake by now if I were raising pigs. Bei Chung, hearing this, irritably snapped, "Shut your mouth." Duo Wei carefully took out the steamed buns for the beasts. Each person tried one, suddenly feeling that something wasn't right. Hearing her say that, he turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Duo Wei shared her suspicion. The steamed buns have been drugged. Besides, the steamed buns are still warm. These Tibetan mastiffs were just drugged. Bei Chung immediately concluded. So, besides us, there are others going down there? Below. Ling Li was chattering away with Uncle Wei Zheng. "Uncle, you've guarded the East Palace for 8 years, so you're the Crown Prince's man. Why are you locked up here? But don't worry, Uncle. The Crown Prince's enemy is my friend. My benefactor will come to save me soon. Come out with me, Uncle." As she was speaking enthusiastically, she suddenly heard footsteps. Ling Li's eyes lit up like headlights as she looked towards the door. She cheered with joy. "My benefactor is here. You've finally come. I knew you wouldn't abandon Ling Li." Responding to her, "It's just Xiao Air, the one putting on a lecherous face with disgusting words. Of course, I won't abandon you, my lady. My little beauty." Bei Chung rushed down the stairs, angrily asking her people, "Every time you pass this place, you have to use drugs? Dog?" Guan Gui immediately replied, "Only the Crown Prince can reach below the 6th floor. A mastiff recognizes its master, only needs the crown prince there, and it won't attack. Hero. Well, the last 2 floors. Actually, this humble one really doesn't know. Only knows that place is extremely dangerous. Outsiders who barge and will definitely be finished. Can you please release me?" Hearing this, Bei Chung released him. Then he kicked the door open and coldly replied, "Less nonsense. Kill gods if they block. Kill Buddhas if they block." The door just opened. A viscous, yellowish liquid appeared on the scene. Several corpses were scattered around. They were charred and mottled, emitting a pungent odor. Uncle Chung quickly covered his nose with a cloth. Only then did he speak. "They used acid as a shield again. Now I know where Lu Fu got the acid from." Ruo Wei, hearing this, questioned, "Could this be the poison that the intruder used in the second mansion the other day?" Moments later, he replayed the scene. Grabbing Guan Gui by the collar, he threatened, "Speak up. Where is the mechanism?" The man trembled and replied, "This humble one truly doesn't know. I have never been to this level. Please spare my life." Ruo Wei saw that his expression seemed genuine enough, and then spoke. "Now that things have come to this, he has no reason to hide anything from us. He probably really doesn't know." When Guan Gui saw her speaking up for him, he seized the opportunity to persuade him to return. Bei Chung didn't bother with his advice, but secretly calculated how to get through this acid-filled path. He kept glancing around, searching, making Ruo Wei wonder, puzzled. "What is it?" Without a word, Bei Chung pried a brick loose nearby. He examined it for a moment and concluded, "This might work." She was skeptical. She asked again, "Really?" Guan Gui vehemently objected. "Don't be ridiculous. Even a shield of Xian iron would be pierced through. You want to rely on this flimsy brick." Bei Chung tried the brick on his head, saying, "Let me try it first. If I make it through, you guys can grab one and put on too." Ruo Wei didn't stop him, but instead kindly reminded him to be careful. Bei Chung didn't say much, bravely dashed straight into the acid rain. Guan Gui saw this and shouted, reminding him to watch his step. Just as he predicted, the acid raindrops couldn't do anything to the fragile brick. Guan Gui exclaimed in surprise, "It really works. Why is he going so fast? Wouldn't it be safer to walk?" Ruo Wei gave him a friendly look, then explained, "What do you know? The poisonous rain is falling so heavily. If we're too slow, we'll fall from that stone." After saying that, she grabbed another brick and ordered, "Okay, your turn." Guan Gui resentfully yelled, "What karma have I created?" On the other side, Bei Chung successfully crossed the dense acid rain. He surveyed the situation and secretly assessed. "Luckily, only got a little on the heel of my shoe." Bei Chung, taking a breather, suddenly noticed something. Before him lay another flight of stairs, cobweb-filled and dusty. Bei Chung mused, puzzled, "That's not right. There's more dust on these stairs than the last flight, and no footprints. Didn't that person come down from here?" Guan Gui, darting like a rocket through the acid rain, yelled, "Mommy, I'm about to die." Ruo Wei, trailing behind, was furious. He couldn't control his speed and slammed headfirst into a wall with a painful thud. She, however, was tenderly helped up by Bei Chung. "What's more," he gently inquired, "are you all right?" She was so embarrassed that her face flushed crimson, and she could only hum in response. The pain tormented Guan Gui so much he couldn't even cry properly and could only groan, "I hate you all." Not long after, they continued their arduous journey. As they walked, Ruoyu and Bei Cheng kept talking about the path. Guan Gui, fearing he'd be in trouble again, hurriedly clarified himself, saying he wasn't hiding anything. Only then did Bei Cheng respond to him. I know, if you knew another way, you definitely wouldn't have risked coming down to the 7th level with us. Guan Gui was overjoyed to hear that. He repeatedly praised the young hero. Truly wise, mighty, and magnificent. As soon as Bei Cheng opened that door, a stream of black smoke poured out. He immediately sensed danger and quickly closed it. Then he turned to ask Guan Gui. The last level was poison, so this level is fire? He replied, I heard the Crown Prince mention the 8th floor. Thank heavens, the toxic affliction there wards off evil, making it hard for spirits to enter. Ruo Wei became extremely anxious upon hearing this. Nurturing toxic energy in the prison? How could he do that? Bei Cheng, never having heard of such a thing, asked her, puzzled. This type of poison is very potent. Ruo Wei explained to him with fervent zeal. 2 years ago, there was a rebellion on the southwestern border. 3,000 imperial troops went there to quell the unrest. But the wild southwest is full of toxic and evil energies, spreading far and wide. The 3,000 imperial troops stumbled into the toxic affliction, and within half an incense stick's time, all of them had perished. Only 10 people survived. But they were also driven mad by evil entities. Raving nonsense. This toxic affliction only appears on the southwestern border. How does Dage possess this ability? To be able to set up the toxic affliction within the prison. After hearing her say that, Bei Cheng then proceeded with a scientific analysis. The so-called Southwest poisonous egg is just a weapon used in the deep forests. The death of the soldiers likely involves other hidden circumstances. But what kind of poisonous gas could have been invented in ancient times? It smells like burning charcoal. Could it be? He hesitated for a moment and then decided to open the door. Guan Gui, the coward. Seeing his action, he immediately yelled out, Don't open the door. It's poisonous. Bei Cheng slowly observed the surroundings. Then, he silently confirmed that there was no fire. Indeed, it's burning charcoal. There's not even any firewood for lighting. The surrounding atmosphere was enveloped in thick white smoke. Guan Gui looked at the extinguished lamp, panic-stricken. This poison can even extinguish fire. Run, or we'll lose our lives. He glanced at the smoking candle and sneered inwardly. Poisonous egg? What a joke. Fake deities and ghosts. It's just a large amount of carbon gas. After burning, it produces oxidized carbon. Thinking this, Bei Cheng came up with a new plan. Everyone, hold your breath. Then crouch down and follow me. I guarantee you'll be fine. Having said that, he darted off, ignoring Ruo Wei's frantic calls of his name. While running, he silently analyzed. The density of oxidized carbon is lower in the air. So after ventilation, the closer to the ground, the more air there is. We should be able to hold out until the exit. Guan Gui, witnessing the scene, felt his legs tremble and spoke up. You're crazy. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I'd rather cross a river of poison than breathe poisonous air. He was blabbering away when suddenly a sword was held to his throat, making Guan Gui's face turn pale. A moment later, had seen all 3 of them crouching beneath the smoke. Despite his fear of Taida, he gritted his teeth and said, Isn't it just about getting close to the ground? Why can't I do it? Meanwhile, Bei Cheng felt like he was burning in a fire and gritted his teeth, whispering to himself, Lan Li, be patient, I'm coming. At the same time, Xiao Er was still gleefully teasing Lan Li, ignoring her ear-piercing screams. If you dare touch me, General Z will not spare you. Xiao Er looked at her greedily and replied, He and the Crown Prince are off doing important things. Today you are mine. No one can spoil this good thing. Short legs, but a big temper, huh? Xiao Er, I just happen to like small chili peppers like you. Don't struggle anymore. Tonight, I'll make you happy. Just then, a pitying voice echoed, before suddenly turning into a mocking tone. You old geezer, I'll show you erotic pictures. Now be a good boy and shut your mouth. But Xiao Er stubbornly thought that being favored by him was Ling Li's blessing. Wei Zhang scolded in a deep voice. I pity you more than her. You traitor. Seeing the glory, wealth, and prosperity, but your little life will be cut short in the Eastern Palace. Those words infuriated Xiao Er. You dare to scold me? Do you believe I'll cut your tongue out? Taking advantage of his carelessness, Ling Li bit his hand with her teeth. Xiao Er screamed in pain, repeatedly telling her to let go. Then, Ling Li was slapped and cursed at. Stupid woman. Resist. The more you resist, the more excited I get. I don't believe there's anyone in this 9th level of hell who can. To rescue her, the clever girl burst into heartbroken tears. I'm sorry, my benefactor. We'll meet again in the next life. Xiao Er, still oblivious, teased her. He even wanted to bite his tongue. Before she breathes her last, I will have fully enjoyed her. A second later, he turned into a sandbag for Bei Cheng. Out of anger, his face twisted into an ugly mess. But perhaps that wasn't enough. Another punch accurately collided with his 5 vital organs. His vital points. Bei Cheng followed through, slamming him straight into the ground. As he was about to lose consciousness, Xiao Er faintly heard his voice. I hate those who bully the weak. You truly disgust me. That scene made. The distant witness vowing never to offend him. Ruo Wei, on the other side, asked with concern, Are you okay? The clever girl, with tears streaming down her face, struggled to call out, Benefactor. The chains beneath her feet were severed. Just then, Bei Cheng was informed that Lonley had fainted. Bei Cheng replied that Xiao Er had fainted earlier. Had he known, he would have asked Dao before attacking. At that moment, Wei Zhang kindly pointed out that the exit lay in the crack on the right wall. The 9th stone. Both Bei Cheng and Ruo Wei were startled, realizing there was someone else there. Then, Guan Gui introduced the person they'd encountered. As Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince, Lord Wei Zhang. Bei Cheng repeated in a trembling voice, Wei Zhang. You're Wei Zhang. Ruo Wei calmly said. No wonder we haven't seen you in a while. You urged the Crown Prince to kick the 2nd prince out, so you were locked up by your master. Serves you right. Guan Gui then approached Wei Zhang to converse. Whoever you hate, don't let it be the Crown Prince. I'm kind. Remind you of something. The Crown Prince said that in 3 days, if you don't admit your mistake, the Crown Prince will behead you, Wei Zhang. Wei Zhang replied sternly, Heaven's way is constant. He is too eager to kill the king and seize the throne. I can't do it. The reason I supported him before was only because he was the crown prince who rightfully inherited the throne. Only then can the country be protected in peace. Neither the Qin king nor General C can break the rules. Right when he heard him mention that because someone appeared, Heaven's way changed. Bei Cheng was immediately startled, afraid of being recognized. But at that time, Guan Gui said that he just talks nonsense every day. If he had the ability to foretell, he wouldn't be in prison. However, Bei Cheng is still hesitant, unsure whether to save Wei Zhang or not. If you don't save him, the Crown Prince will make a move. But if you do save him, history might be changed. Upon entering a new area, Guan Gui discovered that the hidden passage connected the 6th and 9th levels. Just then a voice shouted, Audacious intruders daring to trespass into the Eastern Palace. We search high and low without a trace. But now you've fallen right into our laps effortlessly. We were just lamenting our inability to capture you, and now you've delivered yourselves to our doorstep. Bei Cheng gritted his teeth. How did you know? We were here. We didn't leave any trails. Lu Fu recounted without concealing anything, because that pig-headed Guan Gui is very mindful of ostentation when he goes out. The biggest clue is that following him is Sha Wu. Guan Gui was so enraged that he roared back, Who are you calling a pighead? Being a little too close to the Crown Prince. Do you really think you're a big shot now? But Lu Fu didn't care and ordered the arrows to be fired. Just then, someone stopped them. You still have a mood to argue? Think carefully for me. Who has a say in this Eastern Palace? Without my approval, who among you can come and work here? The monthly salary. If I don't approve it, who can get it? The soldiers were so confused that they could only continue to be scolded. This bastard has only been here for a few days, and you dare to go against me? Have you all rebelled? Lu Fu also retorted fiercely. What are you standing there for? Does this Eastern Palace belong to the Crown Prince or to Shangguan Gui? Think carefully. While the two sides were arguing, Bei Cheng whispered the message to prepare to enter the secret passage. His foot then stomped hard on the tail of the creature on the ground. As a reflex, its cry echoed. The other dogs immediately joined in the barking chorus. The soldiers on Lu Fu's side trembled in fear. The Tibetan Mastiffs, despite grumbling about Bei Cheng not informing him beforehand. Guan Gui quickly followed Bei Cheng. Then he shouted, "Close the gates while you have the chance." Seeing the dogs, unable to harm Bei Cheng and his companions, the guard sneered. They're just beasts after all. A second later, the dogs turned and barked at them. Inside the secret passage, the three were arguing, mainly debating the escape route. But Bei Cheng remained adamant. They could only go down and check out the 9th level. Turning back to Wei Zhang, he shook his head, indicating He had never heard of another secret passage. Seeing no way out, Guan Kuei thought of a way to awaken. The prison's designer was also Ling Li, cleverly waking up to ask for directions. Hearing Ruo Wei ask how to wake Ling Li, he hesitated a bit, because it involved performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But inexplicably, even though Ling Li was unconscious, her face blushed. Bei Cheng, with his lips pursed, was at a loss, so Ruo Wei told him to leave it to her. Realizing she had been discovered, Ling Li trembled and begged for forgiveness. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to stay in my benefactor's arms a little longer." Following that, a small umbrella on the wall was pressed. Ling Li was very proud, introducing that this was the 10th level of the dungeon, even. The prince didn't know it could directly lead outside. Bei Cheng noticed that there were stairs installed inside, making it seem easy to move around. At that moment, Ling Li wanted to bring Wei Zhang along, because when this hidden passage was opened, the dungeon would soon collapse. But he felt that he could not serve two masters in his lifetime, so he couldn't go. Having stepped in here, they never planned on getting out alive. Up above, the soldiers are still struggling with the dogs. They're all desperately yelling, trying to get someone to open the gate. But Lu Fu shows no mercy. He thinks it's because they didn't obey the order to shoot arrows, so they ruined the big plan. Now, they don't deserve to live. He's sure there are mastiffs inside, so the soldiers won't be able to get out. Just starve them for 2 days, then we'll deal with Bei Cheng. No matter how lucky they are, they won't escape. But right then, above Lu Fu's head, things suddenly started shaking. A series of objects suddenly landed on him. Meanwhile, Guan Gui is still climbing up while complaining. Is the entire Eastern Palace collapsing? And Wei Zheng is climbing below, sarcastically telling him he won't live through the night. The one left in the middle is Lan Li. She just wondering, doesn't know Wei Zheng. Can you help me predict my love life? Climbing the stairs, it was Ruo Wei angrily scolding the scholars. You all say you don't want to live, but when you run for your lives, you're faster than anyone. And where did that lewd laughter come from? The owner of that laughter was Bei Cheng. Back to the time before, he was persuading Wei Zheng, whether you believe it or not. You can't die today because this nation still needs you. The day will come when you choose to assist Li Shimin. He will become the emperor, and you will become a famous prime minister. No matter what, survive first and then choose for yourself. It was the first time someone dared to predict Wei Zheng's fate. Back to the present. Suddenly, Ruo Wei slipped. She landed right on Bei Cheng's face. Then, Ruo Wei quickly climbed back up and asked, "Did my slip hurt you, brother?" His face was serious as he looked at her. His face was serious as he looked at her. Then he scolded in a low voice, "Clumsy." Then he scolded in a low voice, "Clumsy." There's just no helping her. He followed closely behind her. There's just no helping her. He followed closely behind her, precisely because he feared this situation. Precisely because he feared this situation. But his nosebleed had betrayed his seriousness. But his nosebleed had betrayed his seriousness. While he was being punished for being a pervert. While he was being punished for being a pervert. Guan Kuei had spotted the exit nearby. Guan Kuei had spotted the exit nearby. After climbing out, Guan Kuei was overjoyed. After climbing out, Guan Kuei was overjoyed. Meanwhile, everyone was still marveling at the secret passage construction. Everyone was still marveling at the secret passage construction, hidden in the well of a civilian's house. Hidden in the well of a civilian's house. Wei Zheng never thought that he would one day use such a method to escape. The last person to come out was Bei Cheng, narrowly escaping danger. The last person to come out was Bei Cheng, narrowly escaping danger. He can return to the Qin King. But suddenly, a sharp object pierced straight into his shoulder. Simultaneously, the four of them, Wei Zheng, the quick-witted Guan Kuei, and Ruo Wei, all jumped in fright. There was a gun muzzle emitting hot air. Clearly, it had just been fired. The one who attacked was actually Lu Fu. The crowd below was panicking, examining what kind of hidden weapon he had been hit by. Bei Cheng could only instruct everyone that it was on the wall. Hurry and run, as he was furious that he had let Lu Fu create a gun before him. Guan Gui turned around, but still couldn't believe there was a hidden weapon in the world that could be fired from the city wall. Bei Cheng could only yell back, "You idiot, get over here." Lu Fu then started aiming. "You dumb pig, I'll send you to hell first to get you out of my sight. Then I'll play with the rest of them later." Bei Chung saw that Guan Gui wasn't listening, so he had no choice but to throw a rock straight at him. Just as the rock hit Guan Gui's head, the bullet grazed his shoulder. Ruo Wei, with her sharp eyes, spotted the location on the city wall. Lan Li, being clever, was very worried because they still hadn't identified what weapon it was. Guan Gui was lying on the ground, screaming incessantly. Guan Gui was lying on the ground, screaming incessantly. A monster like that, I'm definitely going to die. A monster like that, I'm definitely going to die. On the city wall, Lu Fu was reloading, wasting one of my bullets. Lu Fu was reloading, wasting one of my bullets. Just obediently die, can't you? Just obediently die, can't you? Bei Chung realized at this moment the two shots were about 25 seconds apart. It was a musket. He felt fortunate that his opponent hadn't developed anything more advanced yet. Guan Gui remembered Wei Zheng's joke. That he was about to die and became even more afraid. However, he said something different than in the dungeon. Indeed, your fate is a death omen. But now it's hard to say. Whether you can survive or not depends on him then. Bei Chung had indeed discovered the only escape route. That alley. If he ran with all his might, he would only have one chance to fire. He began to sketch out a simple diagram of the current terrain. But Bei Chung thought that based on Lu Fu's skills, he could still hit another shot from that distance. Moreover, the target is definitely him. Lu Fu on the wall was continuously taunting. Come out, don't hide anymore. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred at the corner of the street. Startled, he turned his head to check in the direction of the explosion. The place where the major incident occurred seemed to be the Imperial Palace. Bai Chung knew that the opportunity given to him by heaven had arrived. Then he grabbed the only two girls and shouted, "Follow me if you want to live." Lu Fu looked at the explosion and knew that Jian Cheng had succeeded. The emperor was certainly killed by the massive explosion. However, he had no idea that behind him, Bei Chung was leading everyone to escape. At this moment, Lu Fu instinctively picked up his gun and fired. That bullet only grazed the hat of Guan Gui. Seeing that everyone had distanced themselves from him, Guan Gui shouted, "Don't run too fast. Wait for me over there." Lu Fu immediately threw down his gun. I don't know if the emperor is alive or not, but I absolutely can't give him the chance to turn things around. If it were just them, Hugu wouldn't even bother with him. Lu Fu had safely landed at a spot. His legs quickly recoiled. Then, his figure gracefully leaped off the surrounding structures, using them as leverage to jump down the city walls. The gun lying on the ground was picked up, so he wanted to carry the weapon with him. To eliminate the one who knew too much, Guan Gui in the alley. Ruo Wei's panicked voice kept urging him to answer. Was that explosion caused by gunpowder? Why is their target the Imperial Palace? However, right now, Bei Chung can only order, "Return to Prince Qin's mansion immediately." The shouts outside grew louder and louder. "Capture the people of Qin Wang's, Prince Qin's mansion. Don't let a single one escape. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." The group was. Ruo Wei confirmed that they were subordinates of Jing Zhouyin. They are in the same faction as the Crown Prince Bei Chung. They must have used explosives to blow up the palace, causing the emperor to panic and then blaming Prince Qin. However, Ruo Wei sees that they will have no evidence to falsely accuse Prince Qin's mansion. Yet in an instant, someone planted and found several bags of black powder, similar to the powder that caused the explosion in the backyard of Prince Qin's mansion. That only made Ruo Wei more frustrated, but he was still lost in his own thoughts. Why am I so familiar with this tactic? Should I be the bad guy on the enemy's side? The soldiers are reporting that they have searched everywhere in the palace, but cannot find Li Shi. The inventive people are very frightened, because the enemy used her own gunpowder to kill so many lives in the palace. Wei Zhang, seeing this, came forward to comfort her. Gunpowder is just a weapon. Whether it's used to kill or save people, you are helpless. Over here, Beicheng quickly pulled Ruo away and Bao Zemare. Qin Wang guessed he would be harmed and left beforehand. The important task at hand is to meet up with them. Quickly think of the most likely place he would go. She vaguely replied, "Every night the gates of Chang'an are closed tightly. 2CA cannot leave the city. The great minister Jiao Hao will definitely be investigated. He definitely won't go. On the contrary, there is a small gate guard, 2CA, who has a life-saving grace towards him. Very few people know they have a good relationship." Finally, after a series of confusing roundabout explanations, Ruo Wei clarified that the location was a Xuanwu gate. Cut to a scene of soldiers following orders. "Get him out of here. Quick, bring more water." Yuan Ji, watching the fire, said, "Poor Wei Qin, a beauty that could topple empires, to be buried in flames with an old man." Jian Cheng chuckled in response. "I've long seen that you have an eye for Wei Qin. Don't worry. After this big brother ascends the throne, I'll reward you with 10 Wei Qins." Meanwhile, a soldier announced, "The imperial household manager, Chen Gong, is here immediately." Jian Cheng and Yuan Ji immediately switched to their filial son roles. The filial prince wept for his father's death. Eunuch Chen quickly spoke in his aged voice. "Your two highnesses, please be assured. His Majesty is fine. He is resting in the Changning Palace." His Majesty suddenly changed his mind to visit consort Xiao. Thus, he avoided a disaster. It must be the filial piety of the two princes that moved the heavens. Truly, a blessing for the people of the Great Tang. Filial son numero uno, Hianqing, hesitantly spoke. "It's good that he's all right." Filial son number 2, Yuanji, also echoed softly, "Probably." At this moment, in Changning Palace, Li Yuan was furious. "Useless. Where are the palace guards? Who on earth ordered this?" The guard then reported. Near dusk, a groom from Qin Wang's, Prince of Qin, residence entered the palace, claiming to offer treasures as tribute. But it wasn't recorded, and the general must investigate the residence. They discovered black powder identical to the explosive powder at the scene. Qin Wang's whereabouts are unknown as he is not in his residence. The general deduced that this matter is inevitably related to Li Shimin. Yuan Yi whispered secretly that even if his father managed to escape, the crime of Shimin has been established. Acceptable. Just then, a voice rang out from above, summoning Jiansheng and Yuan Ji to seal off the entire Chang'an. Search the entire city. Turn over every inch of the city to find him for me. Alive, we must see the person. Dead, we must see the body. Thus, the two of them spur their horses while shouting loudly. By the emperor's decree, search all houses. Hunt down the traitor Li Shimin. Kill, without mercy. A reward of 10,000 taels for information. The one who obtains the head will be granted the title of 10,000 household marquis. Reward of 10,000 taels of gold. Just then, 6 guards appeared as the crown prince switched scenes. The story is getting intense at Xuanwu Gate. Someone suspicious approaches, so the guards shout, "Who's there? You audacious commoner. Curfew is in effect. How dare you intrude upon the imperial city's forbidden grounds? Don't you know you'll lose your head?" Then, the guards collectively try to attack, but they're all punched and sent flying backwards. Immediately, they warn each other, "Everyone, be careful. This person's fighting skills are formidable." When Chung Lao intends to use archers, Shimin stops him. "Don't shout anymore. All of us here combined are no match for him. He just wants me to know who has arrived." Looking across Chang'an, only one person possesses such skills. There's only one person. Luckily, he's on our side. Bei Chung has come to help. While bandaging the wound, he inquires the situation in the palace and the emperor's safety. According to Shimin, his father is still safe. But Chung Lao is a bit unhappy, because now Shimin has been identified as the mastermind and is wanted by the authorities. Sooner or later, the crown prince will discover his hiding place. Bo Chung reassured him calmly. "No need to worry. I've brought 2 people here. They can help us turn the tide." The organizer knew about the palace explosion. The crown prince's trusted aide, Guan Gui, the master and also the participant. Decision-making for all the crown prince's plots. With Wei Zheng, these 2 people as witnesses, why worry about not reversing the situation? Shimin now understands the reason why. They look a bit familiar. Now they've joined his side, so he's very grateful. Guan Gui laughed and said that he hasn't betrayed the crown prince yet. After dealing with Lu Fu, he will return. And Wei Zheng, expressed that he needed to observe further before choosing someone. Fu Bei, Chang couldn't take it anymore. So, you wanted to take action. Lao Tzu protected you all the way. And now you're saying you still want to side with the crown prince? You nameless fool. What's the point of keeping someone like you in history? Guan Gui then argued that what was most needed was physical evidence. After that, Shermin looked very troubled and spoke up. The heir can completely say that Shangwan Zhanshi was forced to fabricate evidence. Without certainty, we shouldn't risk it. Chang'an is too dangerous now. I plan to leave the capital at dawn, to seek refuge at the border, and no longer worry about court affairs. Duo, he was the first to dissuade him, saying they couldn't retreat. If we just leave like this, it will only further confirm the charge of treason. Not only were all his military honors stripped away, but the civil officials who associated with you were also implicated. At this point, Bei Cheng is very worried because the script isn't going as planned. The Xuanwu Gate incident was supposed to be where Shermin triumphed, but now Jian Cheng wants to run away. If he leaves, who will become Emperor Taizong of Tang? I fear that history has been altered because of you. Meanwhile, Wei Zheng also asserted that Shermin is not someone who can shoulder great responsibilities. Suddenly, Bai Cheng began lecturing. The most precious thing a person has is their life. A life, for each person, comes only once. A person's life should be lived in such a way that when recalling the past, one will not regret wasting their years in helplessness, nor feel ashamed for being a lowly person, living an ordinary life, so that when facing the end of their life, he can say, I have used all my life and all my energy to dedicate to the cause, the most brilliant career in the world, for the people, for the happiness of the people of the great Tang, to strive. Even Ruo Wei felt that what he said made sense. Her heart was also boiling with every word he said. Shermin spoke hesitantly. Does brother also feel that one cannot live a mediocre life? Bei Cheng seemed to understand and replied, No mountain is higher than man. No road is longer than fighting feet. Go, your highness. He emotionally recounted, Li Shermin, I was 12 years old when I joined the army, fought countless battles. Originally thought I could fight for a peaceful and prosperous era, but it's just a one-sided effort. Whether it's the crown prince or the fourth brother, if they don't care about brotherly love, then let's have a good fight. The winner is king, the loser is bandit. Li Shimin, I have no regrets in dying. Thank you, Brother Gu Xiaoxia. You helped me make my final decision. Now, Bei Cheng realizes that, no matter what era someone is from, they're not immune to books. Windows to the soul. Only those watching these two clowns feel a chill down their spines. Suddenly, someone whispers, humbly saying they might be able to find evidence. Lan Li cleverly thinks the crown prince couldn't have used all the gunpowder. The rest must be hidden somewhere. If they can find it, it'll be the best evidence. Quan Gui also speaks up sincerely, though not certain. In Dunhua Ward, southeast of the city, the crown prince has an ordinary private residence. Important things are kept there. The gunpowder might also be stored th. Bei Cheng and Ruo Yu simultaneously drew their weapons, wanted to praise him. At the crucial moment, he knew to make the right choice. Then, Cheng Lao volunteered to go and bring the investigator. Bei Cheng hurriedly stopped him. He believed that too many people going would make the prince suspicious and understand everything. If they said the prince framed them, then the prince would also accuse them of framing him. Cheng Lao, a little annoyed, questioned him. This won't work? That won't work? Then may I ask, what brilliant idea does Gu Xiaoxia have? He calmly replied, Brilliant idea? I wouldn't dare say. I just know your way leads only to death. Everyone can stay here and guard. I'll go explore first. I'll be back in an hour. Zheng Lao, Ing Fu Zaite, raised his voice and scolded. A self-important person with no manners. Your Highness, don't listen to him. Actually, he had absolutely no idea how to win. This person will hinder the big picture. Ruo Wei secretly agreed. She thought even if they found the gunpowder, it wouldn't make a difference. The two sides would only accuse each other and never admit it. Then why did Bei Cheng go? She didn't know what medicine he was selling in his gourd. Bei Cheng was certain that the final battlefield was at Xuanwu Gate. The historical outcome will not change. He didn't know whether he was finding evidence for Li Yuan or someone else. He thought that if the old man had the ability, he wouldn't have been forced by Taizong to abdicate. The reason he wanted to find the gunpowder was to deal with that guy. The Xuanwu Gate incident, whether it can follow the written history or not, The biggest variable is Lu Fu. At this moment, he was trying to justify himself. I chased all the way to the Qin prince's mansion, but no one knows where they've gone. Shangguan Gui and Wei Zheng know too much. They are messing up the plan and must be dealt with quickly. Jian Sheng was so angry that he scolded everyone. That Shangguan Gui, at a crucial moment, caused trouble for me, and the fourth brother is guarding Wan Cheng. Absolutely don't let them enter the palace. Lu Fu, you, and I will divide up and search the entire city. We must find them before dawn. After that, Jian Sheng went to the east of the city, leaving the west of the city to Lu Fu. As the two of them walked away, Yuan Ji was still standing there. At that moment, Yuan Ji's subordinate, Wei Jiao, was summoned. Yuan Ji then told Wei Jiao to move all the gunpowder in the courtyard. Go and disguise yourself as Shangguan Gui. The people of Qin Wang caused it. Besides, how to make gunpowder is still unclear, so we must capture him alive and smart. And absolutely do not let the crown prince know. Yet Wei Jiao only cares about how many people he can kill this time. Yuan Jiayue explained that this place isn't the frontier, so killing too many will draw attention. In the end, the agreed-upon number was 300 lives. At this moment, down the street, the task assignment for the guards is still taking place. When they arrived at Dunhua Ward in the northern city, he found this place a bit larger than expected, so it will take some effort to search. But suddenly his sense of smell kicked in. He had smelled the metallic scent of blood here. Indeed, in a hidden corner, the guards were all having their throats slit. Looks like 39 lives already. Wei Daoren leisurely spoke. All done? Just these few guards? The guard stammered, claiming he was on the same side. Too bad for the guard. He met his end right then and there. Just one more person to complete the count, so don't move. If he gets stabbed off center, I'll have to redo these 39 bodies. I'll have to do it again. After finishing the arrangement, Wei Yao even praised his work as perfect. He casually asked, "Did I kill everyone? How am I going to clean up this gunpowder? I have to call Ford General back. He's going to scold me. Annoying. I should just kill him directly." They've recognized his twisted nature in Gaobei City, arranging corpses into the character for kill without batting an eye. Moreover, all the bodies only have wounds on their necks. He is a true master. After collecting some evidence, he thinks that those things should be enough. But suddenly, Wei Yao appeared behind him. So many corpses displayed. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Bai Cheng Tiu reflexively pulled out his dagger, but he dodged it. Immediately after, his foot tiptoed up. Bei Cheng was very surprised, because he didn't know when he had been approached. He didn't even realize it. Suddenly, the enemy's hand gripped his hand tightly. Wei Jiao spoke triumphantly. This time he can't move anymore. But as he was about to strike, he managed to lean back and kick him in a surprise attack. Bei Cheng was really scared of this pervert. He was willing to get stabbed to injure him. He felt like he couldn't beat this lunatic, so he needed to run away quickly. But suddenly, a gust of finger force brushed past and scratched Bei Cheng's body. Wei Jiao regained his composure and rushed up. "Where do you think you're going?" Bei Cheng could only think of 4 words. At this moment, there's no time to dodge. But Wei Jiao did nothing but grumble. The masterpiece had been ruined, then rearranged the names of the guards. It turned out that when Bei Cheng was running away, Bei Cheng kicked that guard. After dragging the victim's body back to its position, Wei Jiao saw the perfection restored. Bei Cheng grinned from ear to ear, because he discovered a Virgo assassin. At this time, Wei Jiao said that they could take their time. He was eager to make a sweet cut on the opponent's neck. Bei Cheng hinted, "Actually, you know what?" Then he said something confusing. "Forget it. Just confess directly and let me try a slash first." Wait a moment. After seeing a strange row of squares carved on the wall, he seemed quite satisfied. Jiao stared blankly and gradually thought, no, he seemed to have discovered the flaw. Wei Jiao couldn't help but grumble. You need to add another stroke to that X. But Bei Cheng continued to carve imperfect images, driving Wei Jiao insane. Seeing him completely provoked, he knew the next course of action would be easier to handle, because anger clouds reason. And losing reason inevitably exposes weaknesses. After finishing, Bei Cheng asked disdainfully, "Smell that? The scent of your own blood." Yet Wei Jiao could still retort, "You're deliberately provoking me. Killing you alone is more satisfying than killing 100 others." His gaze intensified. Then Wei Jiao began summoning another sword. Bei Cheng was also surprised that there was such a skill in ancient times. The Changsai section combines offense and defense. Adding to Wei Jiao's non-networked martial dance, he felt unable to attack. even approaching the enemy, would turn him into 100 pieces. A sharp sword light flashed past, creating a red streak on him. Right then, another sharp point stabbed. Having just dodged, Bo Cheng understood. Wei Jiao was intentionally attacking his left chest. It seemed he wanted to create a wound, symmetrical to the right chest wound Bo Cheng had before. So Bo Cheng deduced the next. Wei Jiao's sword would strike from that spot. After subduing the opponent, the surrounding atmosphere gradually quieted. A golden glimmer flashed before Wei Jiao's face. His pupils dilated in utter bewilderment. When Bo Cheng could predict the attack position, Bo Cheng could only say, "Obsessive-compulsive disorder can be deadly." Even as he lay on the ground, he stubbornly spoke, "Because I have killed countless men. So many famous generals and heroes have died by my blade. You are the first to evade my dense web of blades." Bai Cheng tooked. He had merely discovered and exploited his weakness. But little did he know, though Wei Jiao sought balance, wielding two such contrasting weapons. So, MANHWA is a divine weapon passed down by his ancestors, forged from the hardest iron. Moreover, Wei Jiao found them a perfect fit for. Bai Cheng finally understood that the reason he had one arm longer than the other. In this era, such a physical defect would easily attract much criticism. That's why he was so obsessed with perfection. So, Jiao Gu exerted all his strength to entrust Mingyu to be in the hands of a strong person. And you are that person. Please, you must not abandon them. Bai Cheng thrust the sword down deep as if to affirm his promise. At this moment, Lu Fu was very anxious thinking about moving. The gunpowder. He saw that Bai Cheng was at a disadvantage because of the guns, so he definitely wanted to make guns to fight back. "This gunpowder is my secret weapon. With it, I will become the ultimate winner." When he arrived, he saw the bloody scene inside. Then came the announcement that the gunpowder had been soaked by someone. They were one step late. Lu Fu was trembling with anger because he could only think of Bai Cheng as the culprit. Then he roared as if to vent his anger. "I will definitely tear you into 100 pieces." The persistent knocking on the door finally woke the blacksmith. He yawned sleepily, wondering who was bothering him in the middle of the night. Bai Cheng went straight to the point, asking his master, "Is my order ready?" The blacksmith answered honestly, "I'm considered a reputable smithy in Chang. I've seen all sorts of things, but the blueprint you provided is the most intricate I've ever seen. The flintlock mechanism is easy enough, but the spring's elasticity is the only issue. The way you require it, I cannot do it. Making it this far is already quite an achievement." Bai Cheng figured that given the Tang Dynasty setting, creating a gun would still be difficult. So he should start by making a spring first. Just then a voice rang out. "Search all the forges. Bring everyone inside out." The soldiers kicked the doors and stormed in. The blacksmith stammered, "Officials, what's the matter?" All the blacksmiths like him were dragged out. Then the soldier reported that the people from the forge had been brought in. A total of 78 people, along with 179 family members. Lu Fu produced a drawing that somewhat defamed Bai Cheng's appearance and said, "Among you, there must be someone who has seen him. Step forward, or you will all die." The blacksmith immediately recognized Bai Cheng, recalling his earlier instructions that he would ensure everyone's safety. Just then, Bai Cheng spoke up, "Lu Fu." So, Lu Fu couldn't catch me and vented his anger on the common people. "You truly are a loser." He decided he'll be a gun in his next life. Currently, a musket will do for now. But no one outside answered, so he peeked out. It turned out that Lu Fu had quickly hidden himself, while Bai Cheng hadn't even created the gun yet. He thought he was such a coward, but the guards had also spotted Bai Cheng, all alone, so they were excited to rush forward and grab some credit. One of them quickly approached the house where he was hiding, but little did he expect. Bai Cheng had drawn a strange fiery scene in the sky. Seeing his subordinate report that the blacksmiths had all run away, Lu Fu didn't seem to care much. Suddenly, screams echoed everywhere, causing Lu Fu and his servant to quickly embrace each other. The soldiers who were just so eager to claim the reward were screaming and running away. "Save me, it's so hot." Lu Fu was annoyed with his useless subordinates, had no choice but to summon the archers. Thus, countless arrows pierced through the door. At this moment, Lu Fu's close aide spoke up. "We have you surrounded. Either die in a rain of arrows, or come out and be hacked to death." Bai Cheng remained engrossed in assembling, ignoring the shouts from outside. Come out here and beg me, and I'll grant you a clean death. But all he saw was that he would regret today's mistake for the rest of his life. A pleased smile spread across his face. But only if Lu Fu manages to stay alive a little longer. Outside, Lu Fu, still unaware, yelled at his subordinates. No movement. He must have escaped using rockets. Seeing his subordinate hesitate, he raged and scolded. Who's the boss here? Or do you want to go in there and catch him yourself? So, the soldiers had to obey Lu Fu's orders. Prepare the rockets. Suddenly, they saw something being thrown into the air. Then some kind of wind force shot through the object, like the vase cracking open with dazzling rays of light. While the guards screamed from the stinging in their eyes, Bei Cheng dashed out. Lu Fu quickly drew his gun, yelling, "You still want to run?" But he was no slouch either. He pulled out a weapon, just like Lu Fu's. Lu Fu immediately had to duck behind horse, because the shooting distance of Bei Cheng is very short. Then he realized Bei Cheng. There's no way he could reload that fast. Lu Fu flew into a rage, realizing he'd been tricked again. He demanded that the nearby roads be blocked off. Bei Cheng must be caught at all costs, to protect the honor of the military police. But Bei Cheng thought that victory in a battle in the alley doesn't depend on numbers. The guard stood cautiously in a line. Bei Cheng could see the deliberate arrangement. Shields at the front, spears at the rear. Perfect for narrow passages. But the guards found this six-man formation strange. Very odd indeed. Luckily, the leader understood and explained that this formation can both attack and defend. Different from the elite troops of the North City. With shields in front, they're protected from harm. And if you show your face, the spears behind will strike immediately. This guy is daydreaming about his scheme, going through the 6 districts and looting the wealthy families. When a hand kept patting his back, annoyed by the prank, he turned around to scold. "What's with the patting?" Bei Cheng, with a gloomy face, asked if he wanted to buy candles. The guard's heart skipped a beat. He kept saying there were ghosts and pointed it out to his comrades. Then, a quick-handed archer fired an arrow, but hit the wall. The others then saw his figure running towards the east. They were very worried about the possibility of him knowing the terrain of Bei Cheng. Just then, he reappeared, his sword flashing, instantly claiming enemy lives. That pleased Bei Cheng. As expected of a weapon forged from meteorite iron, it's truly excellent. At this moment, all that Lu Fu heard were screams. Unclear. That infuriated him even more. We're being toyed with. It's just one person. How is he so strong? Enemy soldiers lay scattered on the ground, groaning. The target continues to advance eastward. We've lost more than half our forces already. We can't stop him. He's too strong. Bei Cheng moved swiftly, but had also anticipated that enough information had been relayed. Lu Fu probably knows I'm heading east. If I were him, I'd definitely block the road ahead. He quickly surveyed the area and locked onto a location, for example, over there, on a rooftop not far away. Lu Fu was lying in wait with a sniper rifle. "Come here quickly, my little darling." He watches Bei Cheng's path, quite confident. He muttered to himself, "Step by step, walk into your grave." Lu Fu waited, but instead of a person, only a cat passed by. It made him uneasy. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Did he change his route? Suddenly, Lu Fu froze, sweat pouring down his forehead. He sensed something terrifying. This cold aura. He hurriedly moved his body, feeling the danger. But just as he stood up, a bullet came flying, severing 2 of Lu Fu's fingers. Blood streamed from his hand as he fell from the rooftop to the ground. Bei Cheng praised after firing the shot. The killing intent was still detected, truly worthy of being a top figure. Having spent over a decade navigating the underworld, his sixth sense was remarkably sharp. His subordinate, Lu Fu, upon noticing, immediately cried out. They dismissed the idea of immediately escorting to run back to the northern city. "For now, we'll spare your life, but sever a few fingers. At least tonight, you won't be causing any trouble." He quickly jumped to the ground to escape. Bei Cheng hadn't even managed to leave when he heard birds chirping. Curious, he approached to investigate, intrigued. Has the imperial court started raising pigeons for food? He wondered. Suddenly, a drunk man began to shout wildly. "You commoner, how dare you intrude into the imperial court? Are you not afraid of being beheaded? I can smell your stench from afar. Now get away from me." After Bei Cheng gave him a beating, he inquired, "Is this the place where the imperial court raises pigeons for sending messages? Or do they raise pigeons for the emperor to eat?" The beaten man sobered up instantly and obediently replied, "Mainly, in an emergency, they can transmit information to the military. The other side, I still have 2 pots of stewed pigeons and some wine in my room. Take a break, eat, and drink a little. But Beicheng didn't bother to respond. I don't like pigeons. That man cursed him silently in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that there are no more guards at night, Lao Tzu would have beaten you until you called out, "R.A., R.A." Beicheng has something to ask, so he turned back, causing him to startle and change his expression. "Grandfather, what are your orders?" "You investigate Qin Xiong, Wei Qi Gong, and Cheng Yaojin. Where are these people stationed? Can your pigeons here make contact?" Lu Fu bandaged his wound, but he still grumbled inwardly. This idiot, Beicheng. He thinks that by injuring my finger, he can sleep soundly. Isn't he worried? I, like you, am someone who knows the script of history. It's really too easy to prevent this from happening. While Lu Fu was complacent, the guards reported that news had reached near your Xuanwu gate to the 4 generals. He calmly asked what he said. The guard stammered. He felt suspicious and sent people to investigate Xuanwu gate. Lu Fu exclaimed in panic, "This big idiot!" Beicheng escaped while thinking of Xian Xiao. They are now at the Shanzhou military camp. The pigeon flies there in 4 hours. The main force will catch up in 6 hours. Just need to escape for another 10 hours. Suddenly, the sound of horses running came from behind. The sound of Yuan Ji's group's horses hurriedly approached. He jumped into a nearby spot to hide. A subordinate asked in confusion, "For generals, why?" "Lord Lu warned you not to approach the Xuanwu sect. Yet, why'd you still go there?" Yuan Ji, annoyed, scolded, "Who the hell is he? Why is it his turn to command me? Why bring up the Xuanwu sect for no reason? Why bring up the Xuanwu sect for no reason?" Something's definitely up. His subordinates cheered him on, but his scheme was obvious at a glance. "General C, you're brilliant. Truly the mastermind of the army." Bao Cheng panicked. "What kind of dogshit path is this? We have to get back to the Xuanwu sect before they do. But how can I outrun them on 4 legs? Then he noticed a carriage nearby. Nearby, 2 people were secretly catching their breath. Xi Mai worried. "De Bingji, we haven't been discovered, have we?" Wang Er being reassured. "It's okay. I'll go out and scare those outside in a bit." He immediately jumped out and shouted, "What's all the noise?" In the middle of the night, Siem Mei's husband is sighing. "I just came back from taking a dump. Saw your cart being chopped up. When I startled his wife, her husband got angry. 'How dare you, in Prince Wang's residence, lay a hand on my wife?' He dismantled the wheels and fled, secretly apologizing. A life is more important. The revolution's victory will compensate for a cart later." As he pedaled up the slope, the wheel kept bouncing. His rear end bounced along with it, shaking rhythmically with the wheels. His butt hurt so much he couldn't sit still and cried out, vowing that sooner or later he would make rubber. Meanwhile, Yuan Ji's group had arrived at Xuanwu Gate. A subordinate scouted and reported. The 4 generals looked normal. Nothing peculiar. Yuan Ji ordered, "The more normal, the more earth-shattering secrets are hidden. In a moment, rush in and control the guards first. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." Suddenly, a wooden wheel fell from the sky, smashing straight into Yuan Ji's head. Before he could react, he was sprawled on the ground. His subordinates, startled, cried out, "Fourth General! Fourth General!" Yuan Ji, his head swelling with anger, demanded, "What weapon was that?" His subordinate helped him up, replying awkwardly, "It seemed to be a wheel." Before he finished speaking, Beicheng fell from the sky again. He kicked Yuan Ji's head once more. Yuan Ji was sent flying. His subordinates rushed to help him up. "Oh heavens, General, are you all right?" Yuan Ji, bruised and battered, his voice trembling, growled, "Damn it, where is this assassin ambushing me from?" As his subordinates turned their heads, they saw Beicheng gleefully running away. "He's running, and he's fast." He chuckled to himself. "I need to lure this cavalry out of the Xuanwu Gate first. Then Beicheng can lead them on. If they have the guts, let them arrest me." Yuan Ji didn't hesitate. He immediately ordered his men to capture him and make him suffer. His subordinates obeyed and rode after him. But at this moment, Yuan Ji calmly realized, wait, he wants to lure me away, which means Shi Min and Ruo Wei are standing on the city wall. They heard a commotion outside. Yuan Ji strode in loudly. "Who's on duty at Xuanwu Gate today? Get out here." Shi Min and Ruo Wei saw him and immediately hid. "Fourth brother, why is he here?" The subordinate hesitated, not wanting to go in for a search. Yuan Ji immediately scolded. "What are you hesitating for? If there's a problem, it's already exposed. Why not seize the opportunity? Even leftovers won't be snatched if you don't get in while it's hot." Cheng Lao ran out respectfully. "Little Prince." Cheng Lao greets 4th General. "Yuan Yinodid. Are you Fun?" "No." Anything unusual at Xuanwu Gate tonight? Reporting truthfully, Lord Cheng. After the palace fire in the middle of the night, Xuanwu Gate closed its gates as ordered, and nothing unusual has occurred. But Yuan Ji still didn't believe it. He even planned to lead his subordinates up there to check it out. Sherman guessed that Yuan Ji must have heard some news. Otherwise, he wouldn't deliberately come to investigate Xuanwu Gate. Could it be that Bei Cheng did something? Yuan Ji insisted on going up, but Lord Cheng blocked him, wanted to hold him back. Fourth General, the wind is strong on the city tower. Please don't go up. Yuan Ji threatened. If I find out you're hiding a criminal behind your backs, the entire court can wait to have their 9 generations exterminated. After observing, Lord Cheng shouted loudly towards the city gate. Brothers, there are cavalrymen on guard. There are only 5. Attack now. Li Yuanji's subordinate anxiously searched. Where are they? I can't see them. If we don't catch them, General C will kill us. Keep searching. Don't stop. Bei Cheng, hiding on the rooftop, massaged his back. It seems we've successfully lured the main force away. Before Li Yuanji makes his move, before Qin Xiong's group reaches Li Shimin, they absolutely cannot be discovered. But according to historical records, Li Jiansheng and Li Yuan must stop at Xuanwu Gate, right? As long as Li Jiansheng hasn't arrived, it's fine. On the other side, Jiansheng's subordinate pointed to the sky. Your Highness, it's General C's signal flare, heading towards Xuanwu Gate. Jiansheng realized it was Lao C calling for reinforcements. Yuanji's subordinates panicked. General C is in trouble. Return to protect General C. Your Highness, the prince will definitely bring reinforcements. We must hold out until reinforcements arrive. Bei Cheng was stunned upon hearing this. He screamed in his heart. The wheels of history are rolling forward relentlessly. Even a royal concubine on horseback couldn't stop it. Yuan Ji retreated in panic. There's definitely something wrong. How dare the captain of the Imperial Guards plot a rebellion? Is he tired of living? He then ordered the remaining men to try their best to hold on and wait for the prince's reinforcements to arrive. Cheng Lao angrily shouted, "Damn it! That Bei Cheng deserves to be hacked into 1,000 pieces. I told you to leave the imperial city earlier. We're all going to be killed by him." Suddenly, a spear pierced his chest. A man wielding a broadsword wanted to chop down Cheng Lao's head. He confidently shouted, "Dare to resist? All 4 generals must die." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened and he fell backward, a bullet hole gushing blood on his forehead. While Cheng Lao was still trying to figure out what was happening, Bei Cheng with his flaming twin swords charged in. The crowd stared in stunned amazement. They seemed to have guessed who had just appeared. Bei Cheng used his swords to chop the soldier's sword as easily as chopping tofu. Yuan Ji kicked a soldier forward and cursed loudly. "You damn bastards are just cannon fodder. Kill him for me." The soldiers followed the order and charged forward. Cheng Lao shouted in panic, "Charge! Defend! Defend quickly!" At this moment, Bei Cheng narrowed his eyes and thought, the weight and length of these twin swords are inconsistent. But in my hands, the feeling is so familiar. I might be able to use that move. The ultimate skill I practiced for 5 years in Qingzong. Gao Yuan thought for a moment, and then his feet began to move. He swung his sword decisively. Then came the mind illusion technique. Its flexible variations swept away the enemies. The crowd stared in astonishment. A single move wiped them all out. Indeed, it was Lord Tao's divine manifestation. Yuan Ji, seeing this, gnashed his teeth in silent hatred. This is Wei Jiao's sword. Could it be that he has turned traitor? Gao Yuan pointed his sword at him, warning, "If you don't want the same fate as him, then be honest." Hearing this, Yuan Ji wisely knelt on the ground. In the end, Yuan Ji was tightly bound in Gao Yuan's hands. Gao Yuan thought, with him in our hands, even if Li Jiansheng were to besiege Xuanwu Gate, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Everyone agreed with him, and the old Cheng beside him thoughtfully pulled up a chair for him to sit. He puts on a confident facade, but just staying here isn't the way. We should try to move. Ruo Wei advises to stay calm. Just hold out until noon, and there will be a big opportunity to turn things around. Hearing this, Yuan Ji scoffed, dismissing his naivety. Do you two understand the boss's personality? Is he the kind of person who cares about brotherly love? He's like me. He's already seen through it. Tonight, among the 3 of us brothers, only one will survive. When he catches up, Xianwu sect will turn to ashes. None of us can escape. Guanggue, scared, wants to retreat the army, saying he's coming. Are you guys leaving or not? If you're not going, I'm saying goodbye. Bei Cheng used to massage Cheng Lao's shoulders and endure slaps. Where did my hero go? I'm leaving. Tonight, we're going into boiling water and raging fire. Cheng Lao is also following you. He's even surprised by his attitude. He offers his opinion. This place still has a city wall that can be defended. Once we leave, we'll end up being surrounded and besieged. Xuanwu Gate is the best option. Cheng Lao appears to agree, but he's worried about manpower. Wei Jing also agrees. He thinks they shouldn't act rashly. Bei Cheng frowns, wondering, having been in Chang'an for so many years, Qin Wang can't only have this much strength, right? I believe you still have a trump card to play. His words startled everyone in the room. Yuan Ji was the first to break the silence. He laughed loudly, mocking his subordinates. The generals under Lao Heir have been sent to the border. Even the guards in the residence are arranged by father. Where does he have any strength left in Chang'an? However, Sherman's reaction was beyond his expectations. How did you know? Yuan Ji knew it when he saw that. Bei Cheng was astonished that he guessed correctly, mouth agape. Bei Cheng covered his mouth and smiled meaningfully. The scent in this room won't lie. Sherman decided to tell the truth. I can't hide anything from you. Indeed, I did keep a branch. Ruo Wei looked surprised. Second brother, could it be that you violated father's orders and secretly raised them? At this moment, Sherman didn't respond to her. He called out the people hidden in the shadows to show themselves. The Taiyan's warriors immediately revealed themselves before them. Bei Cheng put his arm around Yuan Ji's shoulder. I really sympathize with you. Your face must be hurting, right? Yuan Ji was hurt by his own words and actions. Sherman humbled himself, saying he knew the principle that a meritorious official overshadowed his lord. The emperor and crown prince would one day deal with him. These elite warriors were carefully selected. They were eunuchs, devoid of emotions and desires. Killing like machines, they were the most ruthless weapons in the world. Then he tossed something to him. He reached out and caught it. He looked at the whistle in his hand, puzzled. Sherman quickly explained. They only obey the orders of the piper. You are the bravest, the wisest person here. Then he bowed his head. Tonight, we all follow your command. The warriors behind him resolutely echoed. We obey. Young hero, lead us. Bei Cheng froze on the spot at what had just transpired. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, frantic, reporting, "It's dire. The crown prince has arrived with his troops at the city gate." At this moment, the group finally snapped back to reality. Bei Cheng cursed his grandmother under his breath. It seemed like hiding quietly in a corner, and watching the Xuanwu Gate incident was impossible. Then he turned and said hurriedly, "In emergency, I won't refuse. But you must promise me one condition." Sherman wondered about the condition he proposed. He spoke. "Tonight, my name must not appear in any historical records." At this moment, the crown prince's troops rushed in. The slogan, "Eliminate the rebels," echoed through the space. Suddenly, the troops hesitated when they saw the figures standing in front of the gate. Bei Cheng authoritatively ordered the assassins. "Soldiers, listen to my command. Kill Tiansu." The assassins acted decisively. Their swift and efficient methods caught the crown prince's troops off guard. Jian Cheng watched the soldiers falling and was terrified. Where did this horde of sworn soldiers come from? Does that mean Li Shimin dared to defy military orders and secretly raise sworn soldiers? Do you want a rebel? Bei Cheng suddenly appeared behind him. How strange. Hasn't he always been rebelling? Having said that, he punched him squarely in the face with a serious fist. The punch sent him flying into the wall behind him. He screamed in agony. Bei Cheng felt incredibly refreshed after landing that blow. Finally, "I gotta punch you, what a relief." The subordinates helped Jian Cheng up. While he was still rambling nonsense, the soldiers were in a frenzy, terrified by his self-proclamation as Zhen, we/I, the emperor. One of them whispered in his ear, "My emperor, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years." He immediately lit up and commanded, "Rise." Bei Cheng frowned and spoke in a low voice. "Truly, even in your dreams, you aspire to be emperor. Unfortunately, you won't live through tonight." At this moment, Jian Cheng tried to win over Gu Bei Cheng. "You are a dragon among men, and I, the crown prince, cherish talent. I agree not to dwell on the past and will employ you with importance. Just pledge your allegiance to me and help me ascend the throne. In the future, you will be the crown prince's right-hand man." Who knew that upon hearing these words, Beiqing became even more enraged. Jiancheng hurriedly explained, You misunderstood. I didn't mean it that way. Angrily, he roared, misunderstanding my ass. Give me your life. Seeing this, he fled for his life. On the other side, the soldiers and retainers were still fighting fiercely. Duo Wei looked through the crack and muttered, You only brought the Eastern Palace Guards, the Northern Army. The Imperial Guards haven't appeared yet. If Father sends them to support, I'm afraid the situation will. UNG scoffed. It's good that you know that. You're standing on the wrong side, don't you realize? Do you think you're defying the Crown Prince, Li Jiancheng? How dare you meddle in the first prince's dirty schemes? Does the Emperor really not know? But he chooses not to intervene, because the first prince is his shadow. He is himself. To oppose us is to oppose the Emperor, to oppose the Great Tang. You think you can rely on some wild child who came out of nowhere to defeat the Great Tang? Suddenly, the tightly closed door was kicked open by Luofu. Beicheng is holding Li Jiancheng, whose face is beaten into a pig's head. Do you have anything else to say now? Tell your men to drop their weapons. Li Jiancheng, unable to resist, had no choice but to obey. Unexpectedly, someone called his name, and he looked up, only to see Luofu holding a knife to Ruo Wei's throat. Luofu threatened loudly. If you don't want your little beauty to get hurt, then drop your sword now. Ruo Wei, without fear, shouted, Don't worry about me. Once you drop your sword, we're all doomed. He then squeezed her neck tightly with one hand and pulled her hair with the other. He cursed, Damn woman. Shut up. Shizi, horrified, looked over, Don't touch her. Suddenly, Yuan Qi appeared and punched him in the stomach, then said with disdain, Idiot. Did you really think you could command the ruler of the world? Now you're just a dog waiting to be slaughtered. Shizi frowned in pain. He trembled and spoke words full of heroism. The Taiyan soldiers of Gubei City only listened to one command. Give the order. Even if I die today, I don't want to live a temporary life. The Great Tang Dynasty, its people, its common folk. Next, we'll see what decisive move you make. Bei Chang silently looked up, while Jiancheng looked at him with a worried expression. He suddenly released Jiancheng's collar and chuckled. This time, I'm truly giving up. Too bad. You found my weakness. You win. Drop your weapons. No more fight. A peaceful and civilized society. He could hardly believe it. Her voice filled with anger and frustration. Gu Beicheng, you're a spineless coward. Are you worthy of everyone's trust? I will never forgive you. Yuan Ji laughed upon hearing this. Is this your savior? Number 2. Flipping the boat for a woman, you deserve to fail. Beicheng then said, Your Highness, please wait. I'll be relying on you for my livelihood in the future. Then, Jiancheng looked very pleased, while Lu Fu was a little more cautious. Hold it. Don't move. Drop your weapons. Jiancheng was furious upon hearing this, as was Lu Fu. How dare you order me around? Do you want me to? He paused mid-sentence. His eyes rolled back as a bullet pierced his heart. The bullet passed through his head and flew forward. Lu Fu, also hit in the face by the bullet, thought in astonishment. In just 0.5 seconds, he managed to seize the opportunity to fire. Even with someone in the way, he could still target me. I can't accept this. With that thought, he immediately collapsed. Bo Cheng's smoking gun was still in his hand. He spoke without a change in expression. You have 100 ways to take a hostage. I have 101 ways to rescue one. Don't forget, my profession is a special forces soldier. While Yuan Ji was still stunned, Shi Min raised his sword. Yuan Ji, this emperor grants you your final words. You have committed many unrighteous deeds. As he realized something and turned around, the blade was already pressing close. The sword smoothly sliced through him. The scene was utterly horrifying. Cheng Lao joyfully shouted, We've won! We've won! Qin Wang has won! Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. A band of rebels celebrating too soon. Beicheng immediately turned his head towards the sound. The Northern Gate Imperial Guards appeared, full of spirit. By decree of the Emperor, Li Shimin is guilty of treason. Show no mercy. Kill all accomplices. Cheng Lao tried to stop him. Shimin, the Imperial Guard's battle formation is formidable. We can't stop them. Your Highness, go quickly, we'll cover you. But Shimin had no intention of fleeing. I, Shimin, am willing to bear all the blame alone. I beg the general not to massacre the innocent. The leading general gave the order. You dare to bargain for your life at this point? Kill them all, except for Li Shimin. Spare no one else. Hearing this, the soldiers charged forward as one. Suddenly, a shot grazed the general's helmet. Beicheng warned in a cold voice. Next time I won't miss. The general was furious. What do you want? Think a trick like this can scare this general into retreating? Today, even if the Imperial Guards have to fight to the death, we won't spare any rebels. Beicheng calmly negotiated with confidence. The Prince of Qin and I will go into the palace with you. Please, Your Majesty, allow your men to wait here. If His Majesty still refuses to grant amnesty after meeting us, it won't be too late to kill us. Ruo Wei shouted without thinking. Entering the palace now is a death sentence, but Shermin has great faith in your opinions. Ruo Wei heard Gu Xiaoxiao from the North City advising not to forget. Now, the Prince of Qin is the only one to inherit the throne. Now you are opposing him? The future doesn't look promising. It's time to pack up and leave. Hearing this, the general hesitated slightly. Since the crown prince and the 4 generals are dead, harming the Qin emperor and his associates means making enemies of the Chu army later on. So he chose to compromise. All right, I can lead you into the palace, but you can't bring weapons. Shi Zemin expressed his gratitude. Thank you, General Cheng. Shi Zemin is extremely grateful. At this moment, Beicheng was secretly handing Ling Li something. He whispered in her ear, there absolutely can't be any mistakes. Whether so many people can survive or not, all depends on you. Ling Li nodded, extremely serious. Then he tossed the gun towards Ruo Wei. Keep it safe for me. She wondered, can you convince Father Emperor? He replied confidently, don't worry. I've always used reason to persuade others. They proceeded together towards the imperial palace. The eunuch summoned them inside to meet the emperor. Li Yuan sat on the throne, listening to the general's reporting to your majesty. When the general arrived at Xuanwu Gate, His Highness the Crown Prince and Commander C were just assassinated. The perpetrators are Prince Qin and Gu Beicheng. Li Yuan flung the candle in his hand forcefully. The candle flew towards Shermin. He didn't make any move to resist. However, Beicheng quickly rushed forward and stomped the candle out. Upon seeing this, the soldiers shouted loudly, "How dare you be impudent in the imperial palace?" At this moment, he finally spoke up. This is the last vestige of the Li family. Do you want the Tang dynasty to have no successors? Hearing this, Shermin seemed about to say something. Li Yuan was furious upon hearing him say that. Gu Beicheng, do you know? Now you're just an ant in my palm. The old man unleashed terrifying power. A black dragon appeared with formidable might, a force not to be taken lightly. A harsh voice, an imperial decree. You shall be minced into pieces. His eyes turned red, his voice descending. Civilians are my children, I can tolerate that. But a commoner like you dares to be insolent. Truly ignorant of how the character death is written. How dare you? The soldiers could only bow their heads, trembling before this power. Shermin's face was also covered in sweat. Is this the heavenly might? Father defended Taiyuan back then, engaged in countless battles with the Tujue, cultivated a domineering aura capable of shattering livers. He looked at the murderous aura radiating out, and then at Beicheng standing before him, and encouraged himself inwardly. Young hero, by all means, do not go against him, trying to provoke him. But unexpectedly, he astonished them all, standing leisurely, picking his nose and mouth, and conveniently answering the old emperor's question. I know the simplified character for death, but how do you write the traditional one? I really don't know. Li Yuan was enraged by being disregarded. He immediately ordered him to be killed. The general drew his sword, tears streaming down his face. I've seen many foul mouths, but never one this foul. If I end up badly, don't bring him here again. When they looked back, the northern city had disappeared from sight. At this moment, he charged directly toward Li Yuan. Such a loud throat, putting on a show of power. Sure enough, a barking dog doesn't bite. After saying that, he punched him in the face. The generals below didn't even know to rescue him. They just stood there with surprised looks on their faces. Li Yuan was punched hard by him and fell onto the throne. He clutched his swollen face. His voice trembled, failing to utter a word for Gu Beicheng. Without a word, he reached out and grabbed the old man's throat. Beicheng sat imposingly and warned, "If you don't want anything to happen to the emperor, don't move." The official spoke out to stop him. "Young Master Gu, you mustn't be rash. Killing the king is a grave crime, unforgivable by heaven." He assured, "Rest assured, I won't kill him, at least until he passes the throne to my brother." Li Yuan stubbornly objected. Confident, the old man challenged. So what if you are skilled? There are 3,000 imperial guards in the palace. I don't believe you have the ability to leave here. Bei Cheng pretended to yawn, covering his mouth, and replied, whoever holds the army in their hands is the boss. Isn't that what you meant? Li Yuan laughed upon hearing this. Indeed, it's a pity you realized it too late. I have 3,000 troops in Chang'an. I can mobilize millions of soldiers in the entire Tang dynasty. What do you have to fight me with? Suddenly, the general rushed in, panicked. This is bad, your majesty. He frantically pointed outside. Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, Zhang Sun Wuji, Li Jing and the others are leading troops to attack Chang'an. They're heading towards the palace. Li Yuan was shocked, and his nose started running. He took out a handkerchief and didn't forget to instruct. Pay attention to your appearance. Wipe your nose. Li Yuan angrily shouted. Are the city guards eating shit? How can Chang'an be so easily breached? Are the people coming all infantry for a siege? The soldier stammered. They're all cavalry. Looking at the situation above, he was thinking, the atmosphere is so strange. Why is His Majesty being held in a man's arms? Li Yuan was furious, his eyes red with rage. Why weren't the city gates closed? How could the cavalry charge in so easily? A soldier reported, the gates were indeed closed, Your Excellency. But Lord Shangguan of the Eastern Palace carried the crown prince's token and ordered the gates to be opened and welcome. The gatekeeper dared not delay, because the news was blocked. The gatekeeper didn't know about the crown princes. Before he could finish, the old man spat out blood. Bei Cheng, standing nearby, kindly advised him. At this moment, Shi Min recalled the scene from that time. The crown prince's token from that time. The words that Bei Cheng instructed Ling Li. At that time, this is the crown prince's token. Later, you and Shangguan Gue secretly leave. Go wait at the city gate. As soon as the main army arrives, order the city gate to be opened. Then have them rush to the palace. At this moment, Li Yuan cast his bloodshot eyes over him. You have planned everything. Bei Cheng patted the old man's shoulder, chuckled, and advised him not to fret. Just obediently abdicate. You will still be the supreme emperor. Peacefully enjoy your retirement. How wonderful is that? Outside the imperial city, the Zhuke Gate's border guards were as numerous as stars in the night. They shouted the slogan, open the gate, or we'll immediately storm the city. This is 10,000 border troops. You imperial guards know our strength best. Bai Qi pointed his spear straight at the imperial city and roared. Are those bastards itching for a fight? Wait till your grandpa comes up there to deal with you. Are you? Jiao Jin impatiently shouted. There's no time to delay. The Prince of Qin is in danger at any moment. Storm the city. At this moment, Shu Bao spoke up. All soldiers, listen to my command. Li Yuan stood on the city wall and shouted loudly, how dare you dare to raise troops and enter the city, surround the imperial city. Shu Bao gong. Shu Bao respectfully reports that he received a letter carried by pigeon, reporting that someone is plotting against the Qin king, and he had no choice but to lead troops back to the capital to protect the king. He begs for His Majesty's forgiveness. Li Yuan then said, seeing me, he doesn't even bother to dismount. It seems my leniency has been too long in this palace. You should learn from this, and don't make the same mistake I did. Then he looked towards Shi Min and declared, I am old, and it's difficult to manage the empire. Today, I will abdicate the throne. My second son, Shi Min, has outstanding achievements, and with the support of the people, he will be made the crown prince. Today, I am issuing this decree. As soon as the decree was announced, the soldiers below burst into laughter. The soldiers below chanted slogans in unison. Welcome the ascension of the emperor. Long live the emperor. Wan Sui Wan. Long live long. Wan Sui. Long live. Li Yuan gleefully walked out carrying a jar of wine. Didn't expect there to be such good wine hidden on your dragon throne. I'll drink with you. Li Yuan coldly stared at him. Don't think you can rest easy just because I've abdicated. Ruling dominion. This empire is far more difficult than you imagine. Li Yuan brought the wine to his lips, listening indifferently. The old emperor's face was strained as he spoke. The first thing a new emperor needs are the 8 pillars of state. Minimali family is just one of those 8. The 7 great clans are dreaming of climbing onto this emperor's throne. Li Shimin then burst into hearty laughter. Seeing the old emperor speak so frankly while praising himself, Li Shimin immediately knew the historical records. This man's personality is spot on. Just then, Li Shimin and Ruo Wei arrived. According to Li Shimin, his royal father had proclaimed to the world his intention to abdicate the throne to him, while the old man would retire to the harem, no longer concerning himself with court affairs. Only Jiao Jin enthusiastically chanted, "Long live the emperor," repeatedly. The reason being that Bei Cheng was on the verge of being suffocated. At that moment, Yuan Hongji spoke up with intent to ascend the throne like this. "Aren't you afraid of slighting the remaining 7 pillar generals, Prince Qin, or should I call you your majesty now?" Seeing someone suddenly appearing like this, everyone panicked. Shermin was a little angry, scolding Yuan Hongji without an audience warrant. "How dare you barge into the imperial palace?" Xiao Jin beside him noticed he was sitting in a position he shouldn't be sitting in, so he threw a weapon directly, aiming to chase him away, regardless of whether the attack might damage the dragon throne. But unexpectedly, Hong Ji lightly waved his hand, sending Rao Jin's axe flying away. It embedded itself deeply into a pillar in the main hall. Everyone was shocked. After all, that weapon weighed a hefty 80 pounds. Yet, it lost to a fan. Hong Ji calmly spoke. "Don't be tense. I've only come to remind you of something. Back when you raised your army from Taiyuan, if it weren't for the cooperation of my clan, how could you have so easily conquered the empire? Reversing the situation can't be decided by one alone. What you decide, our families will have something to say about it." Shermin directly questioned him. "Are you saying you want to seize the dragon throne from the Li family?" He vehemently denied it with eloquent words. Back when the covenant was made, it was promised that the Li family would rule the empire. "We are leading troops against the enemy, merely because we see you forcing your father's hand, acting disobediently. How can we stand idly by and watch? Your title is not legitimate. Your words lack authority. Isn't the Qin king afraid that sitting on the dragon throne will make him a laughingstock?" From those words, Bei Cheng knew how to respond. He powerfully retorted, "Who says the emperor's sitting on the dragon throne is illegitimate and his words lack authority?" Hongji also realized the identity of the troublemaker, who had turned his Chang'an upside down. So he agreed to listen and see how he wanted to explain his identity to the world. Bei Cheng did not hold back and explained that anyone could become the emperor. People like Hongji had no right to speak. Moreover, the supreme emperor's throne could not withstand scrutiny. He firmly asserted that in this world, only Qin Huang is worthy to be emperor because he can retrieve the imperial seal of the realm. The words imperial seal struck Hong Ji like a thunderbolt. Seeing everyone looking at him suspiciously, Shermin quickly waved his hand, trying to distance himself from the matter. Hong Ji was then teased. "Brother Xiao Xia, you're quite the comedian. You don't even know where the imperial seal is now, yet you dare." But in fact, Bei Cheng knew. It was in central Turkic. It turned out that a few days ago, Turkic Princess Athena's delegation had arrived, promising that when Qin Huang ascends the throne, they would return the imperial seal. However, Shermin, the person involved, was confused and clueless, answering vaguely. Only Bei Cheng presented the matter in detail and promised to retrieve the imperial seal within 3 months. Hong Ji then asked what would happen if they couldn't retrieve it. Bei Cheng casually said that Shermin would yield the throne. Seeing Hong Ji's suspicion, Bei Cheng affirmed that everything was absolutely accurate. At this moment, Shermin seemed genuinely intimidated by him. Hong Ji then produced the 7 Pillars Tiger Talisman, which allowed him to command troops in over 421 military prefectures. He brandished it to threaten that if the Jade Seal wasn't found in 3 months, his Yuan family would ascend to the throne. After seeing him leave, Shermin explained that the reason for not eliminating him was his great ability, and they couldn't contend with so many people. Shermin was also very wary of the 7 pillars. At this moment, he turned to question that little brat. "Are you afraid the world isn't chaotic enough? What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Jin also thought that if it weren't for Bei Cheng's contributions, he would have been beheaded for his arrogance long ago. Not just him, he was also scolded by the Cheng Lao faction, thinking you overestimate yourself. Wanted to start a war with the Tujue. The matter of retrieving the Jade Seal in 3 months is harder than ascending to heaven. Precisely because of that. Mouth of yours, many people will die. Finally, Bei Chung stuttered a response. That, indeed, there's a point I didn't consider. From Chang'an to the Tujue, what's the fastest it would take? Xiao Jin was rolling up his sleeves, wanted to beat him up, because it seemed like he hadn't been listening to them. However, Wei Zheng calmly spoke up. From Chang'an, a fast horse at full speed would take half a month. But they see the Jade Seal as a weapon to control our Tang dynasty. During the reign of the Emperor Emeritus, the 8 pillar generals joined forces, repeatedly tried to retrieve it, but failed. How are we going to get it back now? Bai Cheng confidently affirmed that he naturally had a way. No need for any battles. Just need to prepare the things for him alone. He just needs to go as an envoy. The people are very worried about Li Shimin's safety. Only Ruo Wei is furious, because she thinks he will go there to be a royal consort. Recognizing his sister's temperament, Li Shimin didn't let her go. But Ruo Wei fiercely threatened, "Give you a chance to reconsider." At this time, people outside are waiting for information. Is it going smoothly? Hongji, he happily recounted, as if achieving the expected goal. Li Shimin temporarily doesn't dare to ascend the throne, to give us time to join forces with other pillars of state, and Hu Fuing's fabrication is very useful. That's right, I'm very concerned about Gu Beicheng. Will he retrieve the Imperial Jade Seal? So Hongji mobilized the 16 guards, Yin Yun to the border city of Chang'an. When Gu Beicheng shows up, they will kill him. Currently, the streets are buzzing about the King of Qin, sending envoys to the Turks to negotiate for the Jade Seal. They also heard that Gu Bei, who is famous because of this matter, went along as well. Finally prepared more than 100 sharp weapons. Moreover, looking at the smoky haze around the forge, these people don't know the Beicheng scheme. What exactly are they planning? Under the city wall, Ruo Wei kept reassuring that nothing would happen to him, but Shermin still carefully instructed. This time going on a long journey, Uncle told me to stay in Chang'an, prepared that Li Jing had to deal with the mutiny. Really can't add more escorts. I have notified the governor of Shuo Prefecture to provide support. Everyone on the road must be careful. Gu Xiaoxia, I entrust my younger sister to your care. If even one strand of hair is missing, I will hold you accountable. Bei Cheng doesn't see any difficulty. Only Ruo Wei was made to blush by those words. Just then, Bei Cheng suddenly spurred his horse. Before she could orient herself, she crashed straight into his face. The group had gone far away, but they were still worried about the mysterious weapon forging. Luckily, the people completely and unconditionally trusted Bei Cheng because he had a premonition. Bei Cheng would definitely help the great Tang dynasty stand on the peak of power. But that person was yawning, only a few minutes into the journey, making Lingli call for a break. The carriage noisily set off, unaware that they had become a target. In the blink of an eye, a rain of arrows shot into the guards. Bei Cheng reacted quickly, pulling Lingli back. He and Lingli fell into the carriage, where Ruo Wei was changing clothes. She frantically grabbed a robe to cover herself and asked, "What are you doing?" Bei Cheng recounted that Qiyu would not let them leave smoothly. Their ambush has arrived. After carefully counting, they realized there were 16 warhorses. Lanli now knew he had planned ahead, but she immediately noticed something. The assassins were all equipped with black horses and black armor. They were the Yin Yun, the 16 cavalrymen who once raided 3,000 Turkic cavalry. Inside the carriage, Bei Cheng was ordering teams 1 and 2 to intercept them, while Team 3 would launch an arrow attack. Our team quickly moved into position as per his command. Then, a barrage of sturdy arrows was unleashed. The arrows bounced off the iron armor. Bei Cheng then ordered the carriage to speed up instead of stopping. Knowing they weren't easy to deal with, he decided to try and outrun them. Lanli firmly gripped the reins and controlled the carriage. At this moment, the enemies grabbed their weapons. They simultaneously drew their sabers and spurred their horses faster. The guard accompanying Bei Cheng looked terrified because the cavalry of the enemy swept through the archers' formation. Then they rode out in pursuit. Duo Wei quickly reminded him, "The Tianzi soldiers are no match. We have to think of something in the same direction as them." Another line of horses charged forward, led by the soldiers, shouting, "Loyalty until death to our lord." 2 soldiers drew their swords and stabbed at the enemy. But what good did it do? The sword didn't inflict any damage on the opponent. Instead, he was slain by a single slash, losing 2 lives. On higher ground, The observer was a bit arrogant about these trivial matters. There was no need for him to personally intervene, because he saw that the Tianfen soldiers had no chance, compared to the Yun 16 cavalry. At this time, only one carriage remained on the target side. Weakly, just then, an object that screams modern device appeared. The cavalryman immediately dealt with the person standing still. The muzzle of that weapon fired a spark. The shockwave made Ling Li slightly startled. Those arrogant enemies from before were now spitting blood from the bullet wounds. The situation reversed. This made the supervisor panic. Ruo Shui also panicked, not knowing what their side used that caused the cavalry to be injured, moreover. But Bei Cheng warned that his cannon could only fire one shot. Now they had to run immediately. Far behind, only a few enemies could stand. They didn't think the Yun 16 cavalry, unrivaled under the heavens, would be critically wounded by a carriage. So the supervisor went mad, shouting, "Kill, kill for this old man." The remaining subordinates, burning with anger, pursued closely. This carriage, even if Bei Cheng wanted to go faster, it was difficult because it had reached its maximum speed. At that moment, he noticed something peculiar. Bei Cheng then asked how much further until they could see the sky. Apparently, the sharp-eyed coachman replied about 30 zhang, a Chinese unit of measurement, more. He thought that distance was perfect, so he scattered wheat flour. The flying flour created a layer of mist, obscuring vision. Everyone still thought Bei Cheng was doing something foolish. At least, to obscure the enemy's vision, they would have to get out of the tunnel first. He didn't answer, but just threw down a firecracker. In just a moment, it ignited the surrounding flour. The light and intense heat startled the enemies. One of them even reported the plan to obstruct vision with flour to the supervisor. But he smirked cunningly, knowing that no matter what, he couldn't stop the Yun 16 cavalry. Moreover, he figured that formidable weapon couldn't be used again. So, he was certain victory was on his side. But suddenly, the cave in front exploded, kicking up a cloud of dust. His face froze in disbelief. Bei Cheng's carriage had left the cave. Ruo Wei then finally realized that Bei Cheng alone had routed the Yun 16 cavalry. He proudly taught her a philosophy. Knowledge is power. After traveling for several hours, the carriage arrived at a river. Ruo Wei examined the map and saw they were about to meet with Governor Suozhou. But Bei Cheng advised not to celebrate just yet. Unsure if it was their own troops ahead, Ruo Wei was quite confident, as Governor Suozhou was an old soldier of second brother, except for sure Taiyuan. The other 7 pillar states, wouldn't let outsiders become generals, so they don't worry about the admiral being from the enemy's side. Just then, Bei Cheng suddenly pulled back his sawhorse. Without waiting for Ruo Wei to scold him, he inquired about something else. Besides Jia Ingqing, does anyone else know our route? Did they arrange for someone to come out of the city to meet us? Lonely, analyzing as he looked. According to the current situation, we will encounter a sandstorm, but it's too far away, so I can't see clearly. At that moment, Bei Cheng directly pressed his ear to the ground. He knew the sound of galloping horses of cavalry was coming from underground. Charge! Bei Cheng only had time to tell Lan Li and Ruo Wei that they had been exposed. Then he started spurring his horse to flee. But even though Ruo Wei was stopping him from going towards the desert, Jichai, a place full of sand and very difficult to travel. Then Bei Cheng believed that only that place could help them escape. While Ruo Wei was scolding him for scaring himself, an arrow pierced the roof of the carriage. Bei Cheng knew she was scared but still teased. "How about you get out of the carriage now and accept everyone's warm welcome?" Then the carriage began a new chase with the soldiers. The wooden wheels kept spinning according to the speed of the horses. The pursuers, after chasing for a while, reined in their horses. One of them immediately cursed, daring to run into the desert, courting death, and the entire army retreated 10 zhang. One person was sure to suffocate to death in the desert. Currently, Bei Cheng felt relieved to have lost the enemies, but what Ruo Wei was more concerned about was getting lost. Then he looked in surprise at the carriage that had stopped. The reason was that the wheels were stuck deep in the thick sand. By nightfall, the enemy reported that they had completely blocked it off, making Bei Cheng unable to return to the old path. Ling Li suddenly spoke up at this moment. "No need to return to the old path. I have a way to cross the desert." He hesitated and stepped forward to examine it. She was very proud after improving the wheel. "Can such a small thing be difficult for me? Galingly, how could it be?" Yet, Bei Cheng grumbled at her. You've taken apart the entire tank. There's nothing left. But there's still a problem. To find directions in the desert, we need to use. At that moment, Ruo Wei proudly brought out the compass. Lingley felt very proud at this moment. Because indeed, bringing along 2 young women doesn't mean they're at a disadvantage. As night fell, Ruo Wei coughed. It's so cold. The only oversight was not preparing warm clothes. It's too cold in the desert at night. Over Bei Cheng's shoulder, they heard him say sternly, "A man's heart is filled with passion. This little bit of cold is nothing. Only those who see his face know the situation." In fact, the only 2 blankets were given to them. So, Bei Cheng is about to freeze. Suddenly, he instinctively stopped the horse without warning, and the 2 girls in the carriage naturally fell. They were about to complain to him. But the situation ahead was more complicated than they thought. A Turkic person was lying there. So, Bei Cheng rushed down to check, and told them to be careful of an ambush. He gently shook the man awake. Avakianit Muhan Mudu. Then, Bei Cheng fed him some water. But Boja suddenly woke up and drained it all in one go. Ruo Wei and Longley guessed he wasn't an ambush. Maybe he was just a lost traveler. While Boja cried and thanked them, he asked, "Why did you wander into the desert alone? If you hadn't been lucky enough to meet us, I'm afraid you wouldn't even see tomorrow's sun. You wouldn't even see it. Buja then recounted that the Tujua princess was seriously ill. The shaman said only a fire lizard could save her. So the whole tribe had to try their best to find one. He had been searching for a whole day and night for that mission. Bei Cheng asked him in a fluster. "How many princesses do you Tujua people have? Buja paused because they only had one, named Atina. The most beloved and respected person in the tribe. Bei Cheng immediately grabbed Buja's hand to go rescue Tina. The carriage sped away so fast that the people inside were yelling for it to slow down. Moreover, the carriage was about to break. But Bei Cheng still prioritized human lives. Without the fire lizard, she can't be saved. Bei Cheng immediately snapped back. Are those people not doctors? Is King sure? In his heart, he prayed 1,000 times that he could cure it, hoping that the heavens wouldn't play tricks on him in the Tujua camp. An annoyed voice came from inside the tent. "Why is it taking so long? No news yet? Still haven't found the fire lizard? A bunch of useless things." At that moment, disregarding the soldiers' shouts, Bei Cheng led everyone straight in. Shueshi also recognized his identity. Immediately, Bei Cheng asked about Tina's location, but Shueshi angrily retorted, "You dare barge into the Tujua camp? Do you really think we're easy to bully?" Ruo Wei quickly advised, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I'm a princess of the Great Tang, here this time on the orders of the new emperor." Bei Cheng didn't have time to explain. He quickly asked for Tina's whereabouts. Just then, Mama appeared and scolded, "Impudent thief! What kind of person dares to barge into the princess's chamber, disturbing the gods? Can you handle it?" Even Chu Bai had to advise her to calm down. But Bei Cheng just blankly asked if you were a doctor. He immediately provided information. "She's the imperial physician of the Turkic envoys, protecting the Turks. Absolutely don't provoke her." Just then, a maidservant frantically reported that their princess was about to breathe her last. Bei Cheng was so angry that he grabbed the mama's collar. "Old hag, get out of my way. Don't stop me from saving people." But she became even more furious. "Beast, you dare to disrespect the divine spirit. I will make the divine spirit send down heavenly thunder to strike you." Bei Cheng didn't wait for her to finish her curse. He immediately threw a punch at the damn old woman. Chu Bai and the tribal guards frantically called out "Mama." Then Chu Bai's subordinates received orders. "Kill Bei Cheng." At this time, he had entered the princess's tent. Bei Cheng quickly shook her body. "Athena, it's me, wake up." She struggled to recognize him. Just then, the guards rushed in to drag him away. He only had time to instruct. If she feels unwell anywhere, don't trust the sorcerer. I can save you right when the guards are about to subdue Bei Cheng. She told him to wait. But Su Zue also appeared and ordered them not to disturb the gods and take him outside. Unexpectedly, a gunshot rang out at this moment. Sounds of pleas immediately reached his ears. Gods, please calm your anger. Gods, please calm your anger. But it was actually Lan Li who had just made a move. Be honest, no one is allowed to act rashly. A moment later, Bei Cheng began to examine her. Is it here? Tina shyly nodded in response. In a nearby corner. Not only did Su Ji scold him, but Ruo Wei secretly cursed him as a beast. Back at the bedside, Bei Cheng diagnosed Tina with acute appendicitis. But the conditions here are quite difficult for modern surgery. If he takes the risk, it could cause an infection in Tina. Tina trembled and touched his face. I know there's definitely no saving me. Being able to see you before I die is enough for me. This is the best gift heaven has given me. But Bei Cheng quickly reassured her, don't worry. Heaven sent me here, not to see you for the last time, but for me to save you. So, Bei Cheng gave a curt order to the people wanting to save Athena. They must use the Imperial Jade Seal, quickly bring it here, in the sky, covered by dark clouds, forming a hole containing lightning. Below, there's a sharp, slender object, pointing directly towards the center of the hole. At this moment, Bei Cheng could only urge a few words. Don't come near. After we leave, everyone will take the Imperial Jade Seal back to Chang'an. I'll come back to find you all. Then, ignoring all the questions, he carried Tina closer to the iron pillar. Bei Cheng carefully instructed her to hold on tight. Grip tightly with your right hand. Lightning swiftly struck down, and it was absorbed by that pillar. Boom! Cheng truthfully said that he didn't know if this would work. If they both survive, then the place they'll arrive at is called the future. The cries grew more distant. A mystical speck of light appeared before their eyes.